This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Anthony Trollope, Barchester Towers, Chapter 37. The Signora Neroni, the Countess de Courcy, and Mrs. Proudie meet each other at Ullathorne. And now there were new arrivals. Just as Eleanor reached the drawing-room, the Signora was being wheeled into it. She had been brought out of the carriage into the dining-room, and there placed on a sofa, and was now in the act of entering the other room by the joint aid of her brother and sister, Mr. Arabin, and two servants in livery. She was all in her glory, and looked so pathetically happy, so full of affliction and grace, was so beautiful, so pitiable, and so charming, that it was almost impossible not to be glad she was there. Miss Thorne was unaffectedly glad to welcome her. In fact, the Signora was a sort of lion, and though there was no drop of the lion hunter blood in Miss Thorne's veins, she nevertheless did like to see attractive people at her house. The Signora was attractive, and on her first settlement in the dining-room she had whispered 2 or 3 soft feminine words into Miss Thorne's ear, which at the moment had quite touched that lady's heart. "Oh, Miss Thorne! Where is Miss Thorne?" she said as soon as her attendants had placed her in her position just before one of the windows, from whence she could see all that was going on upon the lawn. "How am I to thank you for permitting a creature like me to be here? But if you knew the pleasure you give me, I am sure you would excuse the trouble I bring with me." And as she spoke, she squeezed the spinster's little hand between her own. "We are delighted to see you here," said Miss Thorne. "You give us no trouble at all, and we think it a great favour conferred by you to come and see us. Don't we, Wilfred?" "A very great favour indeed," said Mr. Thorne, with a gallant bow, but of a somewhat less cordial welcome than that conceded by his sister. Mr. Thorne had heard perhaps more of the antecedents of his guest than his sister had done, and had not as yet undergone the power of the Signora's charms. But while the mother of the last of the Neros was thus in her full splendour, with crowds of people gazing at her, and the elite of the company standing round her couch, her glory was paled by the arrival of the Countess de Courcy. Miss Thorne had now been waiting 3 hours for the Countess, and could not therefore but show very evident gratification when the arrival at last took place. She and her brother of course went off to welcome the titled grandees, and with them, alas, went many of the Signora's admirers. "Oh, Mr. Thorne," said the Countess, while in the act of being disrobed of her fur cloaks and re-robed in her gauze shawls, "what dreadful roads you have! Perfectly frightful!" It happened that Mr. Thorne was way warden for the district, and not liking the attack, began to excuse his roads. "Oh yes, indeed they are," said the Countess, not minding him in the least. "Perfectly dreadful, are they not, Margaretta? Why, my dear Miss Thorne, we left Courcy Castle just at 11. It was only just past 11, was it not, George? And—" "Just past 1, I think you mean," said the Honourable George, turning from the group and eyeing the Signora through his glass. The Signora gave him back his own, as the saying is, and more with it, so that the young nobleman was forced to avert his glance and drop his glass. "I say, Thorne," whispered he, "who the deuce is that on the sofa?" "Dr Stanhope's daughter," whispered back Mr Thorne. "Signora Neroni, she calls herself." Whistled the Honourable George. "The devil she is! I have heard no end of stories about that filly. You must positively introduce me, Thorne. You positively must." Mr Thorne, who was respectability itself, did not quite like having a guest about whom the Honourable George de Courcy had heard no end of stories, but he couldn't help himself. He merely resolved that before he went to bed he would let his sister know somewhat of the history of the lady she was so willing to welcome. The innocence of Miss Thorne at her time of life was perfectly charming, but even innocence may be dangerous. "George may say what he likes," continued the Countess, urging her excuses to Miss Thorne. "I am sure we were past the castle gate before 12, weren't we, Margaretta?" "Upon my word, I don't know," said Lady Margaretta, "for I was half asleep; but I do know that I was called some time in the middle of the night, and was dressing myself before daylight." Wise people, when they are in the wrong, always put themselves right by finding fault with the people against whom they have sinned. Lady De Courcy was a wise woman, and therefore, having treated Miss Thorne very badly by staying away till 3 o'clock, she assumed the offensive, and attacked Mr Thorne's roads. Her daughter, not less wise, attacked Miss Thorne's early hours. The art of doing this is among the most precious of those usually cultivated by persons who know how to live. There is no withstanding it. Who can go systematically to work, and having done battle with the primary accusation, and settle that, then bring forward a counter charge and support that also? Life is not long enough for such labours. A man in the right relies easily on his rectitude, and therefore goes about unarmed. His very strength is his weakness. A man in the wrong knows that he must look to his weapons. His very weakness is his strength. The one is never prepared for combat, the other is always ready. Therefore it is that in this world the man that is in the wrong almost invariably conquers the man that is in the right, and invariably despises him. A man must be an idiot, or else an angel, who after the age of 40 shall attempt to be just to his neighbours. Many, like the Lady Margaretta, have learned their lesson at a much earlier age. But this, of course, depends on the school in which they have been taught. Poor Miss Thorne was altogether overcome. She knew very well that she had been ill-treated, and yet she found herself making apologies to Lady De Courcy. To do her ladyship justice, she received them very graciously, and allowed herself with her train of daughters to be led towards the lawn. There were 2 windows in the drawing-room wide open for the Countess to pass through, but she saw that there was a woman on a sofa at the 3rd window, and that that woman had, as it were, a following attached to her. Her ladyship therefore determined to investigate the woman. The De Courcys were hereditarily short-sighted, and had been so for 30 centuries at least. So Lady De Courcy, who, when she entered the family, had adopted the family habits, did as her son had done before her, and taking her glass to investigate, the Signora Neroni pressed in among the gentlemen who surrounded the couch, and bowed slightly to those whom she chose to honour by her acquaintance. In order to get to the window, she had to pass close to the front of the couch, and as she did so, she stared hard at the occupant. The occupant, in return, stared hard at the Countess. The Countess, who, since her countessship commenced, had been accustomed to see all eyes, not royal, ducal, or marquesal, fall before her own, paused as she went on, raised her eyebrows, and stared even harder than before. But she had now to do with one who cared little for countesses. It was, one may say, impossible for mortal man or woman to abash Madeleine Neroni. She opened her large, bright, lustrous eyes wider and wider, till she seemed to be all eyes. She gazed up into the lady's face, not as though she did it with an effort, but as if she delighted in doing it. She used no glass to assist her effrontery, and needed none. The faintest possible smile of derision played round her mouth, and her nostrils were slightly dilated, as if in sure anticipation of her triumph. And it was sure. The Countess de Courcy, in spite of her 30 centuries, and de Courcy Castle, and the fact that Lord de Courcy was Grand Master of the ponies to the Prince of Wales, had not a chance with her. At first the little circlet of gold wavered in the Countess's hand, then the hand shook, then the circlet fell. The Countess's head tossed itself into the air, and the Countess's feet shambled out to the lawn. She did not, however, go so fast but what she heard the Signora's voice asking, "Who on earth is that woman, Mr Slope?" "That is Lady de Courcy." "Oh, ah, I might have supposed so. Ha, ha, ha. Well, that is as good as a play." It was as good as a play to any there who had eyes to observe it, and wit to comment on what they observed. But the Lady de Courcy soon found a congenial spirit on the lawn. There she encountered Mrs Proudie, and as Mrs Proudie was not only the wife of a bishop, but was also the cousin of an earl, Lady de Courcy considered her to be the fittest companion she was likely to meet in that assemblage. They were accordingly delighted to see each other. Mrs Proudie by no means despised the Countess, and as this Countess lived in the county and within a sort of extensive visiting distance of Barchester, she was glad to have this opportunity of ingratiating herself. "My dear Lady de Courcy, I am so delighted," said she, looking as little grim as it was in her nature to do. "I hardly expected to see you here. It is such a distance, and then, you know, such a crowd." "And such roads, Mrs Proudie. I really wonder how the people ever get about. But I don't suppose they ever do." "Well, I really don't know, but I suppose not. The Thornes don't, I know," said Mrs Proudie. "Very nice person, Miss Thorne, isn't she?" "Oh, delightful, and so queer. I have known her these 20 years. A great pet of mine is dear Miss Thorne. She is so very strange, you know. She always makes me think of the Eskimos and the Indians. Isn't her dress quite delightful?" "Delightful," said Mrs Proudie. "I wonder now whether she paints. Did you ever see such colour?" "Oh, of course," said Lady de Courcy. "That is, I have no doubt she does. But Mrs Proudie, who is that woman on the sofa by the window?" Just step this way and you will see her. There." And the countess led her to a spot where she could plainly see the signora's well-remembered face and figure. She did not, however, do so without being equally well seen by the signora. "Look, look," said that lady to Mr Slope, who was still standing near her. "See the high spiritualities and temporalities of the land in league together, and all against poor me. I will wager my bracelet, Mr Slope, against your next sermon, that they have taken up their position there on purpose to pull me to pieces. Well, I can't rush to the combat, but I know how to protect myself if the enemy come near me." But the enemy knew better. They could gain nothing by contact with the Signora Neroni, and they could abuse her as they pleased at a distance from her on the lawn. "She is that horrid Italian woman, Lady De Courcy. You must have heard of her." "What Italian woman?" said her ladyship, quite alive to the coming story. "I don't think I have heard of any Italian woman coming into the country. She doesn't look Italian either." "Oh, you must have heard of her," said Mrs Proudie. "No, she is not absolutely Italian. She is Dr Stanhope's daughter, Dr Stanhope, the prebendary, and she calls herself the Signora Neroni." "Oh!" exclaimed the countess. "I was sure you had heard of her," continued Mrs Proudie. "I don't know anything about her husband. They do say that some man named Neroni is still alive. I believe she did marry such a man abroad, but I do not at all know who or what he was." "Oh!" exclaimed the countess, shaking her head with much intelligence as every additional H fell from her lips. "I know all about it now. I have heard George mention her. George knows all about her. George heard about her in Rome." "She is an abominable woman at any rate," said Mrs Proudie. "Insufferable," said the countess. "She made her way into the palace once, before I knew anything about her, and I cannot tell you how dreadfully indecent her conduct was." "Was it?" said the delighted countess. "Insufferable," said the prelatess. "But why does she lie on a sofa?" asked Lady De Courcy. "She has only one leg," replied Mrs Proudie. "Only one leg?" said Lady De Courcy, who felt to a certain degree dissatisfied that the signora was thus incapacitated. "Was she born so?" "Oh no," said Mrs Proudie, and her ladyship felt somewhat recomforted by the assurance. "She had two, but that Signor Neroni beat her, I believe, till she was obliged to have one amputated. At any rate, she entirely lost the use of it." "Unfortunate creature," said the countess, who herself knew something of matrimonial trials. "Yes," said Mrs Proudie, "one would pity her in spite of her past bad conduct, if she now knew how to behave herself. But she doesn't. She is the most insolent creature I ever put my eyes on." "Indeed she is," said Lady De Courcy. "And her conduct with men is so abominable that she is not fit to be admitted into any lady's drawing room." "Dear me," said the countess, becoming again excited, happy, and merciless. "You saw that man standing near her, the clergyman with the red hair?" "Yes, yes." "She has absolutely ruined that man. The bishop, or I should rather take the blame on myself, for it was I brought him down from London to Barchester. He is a tolerable preacher, an active young man, and I therefore introduced him to the bishop. That woman, Lady De Courcy, has got hold of him, and has so disgraced him that I am forced to require that he shall leave the palace, and I doubt very much whether he won't lose his gown." "Why, what an idiot the man must be," said the countess. "You don't know the intriguing villainy of that woman," said Mrs Proudie, remembering her torn flounces. "But you say she has only got one leg." "She is as full of mischief as though she had 10. Look at her eyes, Lady De Courcy. Did you ever see such eyes in a decent woman's head?" "Indeed I never did, Mrs Proudie." "And her effrontery, and her voice. I quite pity her poor father, who is really a good sort of man." "Dr Stanhope, isn't he?" "Yes, Dr Stanhope. He's one of our prebendaries, a good, quiet sort of man himself. But I am surprised that he should let his daughter conduct herself as she does." "I suppose he can't help it," said the countess. "But a clergyman, you know, Lady De Courcy. He should at any rate prevent her from exhibiting in public, if he cannot induce her to behave at home. But he's to be pitied. I believe he has a desperate life of it with the lot of them. That apish-looking man there, with the long beard and the loose trousers, he's the woman's brother. He's nearly as bad as she is. They are both of them infidels." "Infidels!" said Lady De Courcy, "and their father a prebendary." "Yes, and likely to be the new dean too," said Mrs Proudie. "Oh yes, poor dear Dr Trefoil," said the countess, who had once in her life spoken to that gentleman. "I was so distressed to hear it, Mrs Proudie. And so Dr Stanhope is to be the new dean. He comes of an excellent family, and I wish him success in spite of his daughter. Perhaps, Mrs Proudie, when he is dean, they will be better able to see the error of their ways." To this Mrs Proudie said nothing. Her dislike of the Signora Neroni was too deep to admit of her even hoping that that lady should see the error of her ways. Mrs Proudie looked on the Signora as one of the lost, one of those beyond the reach of Christian charity, and was therefore able to enjoy the luxury of hating her without the drawback of wishing her eventually well out of her sins. Any further conversation between these congenial souls was prevented by the advent of Mr Thorne, who came to lead the countess to the tent. Indeed, he had been desired to do so some 10 minutes since, but he had been delayed in the drawing room by the Signora. She had contrived to detain him, to get him near to her sofa, and at last to make him seat himself on a chair close to her beautiful arm. The fish took the bait, was hooked and caught and landed. Within that 10 minutes he had heard the whole of the Signora's history, in such strains as she chose to use in telling it. He learnt from the lady's own lips the whole of that mysterious tale to which the Honourable George had merely alluded. He discovered that the beautiful creature lying before him had been more sinned against than sinning. She had owned to him that she had been weak, confiding, and indifferent to the world's opinion, and that she had therefore been ill-used, deceived, and evil spoken of. She had spoken to him of her mutilated limb, her youth destroyed in fullest bloom, her beauty robbed of its every charm, her life blighted, her hopes withered, and as she did so a tear dropped from her eye to her cheek. She had told him of these things and asked for his sympathy. What could a good-natured, genial Anglo-Saxon squire Thorne do but promise to sympathize with her? Mr. Thorne did promise to sympathize, promised also to come and see the last of the Neros, to hear more of those fearful Roman days, of those light and innocent but dangerous hours which flitted by so fast on the shores of Como, and to make himself the confidant of the Signora's sorrows. We need hardly say that he dropped all idea of warning his sister against the dangerous lady. He had been mistaken, never so much mistaken in his life. He had always regarded that Honourable George as a coarse, brutal-minded young man. Now he was more convinced than ever that he was so. It was by such men as the Honourable George that the reputations of such women as Madeleine Neroni were imperilled and damaged. He would go and see the lady in her own house. He was fully sure in his own mind of the soundness of his own judgment. If he found her as he believed he should do, an injured, well-disposed, warm-hearted woman, he would get his sister Monica to invite her out to Ullathorne. "No," said she, as at her instance he got up to leave her, and declared that he himself would attend upon her wants. "No, no, my friend, I positively put a veto upon your doing so. What, in your own house, with an assemblage round you such as there is here? Do you wish to make every woman hate me, and every man stare at me? I lay a positive order on you not to come near me again to-day. Come and see me at home. It is only at home that I can talk. It is only at home that I really can live and enjoy myself. My days of going out, days such as these, are rare indeed. Come and see me at home, Mr. Thorne, and then I will not bid you to leave me." It is, we believe, common with young men of 25 to look on their seniors, on men of say double their own age, as so many stocks and stones, that is, in regard to feminine beauty. There never was a greater mistake. Women, indeed, generally know better, but on this subject men of one age are thoroughly ignorant of what is the very nature of mankind of other ages. No experience of what goes on in the world, no reading of history, no observation of life, has any effect in teaching the truth. Men of 50 don't dance mazurkas, being generally too fat and wheezy, nor do they sit for the hour together on river banks at their mistresses' feet, being somewhat afraid of rheumatism. But for real true love, love at first sight, love to devotion, love that robs a man of his sleep, love that will gaze an eagle blind, love that will hear the lowest sound when the suspicious tread of theft is stopped, love that is like a Hercules still climbing trees in the Hesperides. We believe the best age is from 45 to 70. Up to that, men are generally given to mere flirting. At the present moment Mr. Thorne, état 50, was over head and ears in love at first sight with the Signora Madeleine Vesey Neroni, nata Stanhope. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently master of himself to offer his arm with all propriety to Lady De Courcy, and the Countess graciously permitted herself to be led to the tent. Such had been Miss Thorne's orders, as she had succeeded in inducing the bishop to lead old Lady Knowle to the top of the dining room. One of the baronets was sent off in quest of Mrs Proudie, and found that lady on the lawn, not in the best of humours. Mr Thorne and the countess had left her too abruptly. She had in vain looked about for an attendant chaplain, or even a stray curate. They were all drawing long bows with the young ladies at the bottom of the lawn, or finding places for their graceful co-toxophilites in some snug corner of the tent. In such position Mrs Proudie had been wont in earlier days to fall back upon Mr Slope, but now she could never fall back upon him again. She gave her head one shake as she thought of her lone position, and that shake was as good as a week deducted from Mr Slope's longer sojourn at Barchester. Sir Harkaway Gorse, however, relieved her present misery, though his doing so by no means mitigated the sinning chaplain's doom. And now the eating and drinking began in earnest. Dr Grantly, to his great horror, found himself leagued to Mrs Clantantram. Mrs Clantantram had a great regard for the archdeacon, which was not cordially returned, and when she, coming up to him, whispered in his ear, "Come, Archdeacon, I am sure you won't begrudge an old friend the favour of your arm," and then proceeded to tell him the whole history of her roquelaure, he resolved that he would shake her off before he was 15 minutes older. But latterly the archdeacon had not been successful in his resolutions, and on the present occasion Mrs Clantantram stuck to him till the banquet was over. Dr Gwynne got a baronet's wife, and Mrs Grantly fell to the lot of a baronet. Charlotte Stanhope attached herself to Mr Harding in order to make room for Bertie, who succeeded in sitting down in the dining room next to Mrs Bold. To speak sooth, now that he had love in earnest to make, his heart almost failed him. Eleanor had been right glad to avail herself of his arm, seeing that Mr Slope was hovering nigh her. In striving to avoid that terrible Charybdis of a Slope, she was in great danger of falling into an unseen Scylla on the other hand, that Scylla being Bertie Stanhope. Nothing could be more gracious than she was to Bertie. She almost jumped at his proffered arm. Charlotte perceived this from a distance and triumphed in her heart. Bertie felt it and was encouraged. Mr Slope saw it and glowered with jealousy. Eleanor and Bertie sat down to table in the dining room, and as she took her seat at his right hand, she found that Mr Slope was already in possession of the chair at her own. As these things were going on in the dining room, Mr Arabin was hanging enraptured and alone over the Signora's sofa, and Eleanor from her seat could look through the open door and see that he was doing so. End of chapter 37.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Recorded by Anita Roy Dobbs. Boston, 2007. Chapter 38. The Bishop sits down to breakfast and the Dean dies. The Bishop of Barchester said grace over the well-spread board in the Ullathorne dining room. While he did so, the last breath was flying from the Dean of Barchester as he lay in his sick room in the Deanery. When the Bishop of Barchester raised his first glass of champagne to his lips, the Deanship of Barchester was a good thing in the gift of the Prime Minister. Before the Bishop of Barchester had left the table, the Minister of the day was made aware of the fact at his country seat in Hampshire, and had already turned over in his mind the name of 5 very respectable aspirants for the preferment. It is at present only necessary to say that Mr Slope's name was not among the 5. 'Twas merry in the hall when the beards wagged all, and the clerical beards wagged merrily in the hall of Ullathorne that day. It was not until after the last cork had been drawn, the last speech made, the last nut cracked, that tidings reached and were whispered about that the poor dean was no more. It was well for the happiness of the clerical beards that this little delay took place, as otherwise decency would have forbidden them to wag at all. But there was one sad man among them that day. Mr Arabin's beard did not wag as it should have done. He had come there hoping the best, striving to think the best about Eleanor, turning over in his mind all the words he remembered to have fallen from her about Mr Slope, and trying to gather from them a conviction unfavourable to his rival. He had not exactly resolved to come that day to some decisive proof as to the widow's intention, but he had meant, if possible, to recultivate his friendship with Eleanor, and in his present frame of mind any such recultivation must have ended in a declaration of love. He had passed the previous night alone at his new parsonage, and it was the first night that he had so passed. It had been dull and sombre enough. Mrs Grantly had been right in saying that a priestess would be wanting at St Ewold's. He had sat there alone with his glass before him, and then with his teapot, thinking about Eleanor Bold. As is usual in such meditations, he did little but blame her for liking Mr Slope, and blame her for not liking him, blame her for her cordiality to himself, and blame her for her want of cordiality, blame her for being stubborn, headstrong, and passionate. And yet the more he thought of her, the higher she rose in his affection. If only it should turn out, if only it could be made to turn out, that she had defended Mr Slope not from love, but on principle, all would be right. Such principle in itself would be admirable, lovable, womanly. He felt that he could be pleased to allow Mr Slope just so much favour as that. But if, and then Mr Arabin poked his fire most unnecessarily, spoke crossly to his new parlour maid who came in for the tea things, and threw himself back in his chair, determined to go to sleep. Why had she been so stiff-necked when asked a plain question? She could not have but known in what light he regarded her. Why had she not answered a plain question, and so put an end to his misery? Then, instead of going to sleep in his armchair, Mr Arabin walked about the room as though he had been possessed. On the following morning, when he attended Miss Thorne's behests, he was still in a somewhat confused state. His first duty had been to converse with Mrs Clantantram, and that lady had found it impossible to elicit the slightest sympathy from him on the subject of her roquelaure. Miss Thorne had asked him whether Mrs Bold was coming with the Grantlys, and the two names of Bold and Grantly together had nearly made him jump from his seat. He was in this state of confused uncertainty, hope, and doubt, when he saw Mr Slope, with his most polished smile, handing Eleanor out of her carriage. He thought of nothing more. He never considered whether the carriage belonged to her, or to Mr Slope, or to anyone else to whom they might both be mutually obliged without any concert between themselves. This sight in his present state of mind was quite enough to upset him and his resolves. It was clear as noonday. Had he seen her handed into a carriage by Mr Slope at a church door with a white veil over her head, the truth could not be more manifest. He went into the house, and, as we have seen, soon found himself walking with Mr Harding. Shortly afterwards Eleanor came up, and then he had to leave his companion, and either go about alone or find another. While in this state he was encountered by the Archdeacon. "I wonder," said Dr Grantly, "if it be true that Mr Slope and Mrs Bold came here together." Susan says she is almost sure she saw both their faces in the same carriage as she got out of her own." Mr Arabin had nothing for it but to bear his testimony to the correctness of Mrs Grantly's eyesight. "It is perfectly shameful," said the archdeacon, "or I should rather say shameless. She was asked here as my guest, and if she be determined to disgrace herself, she should have feeling enough not to do so before my immediate friends. I wonder how that man got himself invited. I wonder whether she had the face to bring him." To this Mr Arabin could answer nothing, nor did he wish to answer anything. Though he abused Eleanor to himself, he did not choose to abuse her to any one else, nor was he well pleased to hear any one else speak ill of her. Dr Grantly, however, was very angry, and did not spare his sister-in-law. Mr Arabin therefore left him as soon as he could, and wandered back into the house. He had not been there long when the Signora was brought in. For some time he kept himself out of temptation, and merely hovered round her at a distance. But as soon as Mr Thorne had left her, he yielded himself up to the basilisk, and allowed himself to be made prey of. It is impossible to say how the knowledge had been acquired, but the Signora had a sort of instinctive knowledge that Mr Arabin was an admirer of Mrs Bold. Men hunt foxes by the aid of dogs, and are aware that they do so by the strong organ of smell with which the dog is endowed. They do not, however, in the least comprehend how such a sense can work, and with such acuteness. The organ by which women, instinctively as it were, know and feel how other women are regarded by men, and how also men are regarded by other women, is equally strong and equally incomprehensible. A glance, a word, a motion suffices. By some such acute exercise of her feminine senses, the Signora was aware that Mr Arabin loved Eleanor Bold. Therefore, by a further exercise of her peculiar feminine propensities, it was quite natural for her to entrap Mr Arabin into her net. The work was half done before she came to Ullathorne, and when could she have a better opportunity of completing it? She had had almost enough of Mr Slope, though she could not quite resist the fun of driving a very sanctimonious clergyman to madness by a desperate and ruinous passion. Mr Thorne had fallen too easily to give much pleasure in the chase. His position as a man of wealth might make his alliance of value, but as a lover he was very second rate. We may say that she regarded him somewhat as a sportsman does a pheasant. The bird is so easily shot that he would not be worth the shooting, were it not for the very respectable appearance that he makes in a larder. The Signora would not waste much time in shooting Mr Thorne, but still he was worth bagging for family uses. But Mr Arabin was game of another sort. The Signora was herself possessed of quite sufficient intelligence to know that Mr Arabin was a man more than usually intellectual. She knew also that as a clergyman he was of a much higher stamp than Mr Slope, and that as a gentleman he was better educated than Mr Thorne. She would never have attempted to drive Mr Arabin into ridiculous misery as she did Mr Slope, nor would she think it possible to dispose of him in 10 minutes as she had done with Mr Thorne. Such were her reflections about Mr Arabin. As to Mr Arabin, it cannot be said that he reflected at all about the Signora. He knew that she was beautiful, and he felt that she was able to charm him. He required charming in his present misery, and therefore he went and stood at the head of her couch. She knew all about it. Such were her peculiar gifts. It was her nature to see that he required charming, and it was her province to charm him. As the Eastern idler swallows his dose of opium, as the London reprobate swallows his dose of gin, so with similar desires and for similar reasons did Mr Arabin prepare to swallow the charms of the Signora Neroni. "Why aren't you shooting with bows and arrows, Mr Arabin?" said she, when they were nearly alone together in the drawing room, "or talking with young ladies in shady bowers, or turning your talents to account in some way? What was a bachelor like you asked here for? Don't you mean to earn your cold chicken and champagne? Were I you, I should be ashamed to be so idle." Mr Arabin murmured some sort of answer. Though he wished to be charmed, he was hardly yet in a mood to be playful in return. "Why, what ails you, Mr Arabin?" said she. "Here you are in your own parish. Miss Thorne tells me that her party is given expressly in your honour, and yet you are the only dull man at it. Your friend Mr Slope was with me a few minutes since, full of life and spirits. Why don't you rival him?" It was not difficult for so acute an observer as Madeline Neroni to see that she had hit the nail on the head and driven the bolt home. Mr Arabin winced visibly before her attack, and she knew at once that he was jealous of Mr Slope. "But I look on you and Mr Slope as the very antipodes of men," said she. "There's nothing in which you are not each the reverse of the other, except in belonging to the same profession, and even in that you are so unlike as perfectly to maintain the rule. He is gregarious, you are given to solitude. He is active, you are passive. He works, you think. He likes women, you despise them. He is fond of position and power, and so are you, but for directly different reasons. He loves to be praised, you very foolishly abhor it. He will gain his rewards, which will be an insipid, useful wife, a comfortable income, and a reputation for sanctimony. You will also gain yours." "Well, and what will they be?" said Mr Arabin, who knew that he was being flattered, and yet suffered himself to put up with it. "What will be my rewards?" "The heart of some woman whom you will be too austere to own that you love, and the respect of some few friends which you will be too proud to own that you value." "Rich rewards," said he, "but of little worth if they are to be so treated. Oh, you are not to look for such success as awaits Mr Slope. He is born to be a successful man. He suggests to himself an object, and then starts for it with eager intention. Nothing will deter him from his pursuit. He will have no scruples, no fears, no hesitation. His desire is to be a bishop with a rising family. The wife will come first, and in due time the apron. You will see all this, and then—" "Well, and what then?" "Then you will begin to wish that you had done the same." Mr Arabin looked placidly out at the lawn, and resting his shoulder on the head of the sofa, rubbed his chin with his hand. It was a trick he had when he was thinking deeply, and what the Signora said made him think. Was it not all true? Would he not hereafter look back, if not at Mr Slope, at some others, perhaps not equally gifted with himself, who had risen in the world while he had lagged behind, and then wish that he had done the same? "Is not such the doom of all speculative men of talent?" said she. "Do they not all sit rapt as you are now, cutting imaginary silken cords with their fine edges, while those not so highly tempered sever the everyday Gordian knots of the world's struggle, and win wealth and renown? Steel too highly polished, edges too sharp, do not do for this world's work, Mr Arabin. Who was this woman that thus read the secrets of his heart, and re-uttered to him the unwelcome bodings of his own soul? He looked full into her face when she had done speaking, and said, "Am I one of those foolish blades, too sharp and too fine to do a useful day's work? "Why do you let the Slopes of the world outdistance you?" said she. "Is not the blood in your veins as warm as his? Does not your pulse beat as fast? Has not God made you a man, and intended you to do a man's work here? Aye, and to take a man's wages also." Mr Arabin sat ruminating, rubbing his face, and wondering why these things were said to him, but he replied nothing. The Signora went on. "The greatest mistake any man ever made is to suppose that the good things of the world are not worth the winning. And it is a mistake so opposed to the religion which you preach. Why does God permit his bishops one after another to have their 5,000s and 10,000s a year, if such wealth be bad and not worth having? Why are beautiful things given to us, and luxuries and pleasant enjoyments, if they be not intended to be used? They must be meant for someone, and what is good for a layman surely cannot be bad for a clerk. You try to despise these good things, but you only try. You don't succeed." "Don't I?" said Mr Arabin, still musing, not knowing what he said. "I ask you the question. Do you succeed?" Mr Arabin looked at her piteously. It seemed to him as though he were being interrogated by some inner spirit of his own, to whom he could not refuse an answer, and to whom he did not dare to give a false reply. "Come, Mr Arabin, confess. Do you succeed? Is money so contemptible? Is worldly power so worthless? Is feminine beauty a trifle, to be so slightly regarded by a wise man?" "Feminine beauty," said he, gazing into her face, as though all the feminine beauty in the world were concentrated there. "Why do you say I do not regard it?" "If you look at me like that, Mr Arabin, I shall alter my opinion, or should do so. Were I not, of course, aware that I have no beauty of my own worth regarding." The gentleman blushed crimson, but the lady did not blush at all. A slightly increased colour animated her face, just so much so as to give her an air of special interest. She expected a compliment from her admirer, but she was rather gratified than otherwise by finding that he did not pay it to her. Messrs Slope and Thorne, Messrs Brown, Jones, and Robinson, they all paid her compliments. She was rather in hopes that she would ultimately succeed in inducing Mr Arabin to abuse her. "But your gaze," said she, "is one of wonder, not of admiration. You wonder at my audacity in asking you such questions about yourself." "Well, I do rather," said he. "Nevertheless, I expect an answer, Mr Arabin. Why were women made beautiful if men are not to regard them?" "But men do regard them," he replied. "And why not you?" "You are begging the question, Madame Neroni." "I am sure I shall beg nothing, Mr Arabin, which you will not grant, and I do beg for an answer. Do you not, as a rule, think women below your notice as companions? Let us see. There is the widow Bold looking round at you from her chair this minute. What would you say to her as a companion for life?" Mr Arabin, rising from his position, leaned over the sofa and looked through the drawing room door to the place where Eleanor was seated between Bertie Stanhope and Mr Slope. She at once caught his glance and averted her own. She was not pleasantly placed in her present position. Mr Slope was doing his best to attract her attention, and she was striving to prevent his doing so by talking to Mr Stanhope, while her mind was intently fixed on Mr Arabin and Madame Neroni. Bertie Stanhope endeavoured to take advantage of her favours, but he was thinking more of the manner in which he would by and by throw himself at her feet than of amusing her at the present moment. "There," said the Signora, She was stretching her beautiful neck to look at you, and now you have disturbed her. Well, I declare, I believe I am wrong about you. I believe that you do think Mrs Bold a charming woman. Your looks seem to say so, and by her looks I should say that she is jealous of me. Come, Mr Arabin, confide in me, and if it is so, I'll do all in my power to make up the match.' It is needless to say that the Signora was not very sincere in her offer. She was never sincere on such subjects. She never expected others to be so, nor did she expect others to think her so. Such matters were her playthings, her billiard table, her hounds and hunters, her waltzes and polkas, her picnics and summer day excursions. She had little else to amuse her, and therefore played at love making in all its forms. She was now playing at it with Mr Arabin, and did not at all expect the earnestness and truth of his answer. 'All in your power would be nothing,' said he, 'for Mrs Bold is, I imagine, already engaged to another.' 'Then you own the impeachment yourself.' 'You cross-question me rather unfairly,' he replied, 'and I do not know why I answer you at all. Mrs Bold is a very beautiful woman, and as intelligent as beautiful. It is impossible to know her without admiring her.' 'So you think the widow a very beautiful woman?' 'Indeed I do.' 'And one that would grace the parsonage of St Ewold's?' 'One that would well grace any man's house.' 'And you really have the effrontery to tell me this?' said she. 'To tell me, who, as you very well know, set up to be a beauty myself, and who am at this very moment taking such an interest in your affairs, you really have the effrontery to tell me that Mrs Bold is the most beautiful woman you know.' 'I did not say so,' said Mr Arabin. 'You are more beautiful.' 'Ah, come now, that is something like. I thought you could not be so unfeeling.' 'You are more beautiful, perhaps more clever.' 'Thank you, Mr Arabin. I knew that you and I should be friends. But not a word further. I will not hear a word further. If you talk till midnight you cannot improve what you have said. But Madame Neroni, Mrs Bold, I will not hear a word about Mrs Bold. Dread thoughts of strychnine did pass across my brain, but she is welcome to the second place. Her place, I won't hear anything about her or her place. I'm satisfied, and that is enough. But Mr Arabin, I am dying with hunger. Beautiful and clever as I am, you know I cannot go to my food, and yet you do not bring it to me.' This at any rate was so true as to make it necessary that Mr Arabin should act upon it, and he accordingly went into the dining room and supplied the Signora's wants. 'And yourself?' said she. 'Oh,' said he, 'I am not hungry. I never eat at this hour.' 'Come, come, Mr Arabin, don't let love interfere with your appetite. It never does with mine. Give me half a glass more champagne, and then go to the table. Mrs Bold will do me an injury if you stay talking to me any longer.' Mr Arabin did as he was bid. He took her plate and glass from her, and going into the dining room, helped himself to a sandwich from the crowded table, and began munching it in a corner. As he was doing so, Miss Thorne, who had hardly sat down for a moment, came into the room, and seeing him standing, was greatly distressed. 'Oh, my dear Mr Arabin,' said she, 'have you never sat down yet? I am so distressed. You of all men too.' Mr Arabin assured her that he had only just come into the room. 'That is the very reason why you should lose no more time. Come, I'll make room for you. Thank ye, my dear,' she said, seeing that Mrs Bold was making an attempt to move from her chair. 'But I would not for worlds see you stir, for all the ladies would think it necessary to follow. But perhaps if Mr Stanhope has done?' Just for a minute, Mr. Stanhope, till I can get another chair." And so Bertie had to rise to make way for his rival. This he did, as he did everything, with an air of good-humoured pleasantry, which made it impossible for Mr. Arabin to refuse the proffered seat. "His bishopric let another take," said Bertie, the quotation being certainly not very appropriate either for the occasion or the person spoken to. "I have eaten and am satisfied. Mr. Arabin, pray take my chair. I wish for your sake that it really was a bishop's seat." Mr. Arabin did sit down, and as he did so, Mrs. Bold got up as though to follow her neighbour. Pray don't move," said Miss Thorne, almost forcing Eleanor back into her chair. "Mr. Stanhope is not going to leave us. He will stand behind you, like a true knight as he is. And now I think of it, Mr. Arabin, let me introduce you to Mr. Slope. Mr. Slope, Mr. Arabin." And the two gentlemen bowed stiffly to each other across the lady whom they both intended to marry, while the other gentleman, who also intended to marry her, stood behind watching them. The two had never met each other before, and the present was certainly not a good opportunity for much cordial conversation, even if cordial conversation between them had been possible. As it was, the whole four who formed the party seemed as though their tongues were tied. Mr. Slope, who was wide awake to what he hoped was his coming opportunity, was not much concerned in the interest of the moment. His wish was to see Eleanor move, that he might pursue her. Bertie was not exactly of the same frame of mind. The evil day was near enough. There was no reason why he should precipitate it. He had made up his mind to marry Eleanor Bold, if he could, and was resolved today to make the first preliminary steps towards doing so. But there was time enough before him. He was not going to make an offer of marriage over the tablecloth. Having thus good-naturedly made way for Mr. Arabin, he was willing also to let him talk to the future Mrs. Stanhope, as long as they remained in their present position. Mr. Arabin, having bowed to Mr. Slope, began eating his food without saying a word further. He was full of thought, and though he ate, he did so unconsciously. But poor Eleanor was the most to be pitied. The only friend on whom she thought she could rely was Bertie Stanhope, and he, it seemed, was determined to desert her. Mr. Arabin did not attempt to address her. She said a few words in reply to some remarks from Mr. Slope, and then, feeling the situation too much for her, started from her chair in spite of Miss Thorne and hurried from the room. Mr. Slope followed her, and young Stanhope lost the occasion. Madeline Neroni, when she was alone, could not help pondering much on the singular interview she had had with this singular man. Not a word that she had spoken to him had been intended by her to be received as true, and yet he had answered her in the very spirit of truth. He had done so, and she had been aware that he had so done. She had wormed from him his secret, and he, debarred as it would seem from man's usual privilege of lying, had innocently laid bare his whole soul to her. He loved Eleanor Bold, but Eleanor was not in his eyes so beautiful as herself. He would fain have Eleanor for his wife, but yet he had acknowledged that she was the less gifted of the two. The man had literally been unable to falsify his thoughts when questioned, and had been compelled to be true malgré lui, even when the truth must have been so disagreeable to him. This teacher of men, this Oxford pundit, this double distilled quintessence of university perfection, this writer of religious treatises, this speaker of ecclesiastical speeches, had been like a little child in her hands. She had turned him inside out and read his very heart as she might have done that of a young girl. She could not but despise him for his facile openness, and yet she liked him for it too. It was a novelty to her, a new trait in a man's character. She felt also that she could never so completely make a fool of him as she did of the Slopes and Thornes. She felt that she could never induce Mr Arabin to make protestations to her that were not true, or to listen to nonsense that was mere nonsense. It was quite clear that Mr Arabin was heartily in love with Mrs Bold, and the Signora, with very unwonted good nature, began to turn over in her mind whether she could not do him a good turn. Of course Bertie was to have the first chance. It was an understood family arrangement that her brother was, if possible, to marry the widow Bold. Madeline knew too well his necessities, and what was due to her sister, to interfere with so excellent a plan, as long as it might be feasible. But she had strong suspicion that it was not feasible. She did not think it likely that Mrs Bold would accept a man in her brother's position, and she had frequently said so to Charlotte. She was inclined to believe that Mr Slope had more chance of success, and with her it would be a labour of love to rob Mr Slope of his wife. And so the Signora resolved, should Bertie fail, to do a good-natured act for once in her life, and give up Mr Arabin to the woman whom he loved. End of chapter 38.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. The Lookalofts and the Greenacres. On the whole, Miss Thorne's provision for the amusement and feeding of the outer classes in the exoteric paddock was not unsuccessful. Two little drawbacks to the general happiness did take place, but they were of a temporary nature, and apparent rather than real. The first was the downfall of young Harry Greenacre, and the other the uprise of Mrs Lookaloft and her family. As to the quintain, it became more popular among the boys on foot than it would ever have been among the men on horseback, even had young Greenacre been more successful. It was twirled round and round till it was nearly twirled out of the ground, and the bag of flour was used with great gusto in powdering the backs and heads of all who could be coaxed within its vicinity. Of course it was reported all through the assemblage that Harry was dead, and there was a pathetic scene between him and his mother when it was found that he had escaped scatheless from the fall. A good deal of beer was drunk on the occasion, and the quintain was dratted and bothered, and very generally anathematized by all the mothers who had young sons likely to be placed in similar jeopardy. But the affair of Mrs Lookaloft was of more serious nature. "I do tell ye plainly, face to face, she be there in madam's drawing room, herself and Gussie, and them two walloping girls, dressed up to their very eyeses." This was said by a very positive, very indignant, and very fat farmer's wife, who was sitting on the end of a bench, leaning on the handle of a huge cotton umbrella. "But you didn't see her, Dame Guffern," said Mrs Greenacre, whom this information, joined to the recent peril undergone by her son, almost overpowered. Mr Greenacre held just as much land as Mr Lookaloft, paid his rent quite as punctually, and his opinion in the vestry room was reckoned to be every whit as good. Mrs Lookaloft's rise in the world had been wormwood to Mrs Greenacre. She had no taste herself for the sort of finery which had converted Barchester Farm into Rosebank, and which had occasionally graced Mr. Lookalofts' letters with the dignity of esquirehood. She had no wish to convert her own homestead into Violet Villa, or to see her goodman go about with a new-fangled handle to his name. But it was a mortal injury to her that Mrs. Lookaloft should be successful in her hunt after such honours. She had abused and ridiculed Mrs. Lookaloft to the extent of her little power. She had pushed against her going out of church, and had excused herself with all the easiness of equality. "Ah, dame, I asks pardon, but you be grown so mortal stout these times." She had inquired with apparent cordiality of Mr. Lookaloft after the woman that owned him, and had, as she thought, been on the whole able to hold her own pretty well against her aspiring neighbour. Now, however, she found herself distinctly put into a separate and inferior class. Mrs. Lookaloft was asked into the Ullathorne drawing-room merely because she called her house Rosebank, and had talked over her husband into buying pianos and silk dresses, instead of putting his money by to stock farms for his sons. Mrs. Greenacre, much as she reverenced Miss Thorne, and highly as she respected her husband's landlord, could not but look on this as an act of injustice done to her and hers. Hitherto the Lookalofts had never been recognised as being of a different class from the Greenacres. Their pretensions were all self-pretensions. Their finery was all paid for by themselves, and not granted to them by others. The local sovereigns of the vicinity, the district fountains of honour, had hitherto conferred on them the stamp of no rank. Hitherto their crinoline petticoats, late hours, and mincing gait had been a fair subject of Mrs. Greenacre's raillery, and this raillery had been a safety valve for her envy. Now, however, and from henceforward, the case would be very different. Now the Lookalofts would boast that their aspirations had been sanctioned by the gentry of the country. Now they would declare with some show of truth that their claims to peculiar consideration had been recognised. They had sat as equal guests in the presence of bishops and baronets. They had been curtsied to by Miss Thorne on her own drawing-room carpet. They were about to sit down to table in company with a live countess. Bab Lookaloft, as she had always been called by the young Greenacres in the days of the juvenile equality, might possibly sit next to the Honourable George, and that wretched Gussie might be permitted to hand the custard to the Lady Margaretta de Courcy. The fruition of those honours, or such of them as fell to the lot of the envied family, was not such as should have caused much envy. The attention paid to the Lookalofts by the De Courcys was very limited, and the amount of entertainment which they received from the bishop's society was hardly in itself a recompense for the dull monotony of their day. But of what they endured Mrs. Greenacre took no account. She thought only of what she considered they must enjoy, and of the dreadfully exalted tone of living which would be manifested by the Rosebank family as the consequence of their present distinction. "But did ye see them there, dame? Did ye see them there with your own eyes?" asked poor Mrs. Greenacre, still hoping that there might be some ground for doubt. "And how could I do that unless so be I was there myself?" asked Mrs. Guffern. "I didn't set eyes on none of them this blessed morning, but I zee them as did. You know our John, well, he will be for keeping company with Betsy Rusk, Madam's own maid, you know. And Betsy isn't none of your common kitchen wenches. So Betsy, she come out to our John, you know, and she's always vastly polite to me, is Betsy Rusk, I must say. So before she took so much as one turn with John, she told me every ha'porth that was going on up in the house." "Did she now?" said Mrs. Greenacre. "Indeed she did," said Mrs. Guffern. "And she told you them people was up there in the drawing room?" "She told me she sees them come in, that they was dressed finer by half nor any of the family, with all their neckses and bosoms stark naked as a born babby." "The minxes!" exclaimed Mrs. Greenacre, who felt herself more put about by this than any other mark of aristocratic distinction which her enemies had assumed. "Yes, indeed," continued Mrs. Guffern, "as naked as you please. Why, all the quality was dressed just as you and I be, Mrs. Greenacre." "Drat their impudence!" said Mrs. Greenacre, from whose well-covered bosom all milk of human kindness was receding as far as the family of the Lookalofts were concerned. "So says I," said Mrs. Guffern, "and so says my good man, Thomas Guffern, when he heard it. 'Molly,' says he to me, 'if ever you takes to going about on mornings with yourself all naked in them ways, I begs you won't come back no more to the old house.' So say I, 'Thomas, no more I will.' But, says he, 'Drat it, how the deuce does she manage with her rheumatiz, and she not a rag on her?'" And Mrs. Guffern laughed loudly as she thought of Mrs. Lookaloft's probable sufferings from rheumatic attacks. "But to liken herself that way to folk that has blood in their veins," said Mrs. Greenacre. "Well, but that warn't all neither that Betsy told. There they all swelled into Madam's drawing room, like so many turkey cocks, as much as to say, 'And who dare say no to us?' And Gregory was thinking of telling of them to come down here, only his heart failed him, 'cause of the grand way they was dressed. So in they went, but Madam looked at them as glum as death." "Well now," said Mrs. Greenacre, greatly relieved, "so they wasn't asked different from us at all then?" "Betsy says that Gregory says that Madam wasn't a bit too well pleased to see them where they was, and that to his believing they was expected to come here just like the rest of us." There was great consolation in this. Not that Mrs. Greenacre was altogether satisfied. She felt that justice to herself demanded that Mrs. Lookaloft should not only not be encouraged, but she should also be absolutely punished. What had been done at that scriptural banquet, of which Mrs. Greenacre so often read the account to her family? Why, had not Miss Thorne boldly gone to the intruder and said, "Friend, thou hast come up hither to high places not fitted to thee. Go down lower, and thou wilt find thy mates." Let the Lookalofts be treated at present moment with ever so cold a shoulder, they would still be enabled to boast hereafter of their position, their aspirations, and their honour. "Well, with all her grandeur, I do wonder that she be so mean," continued Mrs. Greenacre, unable to dismiss the subject. "Did you hear, goodman?" she went on, about to repeat the whole story to her husband, who then came up. "There's Dame Lookaloft, and Bab, and Gussie, and the lot of 'em. all sitting as grand as fivepence in Madam's drawing-room, and they not asked no more, nor you nor me. Did you ever hear tell the like o' that?" "Well, and what for shouldn't they?" said Farmer Greenacre. "Likening theyselves to the quality, as though they was estated folk, or the like of that," said Mrs Guffern. "Well, if they likes it, and Madam likes it, they's welcome for me," said the farmer. "Now I like this place better, 'cause I be more at home like. I don't have to pay for them fine clothes for the missus. Every one to his taste, Mrs Guffern, and if neighbour Lookalofts thinks that he has the best of it, he's welcome." Mrs Greenacre sat down by her husband's side to begin the heavy work of the banquet, and she did so in some measure with restored tranquillity, but nevertheless she shook her head at her gossip to show that in this instance she did not quite approve of her husband's doctrine. "And I tell ye what, dames," continued he, "if so be that we cannot enjoy the dinner that Madam gives us because Mother Lookaloft is sitting up there on a grand sofa, I think we ought all to go home. If we greet at that, what will we do when true sorrow comes across us? How would you be, now, dame, if the boy there had broke his neck when he got the tumble?" Mrs Greenacre was humbled and said nothing further on the matter. But let prudent men such as Mr Greenacre preach as they will, the family of the Lookalofts certainly does occasion a good deal of heart-burning in the world at large. It was pleasant to see Mr Plomacy as, leaning on his stout stick, he went about among the rural guests, acting as a sort of head constable as well as master of the revels. "Now, young one, if you can't manage to get along without that screeching, you should better go to the other side of the 12-acre field and take your dinner with you. Come, girls, what do you stand there for, twiddling of your thumbs? Come out and let the lads see you. You have no need to be so ashamed of your faces. Hullo there, who are you? How did you make your way in here?" This last disagreeable question was put to a young man of about 24, who did not in Mr Plomacy's eye bear sufficient vestiges of a rural education and residence. "If you please, your worship, Master Barrell the coachman let me in at the church wicket, 'cause I do be working mostly allays for the family." "Then Master Barrell the coachman may let you out again," said Mr Plomacy, not even conciliated by the magisterial dignity which had been conceded to him. "What's your name? And what trade are you? And who do you work for?" "I am Stubbs, your worship, Bob Stubbs, and what's your trade, Stubbs?" "Plasterer, please your worship." "I will plaster you, and Barrell too. You will just walk out of this here field as quick as you walked in. We don't want no plasterers. When we do, we'll send for them. Come, my buck, walk." Stubbs the plasterer was much downcast at this dreadful edict. He was a sprightly fellow, and had contrived since his ingress into the Ullathorne Elysium to attract to himself a forest nymph, to whom he was whispering a plasterer's usual soft nothings when he was encountered by the great Mr Plomacy. It was dreadful to be thus dissevered from his dryad, and sent howling back to a Barchester pandemonium, just as the nectar and ambrosia were about to descend on the fields of asphodel. He began to try what prayers would do, but city prayers were vain against the great rural potentate. Not only did Mr Plomacy order his exit, but, raising his stick to show the way which led to the gate that had been left in the custody of that false Cerberus, Barrel, proceeded himself to see the edict of banishment carried out. The goddess Mercy, however, the sweetest goddess that ever sat upon a cloud, and the dearest to poor, frail, erring man, appeared on the field in the person of Mr Greenacre. Never was interceding goddess more welcome. "Come, man," said Mr Greenacre, "never stick at trifles such a day as this. I know the lad well. Let him bide at my axing. Madam won't miss what he can eat and drink, I know." Now Mr Plomacy and Mr Greenacre were sworn friends. Mr Plomacy had at his own disposal as comfortable a room as there was in Ullathorne House, but he was a bachelor and alone there, and, moreover, smoking in the house was not allowed even to Mr Plomacy. His moments of truest happiness were spent in a huge armchair in the warmest corner of Mrs Greenacre's beautifully clean front kitchen. It was there that the inner man dissolved itself and poured itself out in streams of pleasant chat. It was there that he was respected and yet at his ease. It was there, and perhaps there only, that he could unburden himself from the ceremonies of life without offending the dignity of those above him, or incurring the familiarity of those below. It was there that his long pipe was always to be found on the accustomed chimney board, not only permitted but encouraged. Such being the state of the case, it was not to be supposed that Mr Plomacy could refuse such a favour to Mr Greenacre, but nevertheless he did not grant it without some further show of austere authority. "Eat and drink, Mr Greenacre. No, it is not what he eats and drinks, but the example such a chap shows, coming in where he is not invited, a chap of his age too. He too that never did a day's work about Ullathorne since he was born. Plasterer, I'll plaster him." "He worked long enough for me then, Mr Plomacy, and a good hand he is at setting tiles as any in Barchester," said the other, not sticking quite to veracity, as indeed Mercy never should. "Come, come, let him alone to day, and quarrel with him to morrow. You would not shame him before his lass there." "It goes against the grain with me then," said Mr Plomacy. "And take care, you Stubbs, and behave yourself. If I hear a row, I shall know where it comes from. I am up to you Barchester journeymen. I know what stuff you are made of." And so Stubbs went off happy, pulling at the forelock of his shock head of hair in honour of the steward's clemency, and giving another double pull at it in honour of the farmer's kindness. And as he went he swore within his grateful heart that if ever Farmer Greenacre wanted a day's work done for nothing, he was the lad to do it for him. Which promise it was not probable that he would ever be called on to perform. But Mr Plomacy was not quite happy in his mind, for he thought of the unjust steward, and began to reflect whether he had not made for himself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. This, however, did not interfere with the manner in which he performed his duties at the bottom of the long board. Nor did Mr Greenacre perform his the worse at the top on account of the good wishes of Stubbs the plasterer. Moreover, the guests did not think it anything amiss when Mr Plomacy, rising to say grace, prayed that God would make them all truly thankful for the good things which Madam Thorne in her great liberality had set before them. All this time the quality in the tent on the lawn were getting on swimmingly; that is, if champagne without restriction can enable quality folk to swim. Sir Harkaway Gorse proposed the health of Miss Thorne, and likened her to a blood race horse, always in condition, and not to be tired down by any amount of work. Mr Thorne returned thanks, saying he hoped his sister would always be found able to run when called upon, and then gave the health and prosperity of the De Courcy family. His sister was very much honoured by seeing so many of them at her poor board. They were all aware that important avocations made the absence of the Earl necessary. As his duty to his prince had called him from his family hearth, he, Mr Thorne, could not venture to regret that he did not see him at Ullathorne; but nevertheless he would venture to say that was to express a wish, an opinion he meant to say, and so Mr Thorne became somewhat gravelled, as country gentlemen in similar circumstances usually do; but he ultimately sat down, declaring that he had much satisfaction in drinking the noble Earl's health, together with that of the Countess and all the family of the Courcy Castle. And then the Honourable George returned thanks. We will not follow him through the different periods of his somewhat irregular eloquence. Those immediately in his neighbourhood found it at first rather difficult to get him on his legs, but much greater difficulty was soon experienced in inducing him to resume his seat. One of two arrangements should certainly be made in these days. Either let all speech making on festive occasions be utterly tabooed, and made as it were impossible, or else let those who are to exercise the privilege be first subjected to a competing examination before the civil service examining commissioners. As it is now, the Honourable Georges do but little honour to our exertions in favour of British education. In the dining room the bishop went through the honours of the day with much more neatness and propriety. He also drank Miss Thorne's health, and did it in a manner becoming the bench which he adorned. The party there was perhaps a little more dull, a shade less lively than that in the tent; but what was lost in mirth was fully made up in decorum. And so the banquets passed off at the various tables with great éclat and universal delight. End of chapter 39. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harney. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. Ullathorne Sports Act II. That which has made them drunk has made me bold. It was thus that Mr Slope encouraged himself as he left the dining room in pursuit of Eleanor. He had not indeed seen in that room any person really intoxicated, but there had been a good deal of wine drunk, and Mr Slope had not hesitated to take his share in order to screw himself up to the undertaking which he had in hand. He is not the first man who has thought it expedient to call in the assistance of Bacchus on such an occasion. Eleanor was out through the window and on the grass before she perceived that she was followed. Just at that moment the guests were nearly all occupied at the tables. Here and there were to be seen a constant couple or two who preferred their own sweet discourse to the jingle of glasses or the charms of rhetoric which fell from the mouths of the Honourable George and the Bishop of Barchester, but the grounds were as nearly vacant as Mr Slope could wish them to be. Eleanor saw that she was pursued, and as a deer, when escape is no longer possible, will turn to bay and attack the hounds, so did she turn upon Mr Slope. "Pray don't let me take you from the room," said she, speaking with all the stiffness which she knew how to use. "I have come out to look for a friend. I must beg of you, Mr Slope, to go back." But Mr Slope would not be thus entreated. He had observed all day that Mrs Bold was not cordial to him, and this had to a certain extent oppressed him. But he did not deduce from this any assurance that his aspirations were in vain. He saw that she was angry with him. Might she not be so, because he had so long tampered with her feelings? Might it not arise from his having, as he knew was the case, caused her name to be bruited about in conjunction with his own, without having given her the opportunity of confessing to the world that henceforth their names were to be one and the same? Poor lady! He had within him a certain Christian conscience-stricken feeling of remorse on this head. It might be that he had wronged her by his tardiness. He had, however, at the present moment imbibed too much of Mr Thorne's champagne to have any inward misgivings. He was right in repeating the boast of Lady Macbeth. He was not drunk, but he was bold enough for anything. It was a pity that in such a state he could not have encountered Mrs Proudie. "You must permit me to attend you," said he. "I could not think of allowing you to go alone." "Indeed you must, Mr Slope," said Eleanor, still very stiffly, "for it is my special wish to be alone." The time for letting the great secret escape him had already come. Mr Slope saw that it must be now or never, and he was determined that it should be now. This was not his first attempt at winning a fair lady. He had been on his knees, looked unutterable things with his eyes, and whispered honeyed words before this. Indeed, he was somewhat an adept at these things, and had only to adapt to the perhaps different taste of Mrs Bold the well-remembered rhapsodies which had once so much gratified Olivia Proudie. "Do not ask me to leave you, Mrs Bold," said he, with an impassioned look, impassioned and sanctified as well, with that sort of look which is not uncommon with gentlemen of Mr Slope's school, and which may perhaps be called the tender pious. "Do not ask me to leave you till I have spoken a few words with which my heart is full, which I have come hither purposely to say." Eleanor saw how it was now. She knew directly what it was she was about to go through, and very miserable the knowledge made her. Of course she could refuse Mr Slope, and there would be an end of that, one might say. But there would not be an end of it as far as Eleanor was concerned. The very fact of Mr Slope's making an offer to her would be a triumph to the Archdeacon, and in a great measure a vindication of Mr Arabin's conduct. The widow could not bring herself to endure with patience the idea that she had been in the wrong. She had defended Mr Slope. She had declared herself quite justified in admitting him among her acquaintance, had ridiculed the idea of his considering himself as more than an acquaintance, and had resented the archdeacon's caution in her behalf. Now it was about to be proved to her in a manner sufficiently disagreeable that the archdeacon had been right, and she herself had been entirely wrong. "I don't know what you can have to say to me, Mr Slope, that you could not have said when we were sitting at table just now," and she closed her lips and steadied her eyeballs, and looked at him in a manner that ought to have frozen him. But gentlemen are not easily frozen when they are full of champagne, and it would not at any time have been easy to freeze Mr Slope. There are things, Mrs Bold, which a man cannot well say before a crowd, which perhaps he cannot well say at any time, which indeed he may most fervently desire to get spoken, and which he may yet find it almost impossible to utter. It is such things as these that I now wish to say to you. And then the tender pious look was repeated with a little more emphasis even than before. Eleanor had not found it practicable to stand stock still before the dining room window, there receive his offer in full view of Miss Thorne's guests. She had therefore in self-defence walked on, and thus Mr Slope had gained his object of walking with her. He now offered her his arm. "Thank you, Mr Slope, I am much obliged to you, but for the very short time that I shall remain with you, I shall prefer walking alone." "And must it be so short?" said he. "Must it be?" "Yes," said Eleanor, interrupting him, "as short as possible, if you please, sir." "I had hoped, Mrs Bold, I had hoped—" "Pray hope nothing, Mr Slope, as far as I am concerned. Pray do not. I do not know, and need not know, what hope you mean. Our acquaintance is very slight, and will probably remain so. Pray, pray, let that be enough. There is at any rate no necessity for us to quarrel." Mrs Bold was certainly treating Mr Slope rather cavalierly, and he felt it so. She was rejecting him before he had offered himself, and informing him at the same time that he was taking a great deal too much on himself to be so familiar. She did not even make an attempt, from such a sharp and waspish word as no, to pluck the sting. He was still determined to be very tender and very pious, seeing that, in spite of all Mrs Bold had said to him, he had not yet abandoned hope. But he was inclined also to be somewhat angry. The widow was bearing herself, as he thought, with too high a hand, was speaking of herself in much too imperious a tone. She had clearly no idea that an honour was being conferred on her. Mr Slope would be tender as long as he could, but he began to think if that failed, it would not be amiss if he also mounted himself for a while on his high horse. Mr Slope could undoubtedly be very tender, but he could be very savage also, and he knew his own abilities. "That is cruel," said he, "and unchristian too. The worst of us are still bidden to hope. What have I done that you should pass on me so severe a sentence?" And then he paused a moment, during which the widow walked steadily on with measured steps, saying nothing further. "Beautiful woman," at last he burst forth, "beautiful woman, you cannot pretend to be ignorant that I adore you. Yes, Eleanor, yes, I love you. I love you with the truest affection which man can bear to woman. Next to my hopes of heaven are my hopes of possessing you." Mr Slope's memory here played him false, or he would not have omitted the Deanery. "How sweet to walk to heaven with you by my side, with you for my guide, mutual guides. Say, Eleanor, dearest Eleanor, shall we walk that sweet path together?" Eleanor had no intention of ever walking together with Mr Slope on any other path than that special one of Miss Thorne's which they now occupied. But as she had been unable to prevent the expression of Mr Slope's wishes and aspirations, she resolved to hear him out to the end before she answered him. "Ah, Eleanor," he continued, and it seemed to be his idea that as he had once found courage to pronounce her Christian name, he could not utter it often enough. "Ah, Eleanor, will it not be sweet, with the Lord's assistance, to travel hand in hand through this mortal valley, which his mercies will make pleasant to us, till hereafter we shall dwell together at the foot of his throne?" And then a more tenderly pious glance than ever beamed from the lover's eyes. "Ah, Eleanor!" "My name, Mr Slope, is Mrs Bold," said Eleanor, who, though determined to hear out the tale of his love, was too much disgusted by his blasphemy to be able to bear much more of it. "Sweetest angel, be not so cold," said he, and as he said it the champagne broke forth, and he contrived to pass his arm round her waist. He did this with considerable cleverness, for up to this point Eleanor had contrived with tolerable success to keep her distance from him. They had got into a walk nearly enveloped by shrubs, and Mr Slope therefore no doubt considered that as they were now alone, it was fitting that he should give her some outward demonstration of that affection of which he talked so much. It may perhaps be presumed that the same stamp of measures had been found to succeed with Olivia Proudie. Be this as it may, it was not successful with Eleanor Bold. She sprang from him as she would have jumped from an adder, but she did not spring far, not indeed beyond arm's length, and then, quick as thought, she raised her little hand and dealt him a box on the ear with such right good will that it sounded among the trees like a miniature thunderclap. And now it is to be feared that every well-bred reader of these pages will lay down the book with disgust, feeling that after all the heroine is unworthy of sympathy. She is a hoyden, one will say. At any rate she is not a lady. Another will exclaim, "I have suspected her all through." A third will declare, "She has no idea of the dignity of a matron, or of the peculiar propriety which her position demands. At one moment she is romping with young Stanhope, then she is making eyes at Mr Arabin, anon she comes to fisticuffs with a third lover, and all before she is yet a widow of 2 years standing. She cannot altogether be defended, and yet it may be averred that she is not a hoyden, not given to romping, nor prone to boxing. It were to be wished devoutly that she had not struck Mr Slope in the face. In doing so she derogated from her dignity and committed herself. Had she been educated in Belgravia, had she been brought up by any sterner mentor than that fond father, had she lived longer under the rule of a husband, she might perhaps have saved herself from this great fault. As it was, the provocation was too much for her, the temptation to instant resentment of the insult too strong. She was too keen in the feeling of independence, a feeling dangerous for a young woman, but one in which her position peculiarly tempted her to indulge. And then Mr Slope's face, tinted with a deeper dye than usual by the wine he had drunk, simpering and puckering itself with pseudo pity and tender grimaces, seemed specially to call for such punishment. She had, too, a true instinct as to the man. He was capable of rebuke in this way and in no other. To him the blow from her little hand was as much an insult as a blow from a man would have been to another. It went directly to his pride. He conceived himself lowered in his dignity and personally outraged. He could almost have struck at her again in his rage. Even the pain was a great annoyance to him, and the feeling that his clerical character had been wholly disregarded sorely vexed him. There are such men who can endure no taint on their personal self-respect, even from a woman; men whose bodies are to themselves such sacred temples that a joke against them is desecration, and a rough touch downright sacrilege. Mr Slope was such a man, and therefore the slap on the face that he got from Eleanor was, as far as he was concerned, the fittest rebuke which could have been administered to him. But nevertheless she should not have raised her hand against the man. Ladies' hands, so soft, so sweet, so delicious to the touch, so graceful to the eye, so gracious in their gentle doings, were not made to belabour men's faces. The moment the deed was done, Eleanor felt that she had sinned against all propriety, and would have given little worlds to recall the blow. In her first agony of sorrow she all but begged the man's pardon. Her next impulse, however, and the one which she obeyed, was to run away. "I never, never will speak another word to you," she said, gasping with emotion and the loss of breath which her exertion and violent feelings occasioned her; and so saying, she put foot to the ground and ran quickly back along the path to the house. But how shall I sing the divine wrath of Mr Slope, or how invoke the tragic muse to describe the rage which swelled the celestial bosom of the bishop's chaplain? Such an undertaking by no means befits the low-heeled buskin of modern fiction. The painter put a veil over Agamemnon's face when called on to depict the father's grief at the early doom of his devoted daughter. The god, when he resolved to punish the rebellious winds, abstained from mouthing empty threats. We will not attempt to tell with what mighty surgings of the inner heart Mr Slope swore to revenge himself on the woman who had disgraced him, nor will we vainly strive to depict his deep agony of soul. There he is, however, alone in the garden walk, and we must contrive to bring him out of it. He was not willing to come forth quite at once. His cheek was stinging with the weight of Eleanor's fingers, and he fancied that every one who looked at him would be able to see on his face the traces of what he had endured. He stood a while, becoming redder and redder with rage. He stood motionless, undecided, glaring with his eyes, thinking of the pains and penalties of Hades, and meditating how he might best devote his enemy to the infernal gods with all the passion of his accustomed eloquence. He longed in his heart to be preaching at her. It was thus that he was ordinarily avenged of sinning mortal men and women. Could he at once have ascended his Sunday rostrum and fulminated at her such denunciations as his spirit delighted in, his bosom would have been greatly eased. But how preach to Mr Thorne's laurels? Or how preach indeed at all in such a Vanity Fair as this now going on at Ullathorne? And then he began to feel a righteous disgust at the wickedness of the doings around him. He had been justly chastised for lending by his presence a sanction to such worldly lures. The gaiety of society, the mirth of banquets, the laughter of the young, and the eating and drinking of the elders were for a while without excuse in his sight. What had he now brought down upon himself by sojourning thus in the tents of the heathen? He had consorted with idolaters round the altars of Baal, and therefore a sore punishment had come upon him. He then thought of the Signora Neroni, and his soul within him was full of sorrow. He had an inkling, a true inkling, that he was a wicked, sinful man, but it led him in no right direction. He could admit no charity in his heart. He felt debasement coming on him, and he longed to shake it off, to rise up in his stirrup, to mount to high places and great power, that he might get up into a mighty pulpit and preach to the world a loud sermon against Mrs Bold. There he stood fixed to the gravel for about 10 minutes. Fortune favoured him so far that no prying eyes came to look upon him in his misery. Then a shudder passed over his whole frame. He collected himself and slowly wound his way round to the lawn, advancing along the path and not returning in the direction which Eleanor had taken. When he reached the tent, he found the bishop standing there in conversation with the master of Lazarus. His lordship had come out to air himself after the exertion of his speech. "This is very pleasant, my lord, is it not?" said Mr Slope with his most gracious smile, pointing to the tent. "Very pleasant. It is delightful to see so many persons enjoying themselves so thoroughly." Mr Slope thought he might force the bishop to introduce him to Dr Gwynne. A very great example had declared and practised the wisdom of being everything to everybody, and Mr Slope was desirous of following it. His maxim was never to lose a chance. The bishop, however, at the present moment was not very anxious to increase Mr Slope's circle of acquaintance among his clerical brethren. He had his own reasons for dropping any marked allusion to his domestic chaplain, and he therefore made his shoulder rather cold for the occasion. "Very, very," said he, without turning round or even deigning to look at Mr Slope. "And therefore, Dr Gwynne, I really think that you will find that the hebdomadal board will exercise as wide as general an authority as at present moment. I, for one, Dr Gwynne." "Dr Gwynne," said Mr Slope, raising his hat and resolving not to be outwitted by such an insignificant little goose as the Bishop of Barchester. The master of Lazarus also raised his hat and bowed very politely to Mr Slope. There is not a more courteous gentleman in the Queen's dominions than the master of Lazarus. "My lord," said Mr Slope, Pray do me the honour of introducing me to Dr Gwynne. The opportunity is too much in my favour to be lost.' The bishop had no help for it. 'My chaplain, Dr Gwynne,' said he, 'my present chaplain, Mr Slope.' He certainly made the introduction as unsatisfactory to the chaplain as possible, and by the use of the word 'present' seemed to indicate that Mr Slope might probably not long enjoy the honour which he now held. But Mr Slope cared nothing for this. He understood the innuendo and disregarded it. It might probably come to pass that he would be in a situation to resign his chaplaincy before the bishop was in a situation to dismiss him from it. What need the future Dean of Barchester care for the bishop, or for the bishop's wife? Had not Mr Slope, just as he was entering Dr Stanhope's carriage, received an all-important note from Tom Towers of the Jupiter? Had he not that note this moment in his pocket? So, disregarding the bishop, he began to open out a conversation with the master of Lazarus. But suddenly an interruption came, not altogether unwelcome to Mr Slope. One of the bishop's servants came up to his master's shoulder with a long grave face, and whispered into the bishop's ear. 'What is it, John?' said the bishop. 'The dean, my lord. He is dead.' Mr Slope had no further desire to converse with the master of Lazarus, and was very soon on his road back to Barchester. Eleanor, as we have said, having declared her intention of never holding further communication with Mr Slope, ran hurriedly back towards the house. The thought, however, of what she had done grieved her greatly, and she could not abstain from bursting into tears. It was thus she played the second act in that day's melodrama. End of chapter 40. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Mrs Bold confides her sorrow to her friend Miss Stanhope. When Mrs Bold came to the end of the walk and faced the lawn, she began to bethink herself what she should do. Was she to wait there till Mr Slope caught her, or was she to go in among the crowd with tears in her eyes and passion in her face? She might in truth have stood there long enough without any reasonable fear of further immediate persecution from Mr Slope, but we are all inclined to magnify the bugbears which frighten us. In her present state of dread, she did not know of what atrocity he might venture to be guilty. Had any one told her a week ago that he would have put his arm round her waist at this party of Miss Thorne's, she would have been utterly incredulous. Had she been informed that he would be seen on the following Sunday walking down the High Street in a scarlet coat and top boots, she would not have thought such a phenomenon more improbable. But this improbable iniquity he had committed, and now there was nothing she could not believe of him. In the first place, it was quite manifest that he was tipsy. In the next place, it was to be taken as proved that all his religion was sheer hypocrisy. And finally, the man was utterly shameless. She therefore stood watching for the sound of his footfall, not without some fear that he might creep out at her suddenly from among the bushes. As she thus stood, she saw Charlotte Stanhope at a little distance from her, walking quickly across the grass. Eleanor's handkerchief was in her hand, and putting it to her face so as to conceal her tears, she ran across the lawn and joined her friend. "Oh, Charlotte," she said, almost too much out of breath to speak very plainly, "I am so glad I have found you." "Glad you have found me!" said Charlotte, laughing. "That's a good joke. Why, Bertie and I have been looking for you everywhere. He swears that you have gone off with Mr Slope, and is now on the point of hanging himself." "Oh, Charlotte, don't," said Mrs Bold. "Why, my child, what on earth is the matter with you?" said Miss Stanhope, perceiving that Eleanor's hand trembled on her own arm, and finding also that her companion was still half choked by tears. "Goodness heaven, something has distressed you. What is it? What can I do for you?" Eleanor answered her only by a sort of spasmodic gurgle in her throat. She was a good deal upset, as people say, and could not at the moment collect herself. "Come here this way, Mrs Bold. Come this way, and we shall not be seen. What has happened to vex you so? What can I do for you? Can Bertie do anything?" "Oh, no, 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 no," said Eleanor. "There is nothing to be done. Only that horrid man." "What horrid man?" asked Charlotte. There are some moments in life in which both men and women feel themselves imperatively called on to make a confidence, in which not to do so requires a disagreeable resolution, and also a disagreeable suspicion. There are people of both sexes who never make confidences, who are never tempted by momentary circumstances to disclose their secrets, but such are generally dull, close, unimpassioned spirits, gloomy gnomes who live in cold dark mines. There was nothing of the gnome about Eleanor, and she therefore resolved to tell Charlotte Stanhope the whole story about Mr Slope. "That horrid man, that Mr Slope," said she. "Did you not see that he followed me out of the dining room?" "Of course I did, and was sorry enough, but I couldn't help it. I knew you would be annoyed. But you and Bertie managed it badly between you." "It was not his fault, nor mine either. You know how I dislike the idea of coming in the carriage with that man. I am sure I am very sorry if that has led to it." "I don't know what has led to it," said Eleanor, almost crying again. "But it has not been my fault. But what has he done, my dear?" "He is an abominable, horrid, hypocritical man, and it would serve him right to tell the bishop all about it." "Believe me, if you want to do him an injury, you had far better tell Mrs Proudie." "But what did he do, Mrs Bold?" "Ugh!" exclaimed Eleanor. "Well, I must confess he is not very nice," said Charlotte Stanhope. "Nice!" said Eleanor. "He is the most fulsome, fawning, abominable man I ever saw. What business had he to come to me, I that never gave him the slightest title of encouragement, I that always hated him, though I did take his part when others ran him down?" "That is just where it is, my dear. He has heard that, and therefore fancied that of course you were in love with him." This was wormwood to Eleanor. It was in fact the very thing which all her friends had been saying for the last months past, and which experience now proved to be true. Eleanor resolved within herself that she would never again take any man's part. The world, with all its villainy and all its ill nature, might wag as it liked, she would not again attempt to set crooked things straight. 'But what did he do, my dear?' said Charlotte, who was really rather interested in the subject. He. Well, come, it can't have been anything so very horrid, for the man was not tipsy.' 'Oh, I am sure he was,' said Eleanor. 'I am sure he must have been tipsy.' 'Well, I declare I didn't observe it. But what was it, my love?' 'Why, I believe I can hardly tell you. He talked such horrid stuff that you never heard the like, about religion and heaven and love. Oh dear, he is such a nasty man.' 'I can easily imagine the sort of stuff he would talk. Well, and then?' 'And then he took hold of me.' 'Took hold of you?' 'Yes, he somehow got close to me and took hold of me.' 'By the waist?' 'Yes,' said Eleanor, shuddering. 'And then?' 'Then I jumped away from him and gave him a slap on the face, and ran away along the path till I saw you.' 'Ha, ha, ha!' Charlotte Stanhope laughed heartily at the finale to the tragedy. It was delightful to her to think that Mr Slope had his ears boxed. She did not quite appreciate the feeling which made her friend so unhappy as the result of the interview. To her thinking, the matter had ended happily enough as regarded the widow, who indeed was entitled to some sort of triumph among her friends; whereas to Mr Slope would be due all those gibes and jeers which would naturally follow such an affair. His friends would ask him whether his ears tingled whenever he saw a widow, and he would be cautioned that beautiful things were made to be looked at and not to be touched. Such were Charlotte Stanhope's views on such matters, but she did not at the present moment clearly explain them to Mrs Bold. Her object was to endear herself to her friend, and therefore, having had her laugh, she was ready enough to offer sympathy. Could Bertie do anything? Should Bertie speak to the man and warn him that in future he must behave with more decorum? Bertie, indeed, she declared, would be more angry than any one else when he heard to what insult Mrs Bold had been subjected. 'But you won't tell him?' said Mrs Bold with a look of horror. 'Not if you don't like it,' said Charlotte; 'but considering everything, I would strongly advise it. If you had a brother, you know, it would be unnecessary. But it is very right that Mr Slope should know that you have somebody by you that will and can protect you.' 'But my father is here.' 'Yes, but it is so disagreeable for clergymen to have to quarrel with each other. And circumstanced as your father is just at this moment, it would be very inexpedient that there should be anything unpleasant between him and Mr Slope. Surely you and Bertie are intimate enough for you to permit him to take your part.' Charlotte Stanhope was very anxious that her brother should at once on that very day settle matters with his future wife. Things had now come to that point between him and his father, and between him and his creditors, that he must either do so or leave Barchester; either do that or go back to his unwashed associates, dirty lodgings, and poor living in Carrara. Unless he could provide himself with an income, he must go to Carrara or to somewhere else. His father, the prebendary, had not said this in so many words, but had he done so, he could not have signified it more plainly. Such being the state of the case, it was very necessary that no more time should be lost. Charlotte had seen her brother's apathy when he neglected to follow Mrs Bold out of the room, with anger which she could hardly suppress. It was grievous to think that Mr Slope should have so distanced him. Charlotte felt that she had played her part with sufficient skill. She had brought them together and induced such a degree of intimacy that her brother was really relieved from all trouble and labour in the matter. And moreover, it was quite plain that Mrs Bold was very fond of Bertie. And now it was plain enough also that he had nothing to fear from his rival Mr Slope. There was certainly an awkwardness in subjecting Mrs Bold to a second offer on the same day. It would have been well, perhaps, to have put the matter off for a week, could a week have been spared. But circumstances are frequently too peremptory to be arranged as we would wish to arrange them, and such was the case now. This being so, could not this affair of Mr Slope's be turned to advantage? Could it not be made the excuse for bringing Bertie and Mrs Bold into still closer connection, into such close connection that they could not fail to throw themselves into each other's arms? Such was the game which Miss Stanhopes now, at a moment's notice, resolved to play. And very well she played it. In the first place, it was arranged that Mr Slope should not return in the Stanhope's carriage to Barchester. It so happened that Mr Slope was already gone, but of that, of course, they knew nothing. The Signora should be induced to go first with only the servants and her sister, and Bertie should take Mr Slope's place in the second journey. Bertie was to be told in confidence of the whole affair, and when the carriage was gone off with its first load, Eleanor was to be left under Bertie's special protection, so as to insure her from any further aggression from Mr Slope. While the carriage was getting ready, Bertie was to seek out that gentleman and make him understand that he must provide himself with another conveyance back to Barchester. Their immediate object should be to walk about together in search of Bertie. Bertie, in short, was to be the Pegasus on whose wings they were to ride out of their present dilemma. There was a warmth of friendship and cordial kindliness in all this that was very soothing to the widow. But yet, though she gave way to it, she was hardly reconciled to doing so. It never occurred to her that now that she had killed one dragon, another was about to spring up in her path. She had no remote idea that she would have to encounter another suitor in her proposed protector, but she hardly liked the thought of putting herself so much into the hands of young Stanhope. She felt that if she wanted protection, she should go to her father. She felt that she should ask him to provide a carriage for her back to Barchester. Mrs Clantantram, she knew, would give her a seat. She knew that she should not throw herself entirely upon friends whose friendship dated, as it were, but from yesterday. But yet she could not say no to one who was so sisterly in her kindness, so eager in her good nature, so comfortably sympathetic as Charlotte Stanhope. And thus she gave way to all the propositions made to her. They first went into the dining room looking for their champion, and from thence to the drawing room. Here they found Mr Arabin still hanging over the Signora's sofa, or rather they found him sitting near her head, as a physician might have sat had the lady been his patient. There was no other person in the room. The guests were some in the tent, some few still in the dining room, some at the bows and arrows, but most of them walking with Miss Thorne through the park and looking at the games that were going on. All that had passed and was passing between Mr Arabin and the lady it is unnecessary to give in detail. She was doing with him as she did with all others. It was her mission to make fools of men, and she was pursuing her mission with Mr Arabin. She had almost got him to own his love for Mrs Bold, and had subsequently almost induced him to acknowledge a passion for herself. He, poor man, was hardly aware what he was doing or saying, hardly conscious whether was in heaven or in hell. So little had he known of female attractions of that peculiar class which the signora owned, that he became affected with a kind of temporary delirium when first subjected to its power. He lost his head rather than his heart, and toppled about mentally, reeling in his ideas as a drunken man does on his legs. She had whispered to him words that really meant nothing, but which, coming from such beautiful lips and accompanied by such lustrous glances, seemed to have a mysterious significance, which he felt though he could not understand. In being thus besirened, Mr Arabin behaved himself very differently from Mr Slope. The signora had said truly that the two men were the contrasts of each other, that the one was all for action, the other all for thought. Mr Slope, when this lady laid upon his senses the overpowering breath of her charms, immediately attempted to obtain some fruition, to achieve some mighty triumph. He began by catching at her hand, and progressed by kissing it. He made vows of love, and asked for vows in return. He promised everlasting devotion, knelt before her, and swore that had she been on Mount Ida, Juno would have had no cause to hate the offspring of Venus. But Mr Arabin uttered no oath, kept his hand mostly in his trouser pocket, and had no more thought of kissing Madame Neroni than of kissing the Countess de Courcy. As soon as Mr Arabin saw Mrs Bold enter the room, he blushed and rose from his chair, then he sat down again, and then again got up. The signora saw the blush at once, and smiled at the poor victim, but Eleanor was too much confused to see anything. "Oh, Madeline," said Charlotte, "I want to speak to you particularly. We must arrange about the carriage, you know," and she stooped down to whisper to her sister. Mr Arabin immediately withdrew to a little distance, and as Charlotte had in fact much to explain before she could make the new carriage arrangements intelligible, he had nothing to do but to talk to Mrs Bold. "We have had a very pleasant party," said he, using the tone he would have used had he declared that the sun was shining very brightly, or the rain falling very fast. "Very," said Eleanor, who never in her life had passed a more unpleasant day. "I hope Mr Harding has enjoyed himself." "Oh yes, very much," said Eleanor, who had not seen her father since she parted from him soon after her arrival. "He returns to Barchester to night, I suppose?" "Yes, I believe so. That is, I think he is staying at Plumstead." "Oh, staying at Plumstead," said Mr Arabin. "He came from there this morning. I believe he is going back. He didn't exactly say, however." "I hope Mrs Grantly is quite well." "She seemed to be quite well. She is here, that is, unless she has gone away." "Oh yes, to be sure. I was talking to her, looking very well indeed." Then there was a considerable pause, for Charlotte could not at once make Madeline understand why she was to be sent home in a hurry without her brother. "Are you returning to Plumstead, Mrs Bold?" Mr Arabin merely asked this by way of making conversation, but he immediately perceived that he was approaching dangerous ground. "No," said Mrs Bold very quietly, "I am going home to Barchester." "Oh, yes, I had forgotten that you had returned." And then Mr Arabin, finding it impossible to say anything further, stood silent till Charlotte had completed her plans, and Mrs Bold stood equally silent, intently occupied, as it appeared, in the arrangement of her rings. And yet these two people were thoroughly in love with each other; and though one was a middle-aged clergyman, and the other a lady at any rate past the wishy-washy bread and butter period of life, they were as unable to tell their own minds to each other as any Damon and Phyllis, whose united ages would not make up that to which Mr Arabin had already attained. Madeline Neroni consented to her sister's proposal, and then the two ladies again went off in quest of Bertie Stanhope. End of chapter 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Ullathorne Sports Act III. And now Mrs Thorne's guests were beginning to take their departure, and the amusement of those who remained was becoming slack. It was getting dark, and ladies in mourning costumes were thinking that, if they were to appear by candlelight, they ought to readjust themselves. Some young gentlemen had been heard to talk so loud that prudent mammas determined to retire judiciously, and the more discreet of the male sex, whose libations had been moderate, felt that there was not much more left for them to do. Morning parties, as a rule, are failures. People never know how to get away from them gracefully. A picnic on an island or a mountain or in a wood may perhaps be permitted. There is no master of the mountain bound by courtesy to bid you stay while in his heart he is longing for your departure. But in a private house or in private grounds a morning party is a bore. One is called on to eat and drink at unnatural hours. One is obliged to give up the day, which is useful, and is then left without resource for the evening, which is useless. One gets home fagged and déçu, and yet at an hour too early for bed. There is no comfortable resource left. Cards in these genteel days are among the things tabooed, and a rubber of whist is impracticable. All this began now to be felt. Some young people had come up with some amount of hope that they might get up a dance in the evening, and were unwilling to leave till all such hope was at an end. Others, fearful of staying longer than was expected, had ordered their carriages early, and were doing their best to go, solicitous for their servants and horses. The Countess and her noble brood were among the first to leave, and as regarded the Honourable George, it was certainly time that he did so. Her ladyship was in a great fret and fume. Those horrid roads would, she was sure, be the death of her if unhappily she were caught in them by the dark night. The lamps, she was assured, were good, but no lamp could withstand the jolting of the roads of East Barsetshire. The de Courcy property lay in the western division of the county. Mrs Proudie could not stay when the Countess was gone, so the bishop was searched for by the Reverends Messrs Grey and Green, and found in one corner of the tent, enjoying himself thoroughly in a disquisition of the hebdomadal board. He obeyed, however, the behests of his lady without finishing the sentence in which he was promising to Dr Gwynne that his authority at Oxford should remain unimpaired, and the episcopal horses turned their noses towards the palatial stables. Then the Grantlys went. Before they did so, Mr Harding managed to whisper a word into his daughter's ear. Of course, he said, he would undeceive the Grantlys as to that foolish rumour about Mr Slope. "No, no, no," said Eleanor. "Pray do not. Pray wait till I see you. You will be home in a day or two, and then I will explain to you everything." "I shall be home to morrow," said he. "I'm so glad," said Eleanor. "You will come and dine with me, and then we shall be so comfortable." Mr Harding promised. He did not know exactly what there was to be explained, or why Dr Grantly's mind should not be disabused of the mistake into which he had fallen; but nevertheless he promised. He owed some reparation to his daughter, and he thought that he might best make it by people were thinning off by degrees as Charlotte and Eleanor walked about in quest of Bertie. Their search might have been long had they not happened to hear his voice. He was comfortably ensconced in the ha-ha, with his back to the sloping side, smoking a cigar, and eagerly engaged in conversation with some youngster from the further side of the county, whom he had never met before, who was also smoking under Bertie's pupilage, and listening with open ears to an account given by his companion to some of the pastimes of eastern clime. "Bertie, I am seeking you everywhere," said Charlotte. "Come up here at once." Bertie looked up out of the ha-ha, and saw the two ladies before him. As there was nothing for him but to obey, he got up and threw away his cigar. From the first moment of his acquaintance with her he had liked Eleanor Bold. Had he been left to his own devices, had she been penniless, and had it then been quite out of the question that he should marry her, he would probably have fallen violently in love with her. But now he could not help regarding her somewhat as he did the marble workshops at Carrara, as he had done his easel and palette, as he had done the lawyers' chambers in London; in fact, as he had invariably regarded everything by which it had been proposed to him to obtain the means of living. Eleanor Bold appeared before him no longer as a beautiful woman, but as a new profession called matrimony. It was a profession indeed requiring but little labour, and one in which an income was insured to him; but nevertheless he had been as it were goaded on to it. His sister had talked to him of Eleanor just as she had talked of busts and portraits. Bertie did not dislike money, but he hated the very thought of earning it. He was now called away from his pleasant cigar to earn it by offering himself as a husband to Mrs Bold. The work indeed was made easy enough, for in lieu of his having to seek the widow had apparently come to seek him. He made some sudden absurd excuse to his auditor, and then, throwing away his cigar, climbed up the wall of the ha-ha, and joined the ladies on the lawn. "Come and give Mrs Bold an arm," said Charlotte, "while I set you on a piece of duty which, as a preux chevalier, you must immediately perform. Your personal danger will, I fear, be insignificant, as your antagonist is a clergyman." Bertie immediately gave his arm to Eleanor, walking between her and his sister. He had lived too long abroad to fall into the Englishman's habit of offering each an arm to two ladies at the same time, a habit, by the by, which foreigners regard as an approach to bigamy, or a sort of incipient Mormonism. The little history of Mr Slope's misconduct was then told to Bertie by his sister, Eleanor's ears tingling the while, and well they might tingle. If it were necessary to speak of the outrage at all, why should it be spoken of to such a person as Mr Stanhope, and why in her own hearing? She knew she was wrong, and was unhappy and dispirited, yet she could think of no way to extricate herself, no way to set herself right. Charlotte spared her as much as she possibly could, spoke of the whole thing as though Mr Slope had taken a glass of wine too much, said that of course there would be nothing more about it, but that steps must be taken to exclude Mr Slope from the carriage. "Mrs Bold need be under no alarm about that," said Bertie, "for Mr Slope has gone this hour past. He told me that business made it necessary that he should start at once for Barchester." "He is not so tipsy at any rate but what he knows his fault," said Charlotte. "Well, my dear, that is one difficulty over. Now I'll leave you with your true knight, and get Madeline off as quickly as I can. The carriage is here, I suppose, Bertie?" "It has been here for the last hour." "Oh, that's well. Good bye, my dear. Of course you'll come in to tea. I shall trust you to bring her, Bertie, even by force if necessary." And so saying, Charlotte ran off across the lawn, leaving her brother alone with the widow. As Miss Stanhope went off, Eleanor bethought herself that, as Mr Slope had taken his departure, there no longer existed any necessity for separating Mr Stanhope from his sister Madeline, who so much needed his aid. It had been arranged that he should remain so as to preoccupy Mr Slope's place in the carriage, and act as a social policeman to effect the exclusion of that disagreeable gentleman. But Mr Slope had effected his own exclusion, and there was no possible reason now why Bertie should not go with his sister. At least Eleanor saw none, and she said as much. "Oh, let Charlotte have her own way," said he. "She has arranged it, and there will be no end of confusion if we make another change. Charlotte always arranges everything in our house, and rules us like a despot." "But the Signora?" said Eleanor. "Oh, the Signora can do very well without me. Indeed, she will have to do without me," he added, thinking rather of his studies in Carrara than of his Barchester hymeneals. "Why, you are not going to leave us?" asked Eleanor. It has been said that Bertie Stanhope was a man without principle. He certainly was so. He had no power of using active mental exertion to keep himself from doing evil. Evil had no ugliness in his eyes, virtue no beauty. He was void of any of these feelings which actuate men to do good. But he was perhaps equally void of those which actuate men to do evil. He got into debt with utter recklessness, thinking nothing as to whether the tradesmen would ever be paid or not. But he did not invent active schemes of deceit for the sake of extracting the goods of others. If a man gave him credit, that was the man's lookout. Bertie Stanhope troubled himself nothing further. In borrowing money he did the same. He gave people references to his governor, told them that the old chap had a good income, and agreed to pay 60 per cent for the accommodation. All this he did without a scruple of conscience, but then he never contrived active villainy. In this affair of his marriage it had been represented to him as a matter of duty that he ought to put himself in possession of Mrs Bold's hand and fortune, and at first he had so regarded it. About her he had thought but little. It was the customary thing for men situated as he was to marry for money, and there was no reason why he should not do what others around him did, and so he consented. But now he began to see the matter in another light. He was setting himself down to catch this woman, as a cat sits to catch a mouse. He was to catch her and swallow her up, her and her child, and her houses and land, in order that he might live on her instead of on his father. There was a cold, calculating, cautious cunning about this, quite at variance with Bertie's character. The prudence of the measure was quite as antagonistic to his feelings as the iniquity. And then, should he be successful, what would be the reward? Having satisfied his creditors with half of the widow's fortune, he would be allowed to sit down quietly at Barchester, keeping economical house with the remainder. His duty would be to rock the cradle of the late Mr Bold's child, and his highest excitement a demure party at Plumstead Rectory, should it ultimately turn out that the Archdeacon would be sufficiently reconciled to receive him. There was very little in the programme to allure such a man as Bertie Stanhope. Would not the Carrara workshop, or whatever worldly career fortune might have in store for him, would not almost anything be better than this? The lady herself was undoubtedly all that was desirable, but the most desirable lady becomes nauseous when she has to be taken as a pill. He was pledged to his sister, however, and let him quarrel with whom he would, it behoved him not to quarrel with her. If she were lost to him, all would be lost that he could ever hope to derive henceforward from the paternal roof tree. His mother was apparently indifferent to his weal or woe, to his wants or warfare. His father's brow got blacker and blacker from day to day as the old man looked at his hopeless son. And as for Madeline, poor Madeline, whom of all of them he liked the best, she had enough to do to shift for herself. No, come what might, he must cling to his sister and obey her behests, let them be ever so stern, or at the very least seem to obey them. Could not some happy deceit bring him through in this matter, so that he might save appearances with his sister, and yet not betray the widow to her ruin? What if he made a confederate of Eleanor? 'Twas in this spirit that Bertie Stanhope set about his wooing. "But you are not going to leave Barchester?" asked Eleanor. "I do not know," he replied. "I hardly know yet what I am going to do, but it is at any rate certain that I must do something." "You mean about your profession?" said she. "Yes, about my profession, if you can call it one." "And is it not one?" said Eleanor. "Were I a man, I know none I should prefer to it except painting, and I believe the one is as much in your power as the other." "Yes, just about equally so," said Bertie, with a little touch of inward satire directed at himself. He knew in his heart that he would never make a penny by either. "I've often wondered, Mr Stanhope, why you do not exert yourself more," said Eleanor, who felt a friendly fondness for the man with whom she was walking. "But I know it is very impertinent in me to say so." "Impertinent!" said he. "Not so, but much too kind. It is much too kind in you to take any interest in so idle a scamp." "But you are not a scamp, though you are perhaps idle. And I do take an interest in you, a very great interest," she added, in a voice which almost made him resolve to change his mind. And when I call you idle, I know you are so only for the present moment. Why can't you settle steadily to work here in Barchester, and make busts of the bishop, dean, and chapter? Or perhaps, if I achieve a great success, obtain a commission to put up an elaborate tombstone over a prebendary's widow, a dead lady with a Grecian nose, a bandeau, and an intricate lace veil, lying, of course, on a marble sofa, from among the legs of which Death will be creeping out, and poking at his victim with a small toasting fork. Eleanor laughed, but yet she thought that if the surviving prebendary paid the bill, the object of the artist as a professional man would in a great measure be obtained. "I don't know about the dean and the chapter and the prebendary's widow," said Eleanor. "Of course you must take them as they come. But the fact of your having a great cathedral in which such ornaments are required could not but be in your favour." "No real artist could descend to the ornamentation of a cathedral," said Bertie, who had his ideas of the high ecstatic ambition of art, as indeed all artists have who are not in receipt of a good income. "Buildings should be fitted to grace the sculpture, not the sculpture to grace the building." "Yes, when the work of art is good enough to merit it. Do you, Mr Stanhope, do something sufficiently excellent, and we ladies of Barchester will erect for it a fitting receptacle. Come, what shall the subject be?" "I'll put you in your pony chair, Mrs Bold, as Danaker put Ariadne on her lion. Only you must promise to sit for me." "My ponies are too tame, I fear, and my broad-brimmed straw hat will not look so well in marble as the lace veil of the prebendary's wife." "If you will not consent to that, Mrs Bold, I will consent to try no other subject in Barchester." "You are determined, then, to push your fortune in other lands?" "I am determined," said Bertie, slowly and significantly, as he tried to bring up his mind to a great resolve. "I am determined in this matter to be guided wholly by you." "Wholly by me?" said Eleanor, astonished at, and not quite liking, his altered manner. "Wholly by you," said Bertie, dropping his companion's arm and standing before her on the path. In their walk they had come exactly to the spot in which Eleanor had been provoked into slapping Mr Slope's face. Could it be possible that this place was peculiarly unpropitious to her comfort? Could it be possible that she should here have to encounter yet another amorous swain? "If you will be guided by me, Mr Stanhope, you will set yourself down to steady and persevering work, and you will be ruled by your father as to the place in which it would be most advisable for you to do so. Nothing could be more prudent if it were only practicable. But now, if you will let me, I will tell you how it is that I will be guided by you, and why. Will you let me tell you?" "I really do not know what you can have to tell." "No, you cannot know. It is impossible that you should. But we have been very good friends, Mrs Bold, have we not?" "Yes, I think we have," said she, observing in his demeanour an earnestness very unusual with him. "You were kind enough to say just now that you took an interest in me, and I was perhaps vain enough to believe you." "There is no vanity in that. I do so as your sister's brother, and as my own friend also." "Well, I don't deserve that you should feel so kindly towards me," said Bertie, "but upon my word I'm very grateful for it." And he paused a while, hardly knowing how to introduce the subject that he had in hand. And it was no wonder that he found it difficult. He had to make known to his companion the scheme that had been prepared to rob her of her wealth. He had to tell her that he had intended to marry her without loving her, or else that he loved her without intending to marry her. And he had also to bespeak from her not only his own pardon, but also that of his sister, and induce Mrs Bold to protest in her future communion with Charlotte that an offer had been duly made to her and duly rejected. Bertie Stanhope was not prone to be very diffident of his own conversational powers, but it did seem to him that he was about to tax them almost too far. He hardly knew where to begin, and he hardly knew where he should end. By this time Eleanor was again walking on slowly by his side, not taking his arm as she had heretofore done, but listening very intently for whatever Bertie might have to say to her. "I wish to be guided by you," said he. "Indeed, in this matter there is no one else who can set me right." "Oh, that must be nonsense," said she. "Well, listen to me now, Mrs Bold, and if you can help it, pray don't be angry with me." "Angry!" said she. "Oh, indeed, you will have cause to be so. You know how very much attached to you my sister Charlotte is." Eleanor acknowledged that she did. "Indeed she is. I never knew her to love any one so warmly on so short an acquaintance. You know also how well she loves me." Eleanor now made no answer, but she felt the blood tingle in her cheek as she gathered from what he said the probable result of this double-barrelled love on the part of Miss Stanhope. "I am her only brother, Mrs Bold, and it is not to be wondered at that she should love me. But you do not yet know Charlotte. You do not know how entirely the well-being of our family hangs on her. Without her to manage for us, I do not know how we should get on from day to day. You cannot yet have observed all this." Eleanor had indeed observed a good deal of this. She did not, however, now say so, but allowed him to proceed with his story. "You cannot therefore be surprised that Charlotte should be most anxious to do the best for us all." Eleanor said that she was not at all surprised. "And she's had a very difficult game to play, Mrs Bold, a very difficult game. Poor Madeline's unfortunate marriage and terrible accident, my mother's ill health, my father's absence from England, and last, and worse perhaps, my own roving idle spirit, have almost been too much for her. You cannot wonder if among all her cares one of the foremost is to see me settled in the world." Eleanor on this occasion expressed no acquiescence. She certainly supposed that a formal offer was to be made, and could not but think that so singular an exordium was never before made by a gentleman in a similar position. Mr Slope had annoyed her by the excess of his ardour. It was quite clear that no such danger was to be feared from Mr Stanhope. Prudential motives alone actuated him. Not only was he about to make love because his sister told him, but he also took the precaution of explaining all this before he began. 'Twas thus, we may presume, that the matter presented itself to Mrs Bold. When he had got so far, Bertie began poking the gravel with a little cane which he carried. He still kept moving on, but very slowly, and his companion moved slowly by his side, not inclined to assist him in the task the performance of which appeared to be difficult to him. "Knowing how fond she is of yourself, Mrs Bold, cannot you imagine what scheme should have occurred to her?" "I can imagine no better scheme, Mr Stanhope, than the one I proposed to you just now." "No," he said, somewhat lackadaisically. "I suppose that would be the best. But Charlotte thinks another plan might be joined with it. She wants me to marry you." A thousand remembrances flashed across Eleanor's mind all in a moment. How Charlotte had talked about and praised her brother, how she had continually contrived to throw the two of them together, how she had encouraged all manner of little intimacies, how she had with singular cordiality persisted in treating Eleanor as one of the family. All this had been done to secure her comfortable income for the benefit of one of the family. Such a feeling as this is very bitter when it first impresses itself on a young mind. To the old, such plots and plans, such matured schemes for obtaining the goods of this world without the trouble of earning them, such long-headed attempts to convert tuum into meum, are the ways of life to which they are accustomed. 'Tis thus that many live, and it therefore behoves all those who are well-to-do in the world to be on their guard against those who are not. With them it is the success that disgusts, not the attempt. But Eleanor had not yet learned to look on her money as a source of danger. She had not begun to regard herself as fair game to be hunted down by hungry gentlemen. She had enjoyed the society of the Stanhopes. She had greatly liked the cordiality of Charlotte, and had been happy in her new friends. Now she saw the cause of all this kindness, and her mind was open to a new phase of human life. "Miss Stanhope," she said haughtily, "has been contriving for me a great deal of honour, but she might have saved herself the trouble. I am not sufficiently ambitious." "Pray don't be angry with her, Mrs Bold," said he, "or with me either." "Certainly not with you, Mr Stanhope," said she, with considerable sarcasm in her tone. "Certainly not with you." "Nor with her?" said he imploringly. "And why, may I ask you, Mr Stanhope, have you told me this singular story? For I may presume, I may judge by your manner of telling it, that you and your sister are not exactly of one mind on the subject." "No, we are not." "And if so," said Mrs Bold, who was now really angry with the unnecessary insult which she thought had been offered to her, "and if so, why has it been worth your while to tell me all this?" "I did once think, Mrs Bold, that you... The widow now again became entirely impassive, and would not lend the slightest assistance to her companion. "I did once think that you perhaps might have been taught to regard me as more than a friend." "Never," said Mrs Bold. "Never. If I have ever allowed myself to do anything to encourage such an idea, I have been very much to blame, very much to blame indeed." "You never have," said Bertie, who really had a good-natured anxiety to make what he said as little unpleasant as possible. "You never have, and I have seen for some time that I had no chance, but my sister's hopes ran higher. I have not mistaken you, Miss Bold, though perhaps she has." "Then why have you said all this to me?" "Because I must not anger her." "And will not this anger her? Upon my word, Mr Stanhope, I do not understand the policy of your family. Oh, how I wish I was at home!" And as she expressed the wish, she could restrain herself no longer, and burst out into a flood of tears. Poor Bertie was greatly moved. "You shall have the carriage to yourself going home," said he; "at least you and my father. As for me, I can walk, or, for the matter of that, it does not much signify what I do." He perfectly understood that part of Eleanor's grief arose from the apparent necessity of her going back to Barchester in the carriage with her second suitor. This somewhat mollified her. "Oh, Mr Stanhope," said she, "why should you have made me so miserable? What will you have gained by telling me all this?" He had not even yet explained to her the most difficult part of his proposition. He had not told her that she was to be a party to the little deception which he intended to play off upon his sister. The suggestion still had to be made, and as it was absolutely necessary, he proceeded to make it. We need not follow him through the whole of his statement. At last, and not without considerable difficulty, he made Eleanor understand why he had let her into his confidence, seeing that he no longer intended her the honour of a formal offer. At last he made her comprehend the part which she was destined to play in this little family comedy. But when she did understand it, she was only more angry with him than ever, more angry not only with him, but with Charlotte also. Her fair name was to be bandied about between them in different senses, and each sense false. She was to be played off by the sister against the father, and then by the brother against the sister. Her dear friend Charlotte, with all her agreeable sympathy and affection, was striving to sacrifice her for the Stanhope family welfare; and Bertie, who, as he now proclaimed himself, was over head and ears in debt, completed the compliment of owning that he did not care to have his debts paid at so great a sacrifice of himself. Then she was asked to conspire together with this unwilling suitor for the sake of making the family believe that he had, in obedience to their commands, done his best to throw himself thus away. She lifted up her face when he had finished, and looking at him with much dignity, even through her tears, she said, "I regret to say it, Mr Stanhope, but after what has passed, I believe that all intercourse between your family and myself had better cease." "Well, perhaps it had," said Bertie naively. "Perhaps that will be better, at any rate for a time, and then Charlotte will think you are offended at what I have done." "And now I will go back to the house, if you please," said Eleanor. "I can find my way back by myself, Mr Stanhope. After what has passed," she added, "I would rather go alone." "But I must find the carriage for you, Mrs Bold, and I must tell my father that you will return with him alone, and I must make some excuse to him for not going with you, and I must bid the servant put you down at your own house, for I suppose you will not now choose to see them again in the close." There was a truth about this, and a perspicuity in making arrangements for lessening her immediate embarrassment, which had some effect in softening Eleanor's anger. So she suffered herself to walk by his side over the now deserted lawn, till they came to the drawing room window. There was something about Bertie Stanhope which gave him, in the estimation of every one, a different standing from that which any other man would occupy under similar circumstances. Angry as Eleanor was, and as great as was her cause for anger, she was not half so angry with him as she would have been with any one else. He was apparently so simple, so good-natured, so unaffected and easy to talk to, that she had already half forgiven him before he was at the drawing-room window. When they arrived there, Dr Stanhope was sitting nearly alone with Mr and Miss Thorne. One or two other unfortunates were there, who from one cause or another were still delayed in getting away, but they were every moment getting fewer in number. As soon as he had handed Eleanor over to his father, Bertie started off to the front gate in search of the carriage, and there he waited, leaning patiently against the front wall, comfortably smoking a cigar, till it came up. When he returned to the room, Dr Stanhope and Eleanor were alone with their guests. "At last, Miss Thorne," said he cheerily, "I have come to relieve you. Mrs Bold and my father are the last roses of the very delightful summer you have given us, and desirable as Mrs Bold's society always is, now at least you must be glad to see the last flowers plucked from the tree." Miss Thorne declared that she was delighted to have Mrs Bold and Dr Stanhope still with her, and Mr Thorne would have said the same had he not been checked by a yawn which he could not suppress. "Father, will you give your arm to Mrs Bold?" said Bertie, and so the last adieus were made, and the prebendary led out Mrs Bold, followed by his son. "I shall be home soon after you," said he, as the two got into the carriage. "Are you not coming in the carriage?" said the father. "No, no, I have some one to see on the road, and shall walk. John, mind you drive to Mrs Bold's house first." Eleanor, looking out of the window, saw him with his hat in his hand, bowing to her with his usual gay smile, as though nothing had happened to mar the tranquillity of the day. It was many a long year before she saw him again. Dr Stanhope hardly spoke to her on the way home, and she was safely deposited by John at her own hall door before the carriage was close. And thus our heroine played the last act of that day's melodrama. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 43. Mr. and Mrs. Quiverful are made happy. Mr. Slope is encouraged by the press. Before she started for Ullathorne, Mrs. Proudie, careful soul, caused 2 letters to be written, one by herself and one by her lord, to the inhabitants of Puddingdale Vicarage, which made happy the hearths of those within it. As soon as the departure of the horses left the bishop's stable-groom free for other services, that humble denizen of the diocese started on the bishop's own pony with the 2 dispatches. We have had so many letters lately that we will spare ourselves these. That from the bishop was simply a request that Mr Quiverful would wait upon his lordship the next morning at 11 a.m. That from the lady was as simply a request that Mrs Quiverful would do the same by her, though it was couched in somewhat longer and more grandiloquent phraseology. It had become a point of conscience with Mrs Proudie to urge the settlement of this great hospital question. She was resolved that Mr Quiverful should have it. She was resolved that there should be no more doubt or delay, no more refusals and resignations, no more secret negotiations carried on by Mr Slope on his own account in opposition to her behests. "Bishop," she said immediately after breakfast on the morning of that eventful day, "have you signed the appointment yet?" "No, my dear, not yet. It is not exactly signed as yet." "Then do it," said the lady. The bishop did it, and a very pleasant day indeed he spent at Ullathorne. And when he got home he had a glass of hot negus in his wife's sitting room, and read the last number of the Little Dorrit of the day with great inward satisfaction. O husbands, O my marital friends, what great comfort is there to be derived from a wife well obeyed! Much perturbation and flutter, high expectation and renewed hopes were occasioned at Puddingdale by the receipt of these episcopal dispatches. Mrs Quiverful, whose careful ear caught the sound of the pony's feet as he trotted up the vicarage kitchen door, brought them in hurriedly to her husband. She was at the moment concocting the Irish stew destined to satisfy the noonday wants of 14 young birds, let alone the parent couple. She had taken the letters from the man's hands between the folds of her capacious apron, so as to save them from the contamination of the stew, and in this guise she brought them to her husband's desk. They at once divided the spoil, each taking that addressed to the other. "Quiverful," said she with impressive voice, "you are to be at the palace at 11 to morrow." "And so are you, my dear," said he. almost gasping with the importance of the tidings, and then they exchanged letters. "She would never have sent for me again," said the lady, "if it wasn't all right." "Oh, my dear, don't be too certain," said the gentleman. "Only think if it should be wrong." "She would never have sent for me, Q, if it wasn't all right," again argued the lady. "She is stiff and hard and proud as pie crust, but I think she's right at bottom." Such was Mrs Quiverful's verdict about Mrs Proudie, to which in after times she always adhered. People, when they get their income doubled, usually think that those through whose instrumentality this little ceremony is performed are right at bottom. "Oh, Letty," said Mr Quiverful, rising from his well-worn seat. "Oh, Q," said Mrs Quiverful, and then the two, unmindful of the kitchen apron, the greasy fingers, and the adherent Irish stew, threw themselves warmly into each other's arms. "For heaven's sake, don't let anyone cajole you out of it again," said the wife. "Let me alone for that," said the husband, with a look of almost fierce determination, pressing his fist as he spoke rigidly on his desk, as though he had Mr Slope's head below his knuckles and meant to keep it there. "I wonder how soon it will be," said she. "I wonder whether it will be at all," said he, still doubtful. "Well, I won't say too much," said the lady. "The cup has slipped twice before, and it may fall altogether this time, but I will not believe it. He will give you the appointment to morrow. You will find he will." "Heaven send he may," said Mr Quiverful solemnly. And who that considers the weight of the burden on this man's back will say that the prayer was an improper one? There were 14 of them, 14 of them living, as Mrs Quiverful had so powerfully urged in the presence of the bishop's wife. As long as promotion cometh from any human source, whether north or south, east or west, will not such a claim as this hold good? In spite of all our examination tests, detur digniores, and optimist tendencies, it is fervently to be hoped that it may. Till we become divine, we must be content to be human, lest in our hurry for a change we sink to something lower. And then the pair, sitting down lovingly together, talked over all their difficulties, as they so often did, and all their hopes, as they so seldom were enabled to do. "You had better call on that man, Q, as you come away from the palace," said Mrs Quiverful, pointing to an angry call for money from the Barchester draper, which the postman had left at the vicarage that morning. Cormorant that he was, unjust, hungry cormorant! When rumour first got abroad that the Quiverfuls were to go to the hospital, this fellow, with fawning eagerness, had pressed his goods upon the wants of the poor clergyman. He had done so, feeling that he should be paid from the hospital funds, and flattering himself that a man with 14 children and money wherewithal to clothe them could not but be an excellent customer. As soon as the second rumour reached him, he applied for his money angrily. And the 14, or such of them as were old enough to hope and discuss their hopes, talked over their golden future. The tall-grown girls whispered to each other of possible Barchester parties, of possible allowances for dress, of a possible piano, The one they had in the vicarage was so weather-beaten with the storms of years and children as to be no longer worthy of the name. Of the pretty garden and the pretty house, it was of such things it most behoved them to whisper. And the younger fry, they did not content themselves with whispers, but shouted to each other of their new playground beneath our dear ex-warden's well-loved elms, of their future own gardens, of marbles to be procured in the wished-for city, and of the rumour which had reached them of a Barchester school. It was in vain that their cautious mother tried to instil into their breasts the very feeling she had striven to banish from that of their father. It was in vain that she repeated to the girls that there is many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. It was in vain she attempted to make the children believe that they were to live at Puddingdale all their lives. Hopes mounted high and would not have themselves quelled. The neighbouring farmers heard the news and came in to congratulate them. It was Mrs. Quiverful herself who had kindled the fire, and in the first outbreak of her renewed expectations she did it so thoroughly that it was quite past her power to put it out again. Poor matron! Good honest matron, doing thy duty in the state to which thou hast been called, heartily if not contentedly. Let the fire burn on. On this occasion the flames will not scorch, they shall warm thee and thine. It is ordained that that husband of thine, that Q of thy bosom, shall reign supreme for years to come over the bedesmen of Hiram's hospital. And the last in all Barchester to mar their hopes, had he heard and seen all that passed at Puddingdale that day, would have been Mr Harding. What wants had he to set in opposition to those of such a regiment of young ravens? There are 14 of them living. With him, at any rate, let us say that that argument would have been sufficient for the appointment of Mr Quiverful. In the morning Q and his wife kept their appointments with that punctuality which bespeaks an expectant mind. The friendly farmer's gig was borrowed, and in that they went, discussing many things by the way. They had instructed the household to expect them back by 1, and injunctions were given to the eldest, pledged to have ready by that accustomed hour the remainder of the huge stew which the provident mother had prepared on the previous day. The hands of the kitchen clock came round to 2, 3, 4, before the farmer's gig wheels were again heard at the vicarage gate. With what palpitating hearts were the returning wanderers greeted! "I suppose, children, you all thought we were never coming back any more," said the mother, as she slowly let down her solid foot till it rested on the step of the gig. "Well, such a day as we have had!" And then, leaning heavily on a big boy's shoulder, she stepped once more on terra firma. There was no need for more than the tone of her voice to tell them that all was right. The Irish stew might burn itself to cinders now. Then there was such kissing and hugging, such crying and laughing. Mr Quiverful could not sit still at all, but kept walking from room to room, then out into the garden, then down the avenue into the road, and then back again to his wife. She, however, lost no time so idly. "We must go to work at once, girls, and that in earnest. Mrs Proudie expects us to be in the hospital house on the 15th of October. Had Mrs Proudie expressed a wish that they should all be there on the next morning, the girls would have had nothing to say against it. "And when will the pay begin?" asked the eldest boy. "To–day, my dear," said the gratified mother. "Oh, that's jolly," said the boy. "Mrs Proudie insisted on our going down to the house," continued the mother, "and when there I thought I might save a journey by measuring some of the rooms and windows. So I got a knot of tape from Bobbins. Bobbins is as civil as you please now." "I wouldn't thank him," said Letty the younger. "Oh, it's the way of the world, my dear. They all do just the same. You might just as well be angry with the turkey cock for gobbling at you. It's the bird's nature." And as she enunciated to her bairns the upshot of her practical experience, she pulled from her pocket the portions of tape which showed the length and breadth of various rooms at the hospital house. "And so we will leave her happy in her toils." The Quiverfuls had hardly left the palace, and Mrs Proudie was still holding forth on the matter to her husband, when another visitor was announced in the person of Dr Gwynne. The Master of Lazarus had asked for the bishop and not for Mrs Proudie, and therefore when he was shown into the study he was surprised rather than rejoiced to find the lady there. But we must go back a little, and it shall be but a little, for a difficulty begins to make itself manifest in the necessity of disposing of all our friends in the small remainder of this one volume. Oh, that Mr Longman would allow me a fourth! It should transcend the other three, as the seventh heaven transcends all the lower stages of celestial bliss. Going home in the carriage that evening from Ullathorne, Dr Gwynne had not without difficulty brought round his friend the Archdeacon to a line of tactics much less bellicose than that which his own taste would have preferred. It will be unseemly in us to show ourselves in a bad humour. Moreover, we have no power in this matter, and it will therefore be bad policy to act as though we had. It was thus the Master of Lazarus argued. If, he continued, the bishop be determined to appoint another to the hospital, threats will not prevent him, and threats should not be lightly used by an archdeacon to his bishop. If he will place a stranger in the hospital, we can only leave him to the indignation of others. It is probable that such a step may not eventually injure your father-in-law. I will see the bishop, if you will allow me, alone." At this the archdeacon winced visibly. "Yes, alone, for so I shall be calmer, and then I shall at any rate learn what he does mean to do in the matter." The archdeacon puffed and blew, put up the carriage window and then put it down again, argued the matter up to his own gate, and at last gave way. Everybody was against him, his own wife, Mr Harding, and Dr Gwynne. "Pray keep him out of hot water, Dr Gwynne," Mrs Grantly had said to her guest. "My dearest madam, I will do my best," the courteous master had replied. It was thus he did it, and earned for himself the gratitude of Mrs Grantly. And now we may return to the bishop's study. Dr Gwynne had certainly not foreseen the difficulty which here presented itself. He, together with all the clerical world of England, had heard it rumoured about that Mrs Proudie did not confine herself to her wardrobes, still rooms, and laundries; but yet it had never occurred to him that if he called on a bishop at 1 o'clock in the day, he could by any possibility find him closeted with his wife, or that if he did so, the wife would remain longer than necessary to make her curtsy. It appeared, however, as though in the present case Mrs Proudie had no idea of retreating. The bishop had been very much pleased with Dr Gwynne on the preceding day, and of course thought that Dr Gwynne had been as much pleased with him. He attributed the visit solely to compliment, and thought it an extremely gracious and proper thing for the Master of Lazarus to drive over from Plumstead specially to call at the palace so soon after his arrival in the country. The fact that they were not on the same side either in politics or doctrines made the compliment the greater. The bishop therefore was all smiles, and Mrs Proudie, who liked people with good handles to their names, was also very well disposed to welcome the Master of Lazarus. "We had a charming party at Ullathorne, master, had we not?" said she. "I hope Mrs Grantly got home without fatigue." Dr Gwynne said that they had all been a little tired, but were none the worse this morning. "An excellent person, Miss Thorne," suggested the bishop. "And an exemplary Christian, I am told," said Mrs Proudie. Dr Gwynne declared that he was very glad to hear it. "I have not seen her Sabbath day schools yet," continued the lady, "but I shall make a point of doing so before long." Dr Gwynne merely bowed at this intimation. He had heard something of Mrs Proudie and her Sunday schools, both from Dr Grantly and Mr Harding. "By the by, master," continued the lady, "I wonder whether Mrs Grantly would like me to drive over and inspect her Sabbath day school. I hear that it is most excellently kept." Dr Gwynne really could not say. He had no doubt Mrs Grantly would be most happy to see Mrs Proudie any day Mrs Proudie would do her the honour of calling. That was, of course, if Mrs Grantly should happen to be at home. A slight cloud darkened the lady's brow. She saw that her offer was not taken in good part. This generation of unregenerated vipers was still perverse, stiff-necked, and hardened in their iniquity. "The Archdeacon, I know," said she, "sets his face against these institutions." At this Dr Gwynne laughed slightly. It was but a smile. Had he given his cap for it, he could not have helped it. Mrs Proudie frowned again. "Suffer little children and forbid them not," she said. "Are we not to remember that, Dr Gwynne? 'Take heed that ye despise not one of these little ones.' Are we not to remember that, Dr Gwynne?" And at each of these questions she raised at him her menacing forefinger. "Certainly, madam, certainly," said the master. "And so does the Archdeacon, I am sure, on weekdays as well as on Sundays." "On weekdays you can't take heed not to despise them," said Mrs Proudie, "because then they are out in the fields. On weekdays they belong to their parents, but on Sundays they ought to belong to the clergyman." And the finger was again raised. The master began to understand and to share the intense disgust which the Archdeacon always expressed when Mrs Proudie's name was mentioned. What was he to do with such a woman as this? To take his hat and go would have been his natural resource, but then he did not wish to be foiled in his object. "My lord," said he, "I wanted to ask you a question on business, if you could spare me one moment's leisure. I know I must apologise for so disturbing you, but in truth I will not detain you 5 minutes. "Certainly, master, certainly," said the bishop. "My time is quite yours. Pray make no apology. Pray make no apology." "You have a great deal to do just at the present moment, bishop. Do not forget how extremely busy you are at present," said Mrs Proudie, whose spirit was now up, for she was angry with her visitor. "I will not delay his lordship much above a minute," said the Master of Lazarus, rising from his chair, and expecting that Mrs Proudie would now go, or else that the bishop would lead the way into another room. But neither event seemed likely to occur, and Dr Gwynne stood for a moment silent in the middle of the room. "Perhaps it's about Hiram's hospital," suggested Mrs Proudie. Dr Gwynne, lost in astonishment, and not knowing what else on earth to do, confessed that his business with the bishop was connected with Hiram's hospital. "His lordship has finally conferred the appointment on Mr Quiverful this morning," said the lady. Dr Gwynne made a simple reference to the bishop, and finding that the lady's statement was formally confirmed, he took his leave. "That comes of the Reform Bill," he said to himself as he walked down the Bishop's Avenue. Well, at any rate, the Greek play bishops were not so bad as that. It has been said that Mr Slope, as he started for Ullathorne, received a dispatch from his friend Mr Towers, which had the effect of putting him in that high good humour which subsequent events somewhat untowardly damped. It ran as follows. Its shortness will be its sufficient apology. "My dear Sir, I wish you every success. I don't know that I can help you, but if I can, I will. Yours ever, T. 39, 1850 . There was more in this than in all Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggins's flummery, more than in all the bishop's promises, even had they been ever so sincere, more than in any archbishop's good word, even had it been possible to obtain it. Tom Towers would do for him what he could. Mr Slope had from his youth upwards been a firm believer in the public press. He had dabbled in it himself ever since he had taken his degree, and he regarded it as the great arranger and distributor of all future British terrestrial affairs whatever. He had not yet arrived at the age, an age which sooner or later comes to most of us, which dissipates the golden dreams of youth. He delighted in the idea of wresting power from the hands of his country's magnates, and placing it in a custody which was at any rate nearer to his own reach. 60,000 broadsheets dispersing themselves daily among his reading fellow citizens formed in his eyes a better depot for supremacy than a throne at Windsor, a cabinet in Downing Street, or even an assembly at Westminster. And on this subject we must not quarrel with Mr Slope, for the feeling is too general to be met with disrespect. Tom Towers was as good, if not better, than his promise. On the following morning the Jupiter, spouting forth public opinion with 60,000 loud clarions, did proclaim to the world that Mr Slope was the fitting man for the vacant post. It was pleasant for Mr Slope to read the following lines in the Barchester newsroom, which he did within 30 minutes after the morning train from London had reached the city. It is just now 5 years since we called the attention of our readers to the quiet city of Barchester. From that day to this we have in no way meddled with the affairs of that happy ecclesiastical community. Since then an old bishop has died there, and a young bishop has been installed. But we believe we did not do more than give some customary record of the interesting event. Nor are we now about to meddle very deeply in the affairs of the diocese. If any of the chapter feel a qualm of conscience on reading thus far, let it be quieted. Above all, let the mind of the new bishop be at rest. We are now not armed for war, but approach the reverend towers of the old cathedral with an olive branch in our hands. It will be remembered that at the time alluded to, now 5 years past, we had occasion to remark on the state of a charity in Barchester called Hiram's Hospital. We thought that it was maladministered, and that the very estimable and reverend gentleman who held the office of warden was somewhat too highly paid for duties which were somewhat too easily performed. This gentleman, and we say it in all sincerity and with no touch of sarcasm, had never looked on the matter in this light before. We do not wish to take praise to ourselves, whether praise be due to us or not, but the consequence of our remark was that the warden did look into the matter, and finding on so doing that he himself could come to no other opinion than that expressed by us, he very creditably threw up the appointment. The then bishop as creditably declined to fill the vacancy till the affair was put on a better footing. Parliament then took it up, and we have now the satisfaction of informing our readers that Hiram's Hospital will be immediately reopened under new auspices. Heretofore provision was made for the maintenance of 12 old men. This will now be extended to the fair sex, and 12 elderly women, if any such can be found in Barchester, will be added to the establishment. There will be a matron, there will, it is hoped, be schools attached for the poorest of the children of the poor, and there will be a steward. The warden, for there will still be a warden, will receive an income more in keeping with the extent of the charity than that heretofore paid. The stipend, we believe, will be £450. We may add that the excellent house which the former warden inhabited will still be attached to the situation. Barchester Hospital cannot perhaps boast a worldwide reputation, but as we adverted to its state of decadence, we think it right also to advert to its renaissance. May it go on and prosper. Whether the salutary reform which has been introduced within its walls has been carried as far as could have been desired may be doubtful. The important question of the school appears to be somewhat left to the discretion of the new warden. This might have been made the most important part of the establishment, and the new warden, whom we trust we shall not offend by the freedom of our remarks, might have been selected with some view to his fitness as schoolmaster. But we will not look a gift horse in the mouth. May the hospital go on and prosper. The situation of warden has of course been offered to the gentleman who so honourably vacated it 5 years since, but we are given to understand that he has declined it. Whether the ladies who have been introduced be in his estimation too much for his powers of control, whether it be that the diminished income does not offer to him sufficient temptation to resume his old place, or that he has in the meantime assumed other clerical duties, we do not know. We are, however, informed that he has refused the offer, and that the situation has been accepted by Mr. Quiverful, the vicar of Puddingdale. So much we think is due to Hiram Redivivus. But while we are on the subject of Barchester, we will venture with all respectful humility, to express our opinion on another matter connected with the ecclesiastical polity of that ancient city. Dr. Trefoil, the Dean, died yesterday. A short record of his death, giving his age and the various pieces of preferment which he has at different times held, will be found in another column of this paper. The only fault we knew in him was his age, and as that is a crime of which we all hope to be guilty, we will not bear heavily on it. May he rest in peace. But though the great age of an expiring dean cannot be made matter of reproach, we are not inclined to look on such a fault as at all pardonable in a dean just brought to the birth. We do hope that the days of sexagenarian appointments are past. If we want deans, we must want them for some purpose. That purpose will necessarily be better fulfilled by a man of 40 than by a man of 60. If we are to pay deans at all, we are to pay them for some sort of work. That work, be it what it may, will be best performed by a workman in the prime of life. Dr. Trefoil, we see, was 80 when he died. As we have as yet completed no plan for pensioning superannuated clergymen, we do not wish to get rid of any existing deans of that age, but we prefer having as few such as possible. If a man of 70 be now appointed, we beg to point out to Lord that he will be past all use in a year or two, if indeed he be not so at the present moment. His lordship will allow us to remind him that all men are not evergreens like himself. We hear that Mr Slope's name has been mentioned for this preferment. Mr Slope is at present chaplain to the bishop. A better man could hardly be selected. He is a man of talent, young, active, and conversant with the affairs of the cathedral. He is, moreover, we conscientiously believe, a truly pious clergyman. We know that his services in the city of Barchester have been highly appreciated. He is an eloquent preacher and a ripe scholar. Such a selection as this would go far to raise the confidence of the public in the present administration of church patronage, and would teach men to believe that from henceforth the establishment of our church will not afford easy couches to worn-out clerical voluptuaries. Standing at the reading desk in the Barchester newsroom, Mr Slope digested this article with considerable satisfaction. What was therein said as to the hospital was now comparatively a matter of indifference to him. He was certainly glad that he had not succeeded in restoring to the place the father of that virago who had so audaciously outraged all decency in his person, and was so far satisfied. But Mrs Proudie's nominee was appointed, and he was so far dissatisfied. His mind, however, was now soaring above Mrs Bold or Mrs Proudie. He was sufficiently conversant with the tactics of the Jupiter to know that the pith of the article would lie in the last paragraph. The place of honour was given to him, and it was indeed as honourable as even he could have wished. He was very grateful to his friend Mr Towers, and with full heart looked forward to the day when he might entertain him in princely style at his own full spread board in the Deanery dining room. It had been well for Mr Slope that Dr Trefoil had died in the autumn. Those caterers for our morning repast, the staff of the Jupiter, had been sorely put to it for the last months to find a sufficiency of proper pabulum. Just then there was no talk of a new American president. No wonderful tragedies had occurred on railway trains in Georgia or elsewhere. There was a dearth of broken banks, and a dead dean with the necessity for a live one was a godsend. Had Dr. Trefoil died in June, Mr. Towers would probably not have known so much about the piety of Mr. Slope. And here we will leave Mr. Slope for a while in his triumph, explaining, however, that his feelings were not altogether of a triumphant nature. His rejection by the widow, or rather the method of his rejection, galled him terribly. For days to come he positively felt a sting upon his cheek whenever he thought of what had been done to him. He could not refrain from calling her by harsh names, speaking to himself as he walked through the streets of Barchester. When he said his prayers, he could not bring himself to forgive her. When he strove to do so, his mind recoiled from the attempt, and in lieu of forgiving, ran off in a double spirit of vindictiveness, dwelling on the extent of the injury he had received. And so his prayers dropped senseless from his lips. And then the Signora, what would he not have given to be able to hate her also? As it was, he worshipped the very sofa on which she was ever lying. And thus it was not all rose colour with Mr. Slope, although his hopes ran high. End of chapter 43.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44. Mrs. Bold at Home. Poor Mrs. Bold, when she got home from Ullathorne on the evening of Miss Thorne's party, was very unhappy, and, moreover, very tired. Nothing fatigues the body so much as weariness of spirit, and Eleanor's spirit was indeed weary. Dr. Stanhope had civilly but not very cordially asked her in to tea, and her manner of refusal convinced the worthy doctor that he need not repeat the invitation. He had not exactly made himself a party to the intrigue which was to convert the late Mr. Bold's patrimony into an income for his hopeful son, but he had been well aware what was going on, and he was well aware also, when he perceived that Bertie declined accompanying them home in the carriage, that the affair had gone off. Eleanor was very much afraid that Charlotte would have darted out upon her, as the prebendary got out at his own door, but Bertie had thoughtfully saved her from this by causing the carriage to go round by her own house. This also Dr. Stanhope understood and allowed to pass by without remark. When she got home, she found Mary Bold in the drawing-room, with the child in her lap. She rushed forward, and throwing herself on her knees, kissed the little fellow till she almost frightened him. "Oh, Mary, I am so glad you did not go. It was an odious party." Now the question of Mary's going had been one greatly mooted between them. Mrs. Bold, when invited, had been the guest of the Grantlys, and Miss Thorne, who had chiefly known Eleanor at the hospital or at Plumstead Rectory, had forgotten all about Mary Bold. Her sister-in-law had implored her to go under her wing, and had offered to write to Miss Thorne, or to call on her, but Miss Bold had declined. In fact, Mr Bold had not been very popular with such people as the Thornes, and his sister would not go among them unless she were specially asked to do so. "Well then," said Mary cheerfully, "I have the less to regret." "You have nothing to regret; but oh, Mary, I have so much, so much!" And then she began kissing her boy, whom her caresses had roused from his slumbers. When she raised her head, Mary saw that the tears were running down her cheeks. "Good heavens, Eleanor, what is the matter? What has happened to you, Eleanor? Dearest Eleanor, what is the matter?" And Mary got up with the boy still in her arms. "Give him to me, give him to me," said the young mother. "Give him to me, Mary," and she almost tore the child out of her sister's arms. The poor little fellow murmured somewhat at the disturbance, but nevertheless nestled himself close into his mother's bosom. "Here, Mary, take the cloak from me. My own darling, darling, darling jewel, you are not false to me. Everybody else is false. Everybody else is cruel. Mamma will care for nobody, nobody, nobody but her own little man." And she again kissed and pressed the baby, and cried till the tears ran down over the child's face. "Who has been cruel to you, Eleanor?" said Mary. "I hope I have not." Now in this matter Eleanor had great cause for mental uneasiness. She could not certainly accuse her loving sister-in-law of cruelty, but she had to do that which was more galling. She had to accuse herself of imprudence, against which her sister-in-law had warned her. Miss Bold had never encouraged Eleanor's acquaintance with Mr Slope, and she had positively discouraged the friendship of the Stanhopes, as far as her usual gentle mode of speaking had permitted. Eleanor had only laughed at her, however, when she said that she disapproved of married women who lived apart from their husbands, and suggested that Charlotte Stanhope never went to church. Now, however, Eleanor must either hold her tongue, which was quite impossible, or confess herself to have been utterly wrong, which was nearly equally so. So she staved off the evil day by more tears, and consoled herself by inducing little Johnny to rouse himself sufficiently to return her caresses. "He is a darling, as true as gold. What would mamma do without him? Mamma would lie down and die if she had not her own Johnny Bold to give her comfort." This and much more she said of the same kind, and for a time made no other answer to Mary's inquiries. This kind of consolation from the world's deceit is very common. Mothers obtain it from their children, and men from their dogs. Some men even do so from their walking sticks, which is just as rational. How is it that we can take joy to ourselves in that we are not deceived by those who have not attained the art to deceive us? In a true man, if such can be found, or a true woman, much consolation may indeed be taken. In the caresses of her child, however, Eleanor did receive consolation, and may ill befall the man who would begrudge it to her. The evil day, however, was only postponed. She had to tell her disagreeable tale to Mary, and she had also to tell it to her father. Must it not, indeed, be told to the whole circle of her acquaintance before she could be made to stand all right with them? At the present moment there was no one to whom she could turn for comfort. She hated Mr Slope, that was a matter of course. In that feeling she revelled. She hated and despised the Stanhopes, but that feeling distressed her greatly. She had, as it were, separated herself from her old friends to throw herself into the arms of this family, and then how had they intended to use her? She could hardly reconcile herself to her own father, who had believed ill of her. Mary Bold had turned mentor, that she could have forgiven had the mentor turned out to be in the wrong. But mentors in the right are not to be pardoned. She could not but hate the Archdeacon, and now she hated him worse than ever, for she must in some sort humble herself before him. She hated her sister, for she was part and parcel of the Archdeacon, and she would have hated Mr Arabin if she could. He had pretended to regard her, and yet before her face he had hung over the Italian woman as though there had been no beauty in the world but hers, no other woman worth a moment's attention. And Mr Arabin would have to learn all this about Mr Slope. She told herself that she hated him, and she knew that she was lying to herself as she did so. She had no consolation but her baby, and of that she made the most. Mary, though she could not surmise what it was that had so violently affected her sister-in-law, saw at once that her grief was too great to be kept under control, and waited patiently till the child should be in his cradle. "You'll have some tea, Eleanor?" she said. "Oh, I don't care," said she, though in fact she must have been very hungry, for she had eaten nothing at Ullathorne. Mary quietly made the tea, and buttered the bread, laid aside the cloak, and made things look comfortable. "He's fast asleep," said she. "You're very tired. Let me take him up to bed." But Eleanor would not let her sister touch him. She looked wistfully at her baby's eyes, saw that they were lost in the deepest slumber, and then made a sort of couch for him on the sofa. She was determined that nothing should prevail upon her to let him out of her sight that night. "Come, Nelly," said Mary, "don't be cross with me. I at least have done nothing to offend you." "I ain't cross," said Eleanor. "Are you angry then? Surely you can't be angry with me." "No, I ain't angry, at least not with you. If you are not, drink the tea I have made for you. I am sure you must want it." Eleanor did drink it, and allowed herself to be persuaded. She ate and drank, and as the inner woman was recruited, she felt a little more charitable towards the world at large. At last she found words to begin her story, and before she went to bed she had made a clean breast of it, and told everything, that is, as to the lovers she had rejected. Of Mr Arabin she said not a word. "I know I was wrong," said she, speaking of the blow she had given to Mr Slope, "but I didn't know what he might do, and I had to protect myself." "He richly deserved it," said Mary. "Deserved it!" said Eleanor, whose mind has regarded Mr Slope was almost bloodthirsty. "Had I stabbed him with a dagger, he would have deserved it. But what will they say about it at Plumstead?" "I don't think I should tell them," said Mary. Eleanor began to think that she would not. There could have been no kinder comforter than Mary Bold. There was not the slightest dash of triumph about her when she heard of the Stanhope scheme, nor did she allude to her former opinion when Eleanor called her late friend Charlotte a base, designing woman. She re-echoed all the abuse that was heaped on Mr Slope's head, and never hinted that she had said as much before. "I told you so, I told you so," is the croak of a true job's comforter. But Mary, when she found her friend lying in her sorrow and scraping herself with the potsherds, forbore to argue and to exult. Eleanor acknowledged the merit of the forbearance, and at length allowed herself to be tranquillised. On the next day she did not go out of the house. Barchester, she thought, would be crowded with Stanhopes and Slopes, perhaps also with Arabins and Grantleys. Indeed, there was hardly anyone among her friends whom she could have met without some cause of uneasiness. In the course of the afternoon she heard that the Dean was dead, and she also heard that Mr Quiverful had been finally appointed to the hospital. In the evening her father came to her, and then the story, or as much of it as she could bring herself to tell him, had to be repeated. He was not in truth much surprised at Mr Slope's effrontery, but he was obliged to act as though he had been to save his daughter's feelings. He was, however, anything but skilful in his deceit, and she saw through it. "I see," said she, "that you think it only in the common course of things that Mr Slope should have treated me in this way." She had said nothing to him about the embrace, nor yet of the way in which it had been met. "I do not think it at all strange," said he, "that any one should admire my Eleanor." "It is strange to me," said she, "that any man should have so much audacity without ever having received the slightest encouragement." To this Mr Harding answered nothing. With the Archdeacon it would have been the text for a rejoinder which would not have disgraced Bildad and Shuham. "But you'll tell the Archdeacon?" asked Mr Harding. "Tell him what?" said she sharply. "Or Susan," continued Mr Harding. "You'll tell Susan. You'll let them know that they wronged you in supposing that this man's addresses would be agreeable to you." "They may find that out their own way," said she. "I shall not ever willingly mention Mr Slope's name to either of them." "But I may." "I have no right to hinder you from doing anything that may be necessary to your own comfort, but pray do not do it for my sake. Dr Grantly never thought well of me, and never will. I don't know now that I am even anxious that he should do so." And then they went to the affair of the hospital. "But is it true, papa?" "What, my dear?" said he. "About the dean?" "Yes, I fear quite true. Indeed I know there is no doubt about it." "Poor Miss Trefoil! I am so sorry for her." "But I did not mean that," said Eleanor. "But about the hospital, papa?" "Yes, my dear, I believe it is true that Mr Quiverful is to have it." "Oh, what a shame!" "No, my dear, not at all, not at all a shame. I am sure I hope it will suit him." "But papa, you know it is a shame. After all your hopes, all your expectations, to get back to your old house, to see it given away in this way to a perfect stranger." "My dear, the bishop had a right to give it to whom he pleased." "I deny that, papa. He had no such right. It is not as though you were a candidate for a new piece of preferment. If the bishop has a grain of justice, the bishop offered it to me on his terms, and as I did not like the terms, I refused it. After that I cannot complain." "Terms! He had no right to make terms." "I don't know about that, but it seems he had the power. But to tell you the truth, Nelly, I am as well satisfied as it is. When the affair became the subject of angry discussion, I thoroughly wished to be rid of it altogether." "But you did want to go back to the old house, papa. You told me so yourself." "Yes, my dear, I did. For a short time I did wish it, and I was foolish in doing so. I am getting old now, and my chief worldly wish is for peace and rest. Had I gone back to the hospital, I should have had endless contentions with the bishop, contentions with his chaplain, and contentions with the archdeacon. I am not up to this now. I am not able to meet such troubles, and therefore I am not ill pleased to find myself left to the little church of St Cuthbert's. I shall never starve," added he, laughing, "as long as you are here." "But will you come and live with me, papa?" she said earnestly, taking him by both his hands. "If you will do that, if you will promise that, I will own that you are right. I will dine with you to-day at any rate." "No, but live here altogether. Give up that close, odious little room in High Street." "My dear, it's a very nice little room, and you are really quite uncivil." "Oh, papa, don't joke. It's not a nice place for you. You say you are growing old, though I am sure you are not." Am not I, my dear?" "No, papa, not old, not to say old. But you are quite old enough to feel the want of a decent room to sit in. You know how lonely Mary and I are here. You know nobody ever sleeps in the big front bedroom. It is really unkind of you to remain up there alone, when you are so much wanted here." "Thank you, Nelly, thank you. But, my dear, if you had been living here, papa, with us, as I really think you ought to have done, considering how lonely we are, there would have been none of all this dreadful affair about Mr Slope." Mr Harding, however, did not allow himself to be talked over into giving up his own and only little pied-à-terre in High Street. He promised to come and dine with his daughter, and stay with her, and visit her, and do everything but absolutely live with her. It did not suit the peculiar feelings of the man to tell his daughter that though she had rejected Mr Slope, and been ready to reject Mr Stanhope, some other more favoured suitor would probably soon appear, and that on the appearance of such a suitor, the big front bedroom might perhaps be more frequently in requisition than at present. But doubtless such an idea crossed his mind, and added its weight to the other reasons which made him decide on still keeping the close, odious little room in High Street. The evening passed over quietly and in comfort. Eleanor was always happier with her father than with any one else. He had not perhaps any natural taste for baby worship, but he was always ready to sacrifice himself, and therefore made an excellent third in a trio with his daughter and Mary Bold, in singing the praises of the wonderful child. They were standing together over their music in the evening, the baby having again been put to bed upon the sofa, when the servant brought in a very small note in a beautiful pink envelope. It quite filled the room with perfume as it lay upon the small salver. Mary Bold and Mrs Bold were both at the piano, and Mr Harding was sitting close to them, with the violoncello between his legs, so that the elegancy of the epistle was visible to them all. "Please, ma'am, Dr Stanhope's coachman says he is to wait for an answer," said the servant. Eleanor got very red in the face as she took the note in her hand. She had never seen the writing before. Charlotte's epistle, to which she was well accustomed, were of a very different style and kind. She generally wrote on large note paper. She twisted up her letters into the shape and sometimes into the size of cocked hats. She addressed them in a sprawling, manly hand, and not unusually added a blot or a smudge, as though such were her own peculiar sign manual. The address of this note was written in a beautiful female hand, and the gum wafer bore on it an impress of a gilt coronet. Though Eleanor had never seen such a one before, she guessed that it came from the Signora. Such epistles were very numerously sent out from any house in which the Signora might happen to be dwelling, but they were rarely addressed to ladies. When the coachman was told by the lady's maid to take the letter to Mrs Bold, he openly expressed his opinion that there was some mistake about it. Whereupon the lady's maid boxed the coachman's ears. Had Mr Slope seen in how meek a spirit the coachman took the rebuke, he might have learnt a useful lesson, both in philosophy and religion. The note was as follows. It may be taken as a faithful promise that no further letter whatever shall be transcribed at length in these pages. "My dear Mrs Bold, may I ask you, as a great favour, to call on me tomorrow? You can say what hour will best suit you, but quite early, if you can. I need hardly say that if I could call upon you, I should not take this liberty with you. I partly know what occurred the other day, and I promise you that you shall meet with no annoyance if you will come to me. My brother leaves us for London to-day. From thence he goes to Italy. It will probably occur to you that I should not thus intrude on you, unless I had that to say to you which may be of considerable moment. Pray, therefore, excuse me, even if you do not grant my request, and believe me, very sincerely yours, M. Vesey Neroni. Thursday evening. The three of them sat in consultation on this epistle for some 10 or 15 minutes, and then decided that Eleanor should write a line, saying that she would see the Signora the next morning at 12 o'clock. End of chapter 44. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. The Stanhopes at Home. We must now return to the Stanhopes and see how they behaved themselves on their return from Ullathorne. Charlotte, who came back in the first homeward journey with her sister, waited in palpitating expectation till the carriage drove up to the doors a second time. She did not run down, or stand at the window, or show in any outward manner that she looked for anything wonderful to occur. But when she heard the carriage wheels, she stood up with erect ears, listening for Eleanor's footfall on the pavement, or the cheery sound of Bertie's voice welcoming her in. Had she heard either, she would have felt that all was right, but neither sound was there for her to hear. She heard only her father's slow step as he ponderously let himself down from the carriage, and slowly walked along the hall, till he got into his own private room on the ground floor. "Send Miss Stanhope to me," he said to the servant. "There's something wrong now," said Madeline, who was lying on her sofa in the back drawing-room. "It's all up with Bertie," replied Charlotte. I know," she said to the servant as he brought up the message. "Tell my father I will be with him immediately." "Bertie's wooing has gone astray," said Madeline. "I knew it would." "It has been his own fault then. She was ready enough, I am quite sure," said Charlotte, with that sort of ill nature which is not uncommon when one woman speaks of another. "What will you say to him now?" By him, the Signora meant their father. "That will be as I find him. He was ready to pay £200 for Bertie to stave off the worst of his creditors if this marriage had gone on. Bertie must now have the money instead, and go and take his chance." "Where is he now?" "Heavens knows, smoking in the bottom of Mr Thorne's, or philandering with some of those Miss Chadwicks. Nothing will ever make an impression on him, but he'll be furious if I don't go down." "No, nothing ever will. But don't be long, Charlotte, for I want my tea." And so Charlotte went down to her father. There was a very black cloud on the old man's brow, blacker than his daughter could ever yet remember to have seen there. He was sitting in his own armchair, not comfortably over the fire, but in the middle of the room, waiting till she could come and listen to him. "What has become of your brother?" he said as soon as the door was shut. "I should rather ask you," said Charlotte. "I left you both at Ullathorne when I came away. What have you done with Mrs Bold?" "Mrs Bold? Nonsense. The woman has gone home as she ought to do, and heartily glad I am that she should not be sacrificed to so heartless a reprobate." "Oh, papa, a heartless reprobate! Tell me now where he is, and what he is going to do." "I have allowed myself to be fooled between you. Marriage indeed! Who on earth that has money, or credit, or respect in the world to lose would marry him?" "It is no use your scolding me, papa. I have done the best I could for him and you." And Madeline is nearly as bad," said the prebendary, who was in truth very, very angry. "Oh, I suppose we are all bad," replied Charlotte. The old man emitted a huge leonine sigh. If they were all bad, who had made them so? If they were unprincipled, selfish, and disreputable, who was to be blamed for the education which had had so injurious an effect? "I know you'll ruin me among you," said he. "Why, papa, what nonsense that is! You are living within your income this minute, and if there are any new debts, I don't know of them. I am sure there ought to be none, for we are dull enough here. And those bills of Madeline's paid?" "No, they are not. Who was to pay them? Her husband may pay them." "Her husband! Would you wish me to tell her you say so? Do you wish to turn her out of your house?" "I wish she would know how to behave herself." "Why, what on earth has she done now? Poor Madeline! To-day is only the second time she has gone out since we came to this vile town." He then sat silent for a time, thinking in what shape he would declare his resolve. "Well, papa," said Charlotte, "shall I stay here, or may I go upstairs and give mamma her tea?" "You are in your brother's confidence. Tell me what he is going to do." "Nothing that I am aware of." "Nothing! Nothing! Nothing but eat and drink and spend every shilling of my money he can lay his hands upon." "I have made up my mind, Charlotte. He shall eat and drink no more in this house." "Very well. Then I suppose he must go back to Italy." "He may go where he pleases." "That's easily said, papa. But what does it mean? You can't let him." "It means this," said the doctor, speaking more loudly than was his wont, and with wrath flashing from his eyes, "that as sure as God rules in heaven, I will not maintain him any longer in idleness." "Oh, ruling in heaven," said Charlotte. "It is no use talking about that. You must rule him here on earth, and the question is, how can you do it? You can't turn him out of the house, penniless, to beg about the street. He may beg where he likes. He must go back to Carrara. That is the cheapest place he can live at, and nobody there will give him credit for above 200 or 300 pauls. But you must let him have the means of going, as sure as—" "Oh, papa, don't swear. You know you must do it. You were ready to pay 200 pounds for him if this marriage came off. Half that will start him to Carrara." "What! Give him 100 pounds? You know we are all in the dark, papa," said she, thinking it expedient to change the conversation. "For anything we know, he may be at this moment engaged to Mrs Bold." "Fiddlestick!" said the father, who had seen the way in which Mrs Bold had got into the carriage, while his son stood apart, without even offering her his hand. "Well, then, he must go to Carrara," said Charlotte. Just at this moment the lock of the front door was heard, and Charlotte's quick ears detected her brother's cat-like step in the hall. She said nothing, feeling that for the present Bertie had better keep out of her father's way. But Dr Stanhope also heard the sound of the lock. "Who's that?" he demanded. Charlotte made no reply, and he asked again, "Who is that has just come in? Open the door. Who is it?" "I suppose it is Bertie." "Bid him come here," said the father. But Bertie, who was close to the door, had heard the call, required no further bidding, but walked in with a perfectly unconcerned and cheerful air. It was this peculiar insouciance which angered Dr Stanhope, even more than his son's extravagance. "Well, sir," said the doctor. "And how did you get home, sir, with your fair companion?" said Bertie. "I suppose she is not upstairs, Charlotte?" "Bertie," said Charlotte, "papa is in no humour for joking. He is very angry with you." "Angry!" said Bertie. raising his eyebrows, as though he had never yet given his parent cause for a single moment's uneasiness. "Sit down, if you please, sir," said Dr Stanhope, very sternly, but not now very loudly. "And I'll trouble you to sit down too, Charlotte. Your mother can wait for her tea a few minutes." Charlotte sat down on the chair nearest to the door, in somewhat of a perverse sort of manner, as much as though she would say, "Well, here I am. You shan't say I don't do what I am bid, but I'll be whipped if I give way to you." And she was determined not to give way. She too was angry with Bertie, but she was not the less ready on that account to defend him from his father. Bertie also sat down. He drew his chair close to the library table, upon which he put his elbow, and then resting his face comfortably on one hand, he began drawing little pictures on a sheet of paper with the other. Before the scene was over, he had completed admirable figures of Miss Thorne, Mrs Proudie, and Lady de Courcy, and begun a family piece to comprise the whole set of the Lookalofts. "Would it suit you, sir," said the father, "to give me some idea as to what your present intentions are? What way of living you propose to yourself?" "I'll do anything you can suggest, sir," replied Bertie. "No, I shall suggest nothing further. My time for suggesting has gone by. I have only one order to give, and that is that you leave my house." "Tonight?" said Bertie, and the simple tone of the question left the doctor without any adequately dignified method of reply. "Papa does not quite mean tonight," said Charlotte. "At least I suppose not." "Tomorrow, perhaps," suggested Bertie. "Yes, sir, tomorrow," said the doctor. "You shall leave this tomorrow." "Very well, sir. Will the 4:30 p.m. train be soon enough?" And Bertie, as he asked, put the finishing touch to Miss Thorne's high-heeled boots. "You may go how and when and where you please, so that you leave my house tomorrow. You have disgraced me, sir. You have disgraced yourself and me and your sisters." "I am glad at least, sir, that I have not disgraced my mother," said Bertie. Charlotte could hardly keep her countenance, but the doctor's brow grew still blacker than ever. Bertie was executing his chef d'oeuvre in the delineation of Mrs Proudie's nose and mouth. "You are a heartless reprobate, sir, a heartless, thankless, good-for-nothing reprobate. I have done with you. You are my son that I cannot help, but you shall have no more part or parcel in me as my child, nor I in you as your father." "Oh, papa, papa, you must not, shall not say so," said Charlotte. "I will say so, and do say so," said the father, rising from his chair. "And now leave the room, sir." "Stop, stop," said Charlotte. "Why don't you speak, Bertie? Why don't you look up and speak? It is your manner that makes papa so angry." "He is perfectly indifferent to all decency, to all propriety," said the doctor. Then he shouted out, "Leave the room, sir. Do you hear what I say?" "Papa, papa, I will not let you part so. I know you will be sorry for it." And then she added, getting up and whispering into his ear, "Is he only to blame? Think of that. We have made our own bed, and, such as it is, we must lie on it. It is no use for us to quarrel among ourselves." And as she finished her whisper, Bertie finished off the Countess's bustle, which was so well done that it absolutely seemed to be swaying to and fro on the paper with its usual lateral motion. "My father is angry at the present time," said Bertie, looking up for a moment from his sketches, "because I am not going to marry Mrs Bold. What can I say on the matter? It is true that I am not going to marry her. In the first place—" "That is not true, sir," said Dr Stanhope, "but I will not argue with you." "You were angry just this moment because I would not speak," said Bertie, going on with a young Lookaloft. "Give over drawing," said Charlotte, going up to him and taking the paper from under his hand. The caricatures, however, she preserved and showed them afterwards to the friends of the Thornes, the Proudies, and the De Courcys. Bertie, deprived of his occupation, threw himself back in his chair and waited further orders. "I think it will certainly be for the best that Bertie should leave this at once, perhaps tomorrow," said Charlotte. "But pray, papa, let us arrange some scheme together. If he will leave this tomorrow, I will give him £10, and he shall be paid £5 a month by the banker at Carrara, as long as he stays permanently in that place." "Well, sir, it won't be long," said Bertie, "for I shall be starved to death in about 3 months." "He must have marble to work with," said Charlotte. "I have plenty there in the studio to last me 3 months," said Bertie. "It will be no use attempting anything large in so limited a time, unless I do my own tombstone." Terms, however, were ultimately come to somewhat more liberal than those proposed, and the doctor was induced to shake hands with his son and bid him good night. Dr Stanhope would not go up to tea, but had it brought to him in his study by his daughter. But Bertie went upstairs and spent a pleasant evening. He finished the Lookalofts, greatly to the delight of his sisters, though the manner of portraying their décolleté dresses was not the most refined. Finding how matters were going, he by degrees allowed it to escape from him that he had not pressed his suit upon the window in a very urgent way. "I suppose, in point of fact, you never proposed at all," said Charlotte. "Oh, she understood that she might have me, if she wished," said he. "And she didn't wish?" said the Signora. "You have thrown me over in the most shameful manner," said Charlotte. "I suppose you told her all about my little plan?" "Well, it came out somehow, at least the most of it." "There's an end of that alliance," said Charlotte, "but it doesn't matter much. I suppose we shall all be back at Como soon." "I am sure I hope so," said the Signora. "I'm sick of the sight of black coats. If that Mr Slope comes here any more, he'll be the death of me." "You've been the ruin of him, I think," said Charlotte. "And as for a second black-coated lover of mine, I am going to make a present of him to another lady with the most singular disinterestedness." The next day, true to his promise, Bertie packed up and went off by the 4:30 p.m. train, with £20 in his pocket, bound for the marble quarries of Carrara. And so he disappears from our scene. At 12 o'clock on the day following that on which Bertie went, Mrs Bold, true also to her word, knocked at Dr Stanhope's door, with a timid hand and palpitating heart. She was at once shown up to the back drawing room, the folding doors of which were closed, so that in visiting the Signora, Eleanor was not necessarily thrown into any communion with those in the front room. As she went up the stairs, she saw none of the family, and was so far saved much of the annoyance which she had dreaded. "This is very kind of you, Mrs Bold, very kind, after what has happened," said the lady on the sofa, with her sweetest smile. "You wrote in such a strain that I could not but come to you." I did. I wanted to force you to see me." "Well, Signora, I am here." "How cold you are to me! But I suppose I must put up with that. I know you think you have reason to be displeased with us all. Poor Bertie! If you knew all, you would not be angry with him." "I am not angry with your brother, not in the least. But I hope you did not send for me here to talk about him." "If you are angry with Charlotte, that is worse, for you have no warmer friend in all Barchester. But I did not send for you to talk about this. Pray bring your chair nearer, Mrs Bold, so that I may look at you. It is so unnatural to see you keeping so far off from me." Eleanor did as she was bid, and brought her chair close to the sofa. "And now, Mrs Bold, I am going to tell you something which you may perhaps think indelicate, but yet I know that I am right in doing so." Hereupon Mrs Bold said nothing, but felt inclined to shake in her chair. The Signora, she knew, was not very particular, and that which to her appeared to be indelicate might to Mrs Bold appear to be extremely indecent. "I believe you know Mr Arabin." Mrs Bold would have given the world not to blush, but her blood was not at her own command. She did blush up to her forehead, and the Signora, who had made her sit in a special light in order that she might watch her, saw that she did so. "Yes, I am acquainted with him, that is, slightly. He is an intimate friend of Dr Grantly, and Dr Grantly is my brother-in-law." "Well, if you know Mr Arabin, I am sure you must like him. I know and like him much. Everybody that knows him must like him." Mrs Bold felt it quite impossible to say anything in reply to this. Her blood was rushing about her body, she knew not how or why. She felt as though she were swinging in her chair, and she knew that she was not only red in the face, but also almost suffocated with heat. However, she sat still and said nothing. "How stiff you are with me, Mrs Bold," said the Signora. "And I the while am doing for you all that one woman can do to serve another." A kind of thought came over the widow's mind, that perhaps the Signora's friendship was real, and that at any rate it could not hurt her. And another kind of thought, a glimmering of a thought, came to her also, that Mr Arabin was too precious to be lost. She despised the Signora, but might she not stoop to conquer? It should be but the smallest fraction of a stoop. "I don't want to be stiff," she said, "but your questions are so very singular." "Well then, I will ask you one more singular still," said Madeline Neroni, raising herself on her elbow and turning her own face full upon her companion's. "Do you love him? Love him with all your heart and soul, with all the love your bosom can feel? For I can tell you that he loves you, adores you, worships you, thinks of you and nothing else, is now thinking of you as he attempts to write his sermon for next Sunday's preaching. What would I give to be loved in such a way by such a man, that is, if I were an object fit for any man to love?" Mrs Bold got up from her seat and stood speechless before the woman who was now addressing her in this impassioned way. When the Signora thus alluded to herself, the widow's heart was softened, and she put her own hand, as though caressingly, on that of her companion, which was resting on the table. The Signora grasped it, and went on speaking. "What I tell you is God's own truth, and it is for you to use it as may be best for your own happiness. But you must not betray me. He knows nothing of this. He knows nothing of my knowing his inmost heart. He is simple as a child in these matters. He told me his secret in 1,000 ways, because he could not dissemble. But he does not dream that he has told it. You know it now, and I advise you to use it." Eleanor returned the pressure of the other's hand with an infinitesimal soupçon of a squeeze. "And remember," continued the Signora, "he is not like other men. You must not expect him to come to you with vows and oaths and pretty presents, to kneel at your feet and kiss your shoestrings. If you want that, there are plenty to do it, but he won't be one of them." Eleanor's bosom nearly burst with a sigh, but Madeline, not heeding her, went on. "With him, Yea will stand for yea, and nay for nay, though his heart should break for it. The woman who shall reject him once, will have rejected him once and for all. Remember that. And now, Mrs Bold, I will not keep you, for you are fluttered. I partly guess what use you will make of what I have said to you. If ever you are a happy wife in that man's house, we shall be far away. But I shall expect you to write me one line to say that you have forgiven the sins of the family." Eleanor half whispered that she would, and then, without uttering another word, crept out of the room and down the stairs, opened the front door for herself without hearing or seeing anyone, and found herself in the close. It would be difficult to analyse Eleanor's feelings as she walked home. She was nearly stupefied by the things that had been said to her. She felt sore that her heart should have been so searched and riddled by a comparative stranger, by a woman whom she had never liked and never could like. She was mortified that the man whom she owned to herself that she loved should have concealed his love from her and shown it to another. There was much to vex her proud spirit, but there was, nevertheless, an understratum of joy in all this which buoyed her up wondrously. She tried, if she could, disbelieve what Madame Neroni had said to her, but she found that she could not. It was true, it must be true. She could not, would not, did not doubt it. On one point she fully resolved to follow the advice given her. If it should ever please Mr Arabin to put such a question to her as that suggested her, yea should be yea. Would not all her miseries be at an end if she could talk of them to him openly, with her head resting on his shoulder? End of chapter 45.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 46. Mr Slope's parting interview with the Signora. On the following day the Signora was in her pride. She was dressed in her brightest of morning dresses, and had quite a levee round her couch. It was a beautiful bright October afternoon. All the gentlemen of the neighbourhood were in Barchester, and those who had the entry of Dr Stanhope's house were in the Signora's back drawing room. Charlotte and Mrs Stanhope were in the front room, and such of the ladies' squires as could not for the moment get near the centre of attraction had to waste their fragrance on the mother and sister. The first who came and the last to leave was Mr Arabin. This was the second visit he had paid to Madame Neroni since he had met her at Ullathorne. He came, he knew not why, to talk about he knew not what. But in truth the feelings which now troubled him were new to him, and he could not analyse them. It may seem strange that he should thus come dangling about Madame Neroni because he was in love with Mrs Bold. But it was nevertheless the fact, and though he could not understand why he did so, Madame Neroni understood it well enough. She had been gentle and kind to him, and had encouraged his staying. Therefore he stayed on. She pressed his hand when he first greeted her. She made him remain near her, and whispered to him little nothings. And then her eye, brilliant and bright, now mirthful, now melancholy, and invincible in either way. What man with warm feelings, blood unchilled, and a heart not guarded by a triple steel of experience could have withstood those eyes? The lady, it is true, intended to do him no mortal injury. She merely chose to inhale a slight breath of incense before she handed the casket over to another. Whether Mrs. Bold would willingly have spared even so much is another question. And then came Mr Slope. All the world now knew that Mr Slope was a candidate for the deanery, and that he was generally considered to be the favourite. Mr Slope therefore walked rather largely upon the earth. He gave to himself a portly air, such as might become a dean, spoke but little to other clergymen, and shunned the bishop as much as possible. How the meagre little prebendary, and the burly chancellor, and all the minor canons and vicars, choral, ayre, and all the choristers too, cowered and shook, and walked about with long faces when they read or heard of that article in the Jupiter. Now were coming the days when nothing would avail to keep the impure spirit from the cathedral pulpit. That pulpit would indeed be his own. Precentors, vicars, and choristers might hang up their harps on the willows. Ichabod, the glory of their house was departing from them. Mr Slope, great as he was, with embryo grandeur, still came to see the Signora. Indeed, he could not keep himself away. He dreamed of that soft hand which he had kissed so often, and of that imperial brow which his lips had once pressed, and he then dreamed also of further favours. And Mr Thorne was there also. It was the first visit he has ever paid to the Signora, and he made it not without due preparation. Mr Thorne was a gentleman usually precise in his dress, and prone to make the most of himself in an unpretending way. The grey hairs in his whiskers were eliminated perhaps once a month. Those on his head were softened by a mixture which we will not call a dye. It was only a wash. His tailor lived in St James's Street, and his bootmaker at the corner of that street and Piccadilly. He was particular in the article of gloves, and the getting up of his shirts was a matter not lightly thought of in the Ullathorne laundry. On the occasion of the present visit he had rather overdone his usual efforts, and caused some little uneasiness to his sister, who had not hitherto received very cordially the proposition for a lengthened visit from the Signora at Ullathorne. There were others also there, young men about the city who had not much to do, and who were induced by the lady's charms to neglect that little, but all gave way to Mr Thorne, who was somewhat of a grand signor, as a country gentleman always is in a provincial city. "Oh, Mr Thorne, this is so kind of you," said the Signora. "You promised to come, but I really did not expect it. I thought you country gentlemen never kept your pledges." "Oh yes, sometimes," said Mr Thorne, looking rather sheepish, and making his salutations a little too much in the style of the last century. "You deceive none but your what do you call the people that carry you about in chairs and pelt you with eggs and apples when they make you a member of Parliament?" "One another also sometimes, Signora," said Mr Slope, with a very deanish sort of smirk on his face. "Country gentlemen do deceive one another sometimes, don't they, Mr Thorne?" Mr Thorne gave him a look which undeened him completely for the moment, but he soon remembered his high hopes, and, recovering himself quickly, sustained his probable coming dignity by a laugh at Mr Thorne's expense. "I never deceive a lady, at any rate," said Mr Thorne, "especially when the gratification of my own wishes is so strong an inducement to keep me true as it now is." Mr Thorne went on thus a while with antediluvian grimaces and compliments, which he had picked up from Sir Charles Grandison, and the Signora at every grimace and at every bow smiled a little smile and bowed a little bow. Mr Thorne, however, was kept standing at the foot of the couch, for the new dean sat in the seat of honour near the table. Mr Arabin the while was standing with his back to the fire, his coat tails under his arms, gazing at her with all his eyes, not quite in vain, for every now and again a glance came up at him bright as a meteor out of heaven. "Oh, Mr Thorne, you promised to let me introduce my little girl to you. Can you spare a moment? Will you see her now?" Mr Thorne assured her that he could and would see the young lady with the greatest pleasure in life. "Mr Slope, might I trouble you to ring the bell?" said she, and when Mr Slope got up, she looked at Mr Thorne and pointed to the chair. Mr Thorne, however, was much too slow to understand her, and Mr Slope would have recovered his seat had not the Signora, who never chose to be unsuccessful, somewhat summarily ordered him out of it. "Oh, Mr Slope, I must ask you to let Mr Thorne sit here just for a moment or two. I am sure you will pardon me. We can take a liberty with you this week. Next week, you know, when you move into the dean's house, we shall all be afraid of you." Mr Slope, with an air of much indifference, rose from his seat, and walking into the next room, became greatly interested in Mrs Stanhope's worsted work. And then the child was brought in. She was a little girl about 8 years of age, like her mother, only that her enormous eyes were black, and her hair quite jet. Her complexion, too, was very dark, and bespoke her foreign blood. She was dressed in the most outlandish and extravagant way in which clothes could be put on a child's back. She had great bracelets on her naked little arms, a crimson fillet braided with gold round her head, and scarlet shoes with high heels. Her dress was all flounces, and stuck out from her as though the object were to make it lie off horizontally from her little hips. It did not nearly cover her knees, but this was atoned for by a loose pair of drawers, which seemed made throughout of lace. Then she had on pink silk stockings. It was thus that the last of the Neros was habitually dressed at the hour when visitors were wont to call. "Julia, my love," said the mother. Julia was ever a favourite name with the ladies of that family. "Julia, my love, come here. I was telling you about the beautiful party poor mamma went to. This is Mr Thorne. Will you give him a kiss, dearest?" Julia put up her face to be kissed, as she did to all her mother's visitors, and then Mr Thorne found that he had got her, and, what was much more terrific to him, all her finery into his arms. The lace and starch crumpled against his waistcoat and trousers, the greasy black curls hung upon his cheek, and one of the bracelet clasps scratched his ear. He did not at all know how to hold so magnificent a lady, nor holding her what to do with her. However, he had on other occasions been compelled to fondle little nieces and nephews, and now set about the task in the mode he always had used. Diddle, 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 said he, putting the child on one knee and working away with it as though he were turning a knife grinder's wheel with his foot. Mamma, mamma, said Julia crossly, I don't want to be diddle-diddled. Let me go, you naughty old man, you. Poor Mr Thorne put the child down quietly on the ground and drew back his chair. Mr Slope, who had returned to the pole star that attracted him, laughed aloud. Mr Arabin winced and shut his eyes, and the Signora pretended not to hear her daughter. Go to Aunt Charlotte, lovey, said the mamma, and ask her if it is not time for you to go out. But little Miss Julia, though she had not exactly liked the nature of Mr Thorne's attention, was accustomed to be played with by gentlemen, and did not relish the idea of being sent so soon to her aunt. Julia, go when I tell you, my dear. But Julia still went pouting about the room. Charlotte, do come and take her, said the Signora. She must go out, and the days get so short now. And thus ended the much talked of interview between Mr Thorne and the last of the Neros. Mr Thorne recovered from the child's crossness sooner than from Mr Slope's laughter. He could put up with being called an old man by an infant, but he did not like to be laughed at by the bishop's chaplain, even though that chaplain was about to become a dean. He said nothing, but he showed plainly enough that he was angry. The Signora was ready enough to avenge him. Mr Slope, said she, I hear that you are triumphing on all sides. How so? Said he, smiling. He did not dislike being talked to about the deanery, though of course he strongly denied the imputation. You carry the day both in love and war. Mr Slope hereupon did not look quite so satisfied as he had done. Mr Arabin, continued the Signora, don't you think Mr Slope is a very lucky man? Not more so than he deserves, I'm sure, said Mr Arabin. Only think, Mr Thorne, he is to be our new dean. Of course we all know that. Indeed, Signora, said Mr Slope, we all know nothing about it. I can assure you I myself... He is to be the new dean, there is no manner of doubt of it, Mr Thorne. Hum, said Mr Thorne. Passing over the heads of old men like my father and Archdeacon Grantly. Ah, said Mr Slope. The Archdeacon would not accept it, said Mr Arabin, whereupon Mr Slope smiled abominably, and said as plainly as a look could speak that the grapes were sour. Going over all our heads, continued the Signora, for of course I consider myself one of the chapter. If I am ever dean, said Mr Slope, that is, were I ever to become so, I should glory in such a canoness. Oh, Mr Slope, stop, I haven't half done. There is another canoness for you to glory in. Mr Slope is not only to have the deanery, but a wife to put in it. Mr Slope again looked disconcerted. A wife with a large fortune too. It never rains but it pours, does it, Mr Thorne? No, never, said Mr Thorne, who did not quite relish talking about Mr Slope and his affairs. When will it be, Mr Slope? When will what be? Said he. Oh, we know when the affair of the dean will be. A week will settle that. The new hat, I have no doubt, has been already ordered. But when will the marriage come off? Do you mean mine or Mr Arabin's? Said he, striving to be facetious. Well, just then I meant yours, though perhaps after all Mr Arabin's may be first. But we know nothing of him. He is too close for any of us. Now all is open and above board with you, which, by the way, Mr Arabin, I beg to tell you I like much the best. He who runs can read that Mr Slope is a favoured lover. Come, Mr Slope, when is the widow to be made Mrs Dean? To Mr Arabin this badinage was peculiarly painful, and yet he could not tear himself away and leave it. He believed, still believed, with that sort of belief which the fear of a thing engenders, that Mrs Bold would probably become the wife of Mr Slope. Of Mr Slope's little adventure in the garden he knew nothing. For aught he knew, Mr Slope might have had an adventure of quite a different character. He might have thrown himself at the widow's feet, been accepted, and then returned to town a jolly, thriving wooer. The Signora's jokes were bitter enough to Mr Slope, but they were quite as bitter to Mr Arabin. He still stood leaning against the fireplace, fumbling with his hands in his trouser pockets. "Come, come, Mr Slope, don't be so bashful," continued the Signora. "We all know that you proposed to the lady the other day at Ullathorne. Tell us with what words she accepted you. Was it with a simple yes, or with the two no-nos which make an affirmative, or did silence give consent? Or did she speak out with that spirit which so well becomes a widow, and say openly, 'By my troth, sir, you shall make me Mrs Slope as soon as it is your pleasure to do so'? Mr Slope had seldom in his life felt himself less at his ease. There sat Mr Thorne, laughing silently. There stood his old antagonist, Mr Arabin, gazing at him with all his eyes. There, round the door between the two rooms, were clustered a little group of people, including Miss Stanhope and the Reverend Messrs Grey and Green, all listening to his discomfiture. He knew that it depended solely on his own wit whether or no he could throw the joke back upon the lady. He knew that it stood him to do so, if he possibly could, but he had not a word. This conscience that makes cowards of us all. He felt on his cheek the sharp points of Eleanor's fingers, and did not know who might have seen the blow, who might have told the tale to this pestilent woman who took such delight in jeering him. He stood there, therefore, red as a carbuncle and mute as a fish, grinning sufficiently to show his teeth, an object of pity. But the Signora had no pity. She knew nothing of mercy. Her present object was to put Mr Slope down, and she was determined to do it thoroughly, now that she had him in her power. What, Mr Slope, no answer? Why, it can't possibly be that the woman has been fool enough to refuse you. She can't surely be looking out after a bishop. But I see how it is, Mr Slope. Widows are proverbially cautious. You should have let her alone till the new hat was on your head, till you could show her the key of the Deanery. Signora, said he at last, trying to speak in a tone of dignified reproach, you really permit yourself to talk on solemn subjects in a very improper way. Solemn subjects? What solemn subject? Surely a dean's hat is not such a solemn subject. I have no aspirations such as those you impute to me. Perhaps you will drop the subject. Oh, certainly, Mr Slope. But one word first. Go to her again with the Prime Minister's letter in your pocket. I will wager my shawl to your shovel she does not refuse you then. I must say, Signora, that I think you are speaking of the lady in a very unjustifiable manner. And one other piece of advice, Mr Slope. I will only offer you one other. And then she commenced singing. It is good to be merry and wise, Mr Slope. It is good to be honest and true. It is good to be off with the old love, Mr Slope, before you are on with the new. Ha, ha, ha. And the Signora, throwing herself back on her sofa, laughed merrily. She little recked how those who heard her would, in their own imaginations, fill up the little history of Mr Slope's first love. She little cared that some among them might attribute to her the honour of his earlier admiration. She was tired of Mr Slope, and wanted to get rid of him. She had ground for anger with him, and she chose to be revenged. How Mr Slope got out of that room he never himself knew. He did succeed ultimately, and probably with some assistance in getting his hat and escaping into the air. At last his love for the Signora was cured. Whenever he again thought of her in his dreams, it was not as of an angel with azure wings. He connected her rather with fire and brimstone, and though he could still believe her to be a spirit, he banished her entirely out of heaven, and found a place for her among the infernal gods. When he weighed in the balance, as he not seldom did, the two women to whom he had attached himself in Barchester, the pre-eminent place in his soul's hatred was usually allotted to the Signora. End of chapter 46. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 47. The Dean-elect. During the entire next week, Barchester was ignorant who was to be its new dean. On Sunday morning Mr Slope was decidedly the favourite, but he did not show himself in the cathedral, and then he sank a point or two in the betting. On Monday he got a scolding from the bishop in the hearing of the servants, and down he went till nobody would have him at any price. But on Tuesday he received a letter in an official cover marked private, by which he fully recovered his place in the public favour. On Wednesday he was said to be ill, and that didn't look well, but on Thursday morning he went down to the railway station with a very jaunty air, and when it was certain that he had taken a first-class ticket for London, there was no longer any room for doubt on the matter. While matters were in this state of ferment at Barchester, there was not much mental comfort at Plumstead. Our friend the Archdeacon had many grounds for inward grief. He was much displeased at the result of Dr Gwynne's diplomatic mission to the palace, and did not even scruple to say to his wife that had he gone himself, he would have managed the affair much better. His wife did not agree with him, but that did not mend the matter. Mr Quiverful's appointment to the hospital was, however, a fait accompli, and Mr Harding's acquiescence in that appointment was not less so. Nothing would induce Mr Harding to make a public appeal against the bishop, and the Master of Lazarus quite approved of his not doing so. "I don't know what has come to the master," said the Archdeacon over and over again. "He used to be ready enough to stand up for his order. "My dear Archdeacon," Mrs Grantly would say in reply, "what's the use of always fighting? I really think the master is right." The master, however, had taken steps of his own of which neither the archdeacon nor his wife knew anything. Then Mr Slope's successes were henbane to Dr Grantly, and Mrs Bold's improprieties were as bad. What would be all the world to Archdeacon Grantly if Mr Slope should become Dean of Barchester and marry his wife's sister? He talked of it and talked of it till he was nearly ill. Mrs Grantly almost wished that the marriage were done and over, so that she might hear no more about it. And there was yet another ground of misery which cut him to the quick, nearly as closely as either of the others. That paragon of a clergyman whom he had bestowed upon St Ewold's, that college friend of whom he had boasted so loudly, that ecclesiastical knight before whose lance Mr Slope was to fall and bite the dust, that worthy bulwark of the church as it should be, that honoured representative of Oxford's best spirit, was, so at least his wife had told him half a dozen times, misconducting himself. Nothing had been seen of Mr Arabin at Plumstead for the last week, but a good deal had unfortunately been heard of him. As soon as Mrs Grantly had found herself alone with the archdeacon on the evening of the Ullathorne party, she had expressed herself very forcibly as to Mr Arabin's conduct on that occasion. He had, she declared, looked and acted and talked very unlike a decent parish clergyman. At first the archdeacon had laughed at this, and assured her that she need not trouble herself, that Mr Arabin would be found to be quite safe. But by degrees he began to find that his wife's eyes had been sharper than his own. Other people coupled the Signora's name with that of Mr Arabin. The meagre little prebendary who lived in the close told him to a nicety how often Mr Arabin had visited at Dr Stanhope's, and how long he had remained on the occasion of each visit. He had asked after Mr Arabin at the cathedral library, and an officious little vicar choral had offered to go and see whether he could be found at Dr Stanhope's. Rumour, when she has contrived to sound the first note on her trumpet, soon makes a loud peal audible enough. It was too clear that Mr Arabin had succumbed to the Italian woman, and that the archdeacon's credit would suffer fearfully if something were not done to rescue the brand from the burning. Besides, to give the archdeacon his due, he was really attached to Mr Arabin, and grieved greatly at his backsliding. They were sitting talking over their sorrows in the drawing room before dinner on the day after Mr Slope's departure for London, and on this occasion Mrs Grantly spoke out her mind freely. She had opinions of her own about parish clergymen, and now thought it right to give vent to them. "If you would have been led by me, Archdeacon, you would never have put a bachelor into St Ewold's. But, my dear, you don't mean to say that all bachelor clergymen misbehave themselves?" "I don't know that clergymen are so much better than other men," said Mrs Grantly. "It is all very well with a curate whom you have under your own eye, and whom you can get rid of if he persists in improprieties. But Mr Arabin was a fellow, and could not have had a wife. Then I would have found someone who could." "But, my dear, are fellows never to get livings?" "Yes, to be sure they are, when they get engaged. I never would put a young man into living unless he were married or engaged to be married. Now here is Mr Arabin. The whole responsibility lies upon you. There is not at this moment a clergyman in all Oxford more respected for morals and conduct than Arabin. Oh, Oxford, said the lady with a sneer. What men choose to do at Oxford nobody ever hears of. A man may do very well at Oxford who would bring disgrace on a parish. And to tell you the truth, it seems to me that Mr Arabin is just such a man. The archdeacon groaned deeply, but he had no further answer to make. You really must speak to him, Archdeacon. Only think what the Thornes will say if they hear that their parish clergyman spends his whole time philandering with this woman. The archdeacon groaned again. He was a courageous man, and knew well enough how to rebuke the younger clergymen of the diocese when necessary. But there was that about Mr Arabin which made the doctor feel that it would be very difficult to rebuke him with good effect. You can advise him to find a wife for himself, and he will understand well enough what that means, said Mrs Grantly. The archdeacon had nothing for it but groaning. There was Mr Slope. He was going to be made dean. He was going to take a wife. He was about to achieve respectability and wealth, an excellent family mansion, and a family carriage. He would soon be among the comfortable elite of the ecclesiastical world of Barchester. Whereas his own protégé, the true scion of the true church, by whom he had sworn, would be still but a poor vicar, and that with a very indifferent character for moral conduct. It might be all very well recommending Mr Arabin to marry, but how would Mr Arabin, when married, support a wife? Things were ordering themselves thus in Plumstead drawing room when Dr and Mrs Grantly were disturbed in their sweet discourse by the quick rattle of a carriage and pair of horses on the gravel sweep. The sound was not that of visitors, whose private carriages are generally brought up to country house doors with demure propriety, but betokened rather the advent of some person or persons who were in a hurry to reach the house, and had no intention of immediately leaving it. Guests invited to stay a week, and who were conscious of arriving after the first dinner bell, would probably approach in such a manner. So might arrive an attorney with the news of a grand uncle's death, or a son from college with all the fresh honours of a double first. No one would have had himself driven up to the door of a country house in such a manner who had the slightest doubt of his own right to force an entry. "Who is it?" said Mrs Grantly, looking at her husband. "Who on earth can it be?" said the archdeacon to his wife. He then quietly got up and stood with the drawing room door open in his hand. "Why, it is your father." It was indeed Mr Harding, and Mr Harding alone. He had come by himself in a post chaise with a couple of horses from Barchester, arriving almost after dark, and evidently full of news. His visits had usually been made in the quietest manner. He had rarely presumed to come without notice, and had always been driven up in a modest old green fly, with one horse that hardly made itself heard as it crawled up to the hall door. "Good gracious, Warden, is it you?" said the archdeacon, forgetting in his surprise the events of the last few years. "But come in. Nothing the matter, I hope?" "We are very glad you are come, papa," said his daughter. "I will go and get your room ready at once." "I ain't warden, Archdeacon," said Mr Harding. "Mr Quiverful is warden." "Oh, I know," said the archdeacon petulantly. "I forgot all about it at the moment. Is anything the matter?" "Don't go this moment, Susan," said Mr Harding. "I have something to tell you." "The dinner bell will ring in 5 minutes," said she. "Will it?" said Mr Harding. "Then perhaps I had better wait." He was big with news which he had come to tell, but which he knew could not be told without much discussion. He had hurried away to Plumstead as fast as 2 horses could bring him, and now finding himself there, he was willing to accept the reprieve which dinner would give him. "If you have anything of moment to tell us," said the archdeacon, "pray let us hear it at once. Has Eleanor gone off?" "No, she has not," said Mr Harding, with a look of great displeasure. "Has Slope been made dean?" "No, he has not, but—" "But what?" said the archdeacon, who was becoming very impatient. "They have what?" said the archdeacon. "They have offered it to me," said Mr Harding, with a modesty which almost prevented his speaking. "Good heavens!" said the archdeacon, and sunk back exhausted in an easy chair. "My dear, dear father," said Mrs Grantly, and threw her arms round her father's neck. "So I thought I had better come out and consult with you at once," said Mr Harding. "Consult!" shouted the archdeacon. "But my dear Harding, I congratulate you with my whole heart. With my whole heart I do indeed. I never heard anything in my life that gave me so much pleasure." And he got hold of both his father-in-law's hands, and shook them as though he were going to shake them off, and walked round and round the room, twirling a copy of the Jupiter over his head to show his extreme exultation. "But," began Mr Harding. "But me no buts," said the archdeacon. "I never was so happy in my life. It was just the proper thing to do. Upon my honour I will never say another word against Lord the longest day I have to live." "That's Dr Gwynne's doing, you may be sure," said Mrs Grantly, who greatly liked the Master of Lazarus, he being an orderly married man with a large family. "I suppose it is," said the archdeacon. "Oh, papa, I am so truly delighted," said Mrs Grantly, getting up and kissing her father. "But, my dear," said Mr Harding, it was all in vain that he strove to speak. Nobody would listen to him. "Well, Mr Dean," said the archdeacon, triumphing, "the deanery gardens will be some consolation for the hospital elms. Well, poor Quiverful! I won't begrudge him his good fortune any longer." "No, indeed," said Mrs Grantly. "Poor woman! She has 14 children. I am sure I am very glad they have got it." "So am I," said Mr Harding. "I would give £20," said the archdeacon, "to see how Mr Slope will look when he hears it." The idea of Mr Slope's discomfiture formed no small part of the archdeacon's pleasure. At last Mr Harding was allowed to go upstairs and wash his hands, having in fact said very little of all that he had come out to Plumstead on purpose to say. Nor could anything more be said till the servants were gone after dinner. The joy of Dr Grantly was so uncontrollable that he could not refrain from calling his father-in-law Mr Dean before the man, and therefore it was soon matter of discussion in the lower regions how Mr Harding, instead of his daughter's future husband, was to be the new dean, and various were the opinions on the matter. The cook and butler, who were advanced in years, thought that it was just as it should be; but the footman, and ladies' maids who were younger thought it was a great shame that Mr Slope should lose his charms. "He's a mean chap all the same," said the footman, "and it ain't along of him that I say so. But I always did admire the missus's sister, and she would well become the situation." While these were the ideas downstairs, a very great difference of opinion existed above. As soon as the cloth was drawn and the wine on the table, Mr Harding made for himself an opportunity of speaking. It was, however, with much inward troubling that he said: "It is very kind of Lord very kind, and I feel it deeply, most deeply. I am, I must confess, gratified by the offer." "I should think so," said the archdeacon. "But all the same, I am afraid that I can't accept it." The decanter almost fell from the archdeacon's hand upon the table, and the start he made was so great as to make his wife jump up from her chair. Not accept the deanship! If it really ended in this, there would be no longer any doubt that his father-in-law was demented. The question now was whether a clergyman with low rank and preferment amounting to less than £200 a year should accept high rank, £1,200 a year, and one of the most desirable positions which his profession had to afford. "What!" said the archdeacon, gasping for breath, and staring at his guest as though the violence of his emotion had almost thrown him into a fit. "What?" "I do not find myself fit for new duties," urged Mr Harding. "New duties! What duties?" said the archdeacon with unintended sarcasm. "Oh, papa," said Mrs Grantly, "nothing can be easier than what a dean has to do. Surely you are more active than Dr Trefoil." "He won't have half as much to do as he has at present," said Dr Grantly. "Did you see what the Jupiter said the other day about young men?" "Yes, and I saw that the Jupiter said all that it could to induce the appointment of Mr Slope. Perhaps you would wish to see Mr Slope made dean." Mr Harding made no reply to this rebuke, though he felt it strongly. He had not come over to Plumstead to have further contention with his son-in-law about Mr Slope, so he allowed it to pass by. "I know I cannot make you understand my feeling," he said, "for we have been cast in different moulds. I may wish that I had your spirit and energy and power of combating, but I have not. Every day that is added to my life increases my wish for peace and rest." "And where on earth can a man have peace and rest if not in a deanery?" said the archdeacon. "People will say that I am too old for it." "Good heavens! People! What people? What need you care for any people?" "But I think myself I am too old for any new place." "Dear papa," said Mrs Grantly, "men 10 years older than you are appointed to new situations day after day." "My dear," said he, "it is impossible that I should make you understand my feelings, nor do I pretend to any great virtue in the matter. The truth is, I want the force of character which might enable me to stand against the spirit of the times. The call on all sides now is for young men, and I have not the nerve to put myself in opposition to the demand. Were the Jupiter, when it hears of my appointment, to write article after article setting forth my incompetency, I am sure it would cost me my reason. I ought to be able to bear with such things, you will say. Well, my dear, I own that I ought. But I feel my weakness, and I know that I can't. And to tell you the truth, I know no more than a child what the dean has to do.' 'Pshaw!' exclaimed the archdeacon. 'Don't be angry with me, archdeacon. Don't let us quarrel about it, Susan. If you knew how keenly I feel the necessity of having to disoblige you in this matter, you would not be angry with me.' This was a dreadful blow to Dr Grantly. Nothing could possibly have suited him better than having Mr Harding in the deanery. Though he had never looked down on Mr Harding on account of his recent poverty, he did fully recognise the satisfaction of having those belonging to him in comfortable positions. It would be much more suitable that Mr Harding should be Dean of Barchester than Vicar of St Cuthbert's, and precentor to boot. And then the great discomfiture of that arch enemy of all that was respectable in Barchester, of that new low church clerical parvenu that had fallen amongst them, that alone would be worth more almost than the situation itself. It was frightful to think that such unhoped for good fortune should be marred by the absurd crotchets and unwholesome hallucinations by which Mr Harding allowed himself to be led astray. To have the cup so near his lips, and then to lose the drinking of it, was more than Dr Grantly could endure. And yet it appeared as though he would have to endure it. In vain he threatened, and in vain he coaxed. Mr Harding did not indeed speak with perfect decision of refusing the proffered glory, but he would not speak with anything like decision of accepting it. When pressed again and again, he would again and again allege that he was wholly unfitted to new duties. It was in vain that the archdeacon tried to insinuate, though he could not plainly declare, that there were no new duties to perform. It was in vain he hinted that in all cases of difficulty he the archdeacon, was willing and able to guide a weak-minded dean. Mr Harding seemed to have a foolish idea, not only that there were new duties to do, but that no one should accept the place who was not himself prepared to do them. The conference ended in an understanding that Mr Harding should at once acknowledge the letter he had received from the minister's private secretary, and should beg that he might be allowed 2 days to make up his mind, and that during those 2 days the matter should be considered. On the following morning the archdeacon was to drive Mr Harding back to Barchester. End of chapter 47.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Roy Dobbs, Boston, March 2007. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. Miss Thorne shows her talent at matchmaking. On Mr Harding's return to Barchester from Plumstead, which was effected by him in due course in company with the archdeacon, more tidings of a surprising nature met him. He was during the journey subjected to such a weight of unanswerable argument, all of which went to prove that it was his bounden duty not to interfere with the paternal government that was so anxious to make him a dean, that when he arrived at the chemist's door in High Street he hardly knew which way to turn himself in the matter. But perplexed as he was doomed to further perplexity. He found a note there from his daughter, begging him most urgently to come to her immediately. But we must again go back a little in our story. Miss Thorne had not been slow to hear the rumours respecting Mr Arabin, which had so much disturbed the happiness of Mrs Grantly, and she also was unhappy to think that her parish clergyman should be accused of worshipping a strange goddess. She also was of opinion that rectors and vicars should all be married, and with that good-natured energy which was characteristic of her, she put her wits to work to find a fitting match for Mr Arabin. Mrs Grantly, in this difficulty, could think of no better remedy than a lecture from the Archdeacon. Miss Thorne thought that a young lady, marriageable and with a dowry, might be of more efficacy. In looking through the catalogue of her unmarried friends, who might possibly be in want of a husband, and might also be fit for such promotion as a country parsonage affords, she could think of no one more eligible than Mrs Bold. Consequently, losing no time, she went into Barchester on the day of Mr Slope's discomfiture, the same day that her brother had had his interesting interview with the last of the Neros, and invited Mrs Bold to bring her nurse and baby to Ullathorne and make them a protracted visit. Miss Thorne suggested a month or two, intending to use her influence afterwards in prolonging it so as to last out the winter, in order that Mr Arabin might have an opportunity of becoming fairly intimate with his intended bride. "We'll have Mr Arabin too," said Miss Thorne to herself, "and before the spring they'll know each other, and in 12 or 18 months' time, if all goes well, Mrs Bold will be domiciled at St Ewold's." And then the kind-hearted lady gave herself some not undeserved praise for her matchmaking genius. Eleanor was taken a little by surprise, but the matter ended in her promising to go to Ullathorne for at any rate a week or two. On the day previous to that on which her father drove out to Plumstead, she had had herself driven out to Ullathorne. Miss Thorne would not perplex her with her embryo lord on that same evening, thinking that she would allow her a few hours to make herself at home. But on the following morning Mr Arabin arrived. "And now," said Miss Thorne to herself, "I must contrive to throw them in each other's way." That same day, after dinner, Eleanor, with an assumed air of dignity which she could not maintain, with tears which she could not suppress, with a flutter which she could not conquer, and a joy which she could not hide, told Miss Thorne that she was engaged to marry Mr Arabin, and that it behoved her to get back home to Barchester as quick as she could. To say simply that Miss Thorne was rejoiced at the success of the scheme would give a very faint idea of her feelings on the occasion. My readers may probably have dreamt before now that they have had before them some terribly long walk to accomplish, some journey of 20 or 30 miles, an amount of labour frightful to anticipate, and that immediately on starting they have ingeniously found some accommodating short-cut which has brought them without fatigue to their work's end in 5 minutes. Miss Thorne's waking feelings were somewhat of the same nature. My readers may perhaps have had to do with children, and may on some occasion have promised to their young charges some great gratification intended to come off perhaps at the end of the winter or at the beginning of summer. The impatient juveniles, however, will not wait, and clamorously demand their treat before they go to bed. Miss Thorne had a sort of feeling that her children were equally unreasonable. She was like an inexperienced gunner who has ill calculated the length of the train that he has laid. The gunpowder exploded much too soon, and poor Miss Thorne felt that she was blown up by the strength of her own petard. Miss Thorne had had lovers of her own, but they had been gentlemen of old-fashioned and deliberate habits. Miss Thorne's heart also had not always been hard, though she was still a virgin spinster. But it had never yielded in this way at the first assault. She had intended to bring together a middle-aged, studious clergyman and a discreet matron who might possibly be induced to marry again, and in doing so she had thrown fire among tinder. Well, It was all as it should be, but she did feel perhaps a little put out by the precipitancy of her own success, and perhaps a little vexed at the readiness of Mrs Bold to be wooed. She said, however, nothing about it to anyone, and ascribed it all to the altered manners of the new age. Their mothers and grandmothers were perhaps a little more deliberate, but it was admitted on all sides that things were concluded very differently now than in former times. For aught Miss Thorne knew of the matter, a couple of hours might be quite sufficient under the new regime to complete that for which she, in her ignorance, had allotted 12 months. But we must not pass over the wooing so cavalierly. It has been told with perhaps tedious accuracy how Eleanor disposed of 2 of her lovers at Ullathorne, and it must also be told with equal accuracy, and if possible with less tedium, how she encountered Mr Arabin. It cannot be denied that when Eleanor accepted Miss Thorne's invitation, she remembered that Ullathorne was in the parish of St Ewold's. Since her interview with the Signora, she had done little else than think about Mr Arabin and the appeal that had been made to her. She could not bring herself to believe, or try to bring herself to believe, that what she had been told was untrue. Think of it how she would, she could not but accept it as a fact that Mr Arabin was fond of her. And then, when she went further and asked herself the question, she could not but accept it as a fact also that she was fond of him. If it were destined for her to be the partner of his hopes and sorrows, to whom could she look for friendship so properly as to Miss Thorne? This invitation was like an ordained step towards the fulfilment of her destiny. And when she also heard that Mr Arabin was expected to be at Ullathorne on the following day, it seemed as though all the world were conspiring in her favour. Well, did she not deserve it? In that affair of Mr Slope, had not all the world conspired against her? She could not, however, make herself easy and at home, when in the evening after dinner Miss Thorne expatiated on the excellence of Mr Arabin's qualities, and hinted that any little rumour which might be ill-naturedly spread abroad concerning him really meant nothing. Mrs Bold found herself unable to answer. When Miss Thorne went a little further and declared that she did not know a prettier vicarage house in the county than St Ewold's, Mrs Bold, remembering the projected bow window, tingled with the conviction that all the world knew that she was in love with Mr Arabin. Well, what would that matter if they could only meet and tell each other what each now longed to tell? And they did meet. Mr Arabin came early in the day and found the 2 ladies together at work in the drawing room. Miss Thorne, who, had she known all the truth, would have vanished into air at once, had no conception that her immediate absence would be a blessing, and remained chatting with them till luncheon time. Mr Arabin could talk about nothing but the Signora Nerone's beauty, would discuss no people but the Stanhopes. This was very distressing to Eleanor, and not very satisfactory to Miss Thorne. But yet there was evidence of innocence in his open avowal of admiration. And then they had lunch, and then Mr Arabin went out on parish duty, and Eleanor and Miss Thorne were left to take a walk together. "Do you think the Signora Neroni is so lovely as people say?" Eleanor asked as they were coming home. "She is very beautiful, certainly, very beautiful," Miss Thorne answered. "But I do not know that anyone considers her lovely. She is a woman all men would like to look at, but few, I imagine, would be glad to take her to their hearths, even were she unmarried and not afflicted as she is." There was some little comfort in this. Eleanor made the most of it till she got back to the house. She was then left alone in the drawing room, and just as it was getting dark, Mr Arabin came again. It was a beautiful afternoon in the beginning of October, and Eleanor was sitting in the window to get the advantage of the last daylight for her novel. There was a fire in the comfortable room, but the weather was not cold enough to make it attractive, and as she could see the sunset from where she sat, She was not very attentive to her book. Mr Arabin, when he entered, stood a while with his back to the fire in his usual way, merely uttering a few commonplace remarks about the beauty of the weather, while he plucked up courage for more interesting converse. It cannot probably be said that he had resolved then and there to make an offer to Eleanor. Men, we believe, seldom make such resolves. Mr Slope and Mr Stanhope had done so, it is true, but gentlemen generally propose without any absolutely defined determination as to their doing so. Such was now the case with Mr Arabin. "It is a lovely sunset," said Eleanor, answering him on the dreadfully trite subject which he had chosen. Mr Arabin could not see the sunset from the hearthrug, so he had to go close to her. "Very lovely," said he, standing modestly so far away from her as to avoid touching the flounces of her dress. Then it appeared that he had nothing further to say, so after gazing for a moment in silence at the brightness of the setting sun, he returned to the fire. Eleanor found that it was quite impossible for herself to commence a conversation. In the first place, she could find nothing to say. Words, which were generally plenty enough with her, would not come to her relief, and moreover, do what she would, she could hardly prevent herself from crying. "Do you like Ullathorne?" said Mr Arabin, speaking from the safely distant position which he had assumed on the hearthrug. "Yes, indeed, very much." "I don't mean Mr and Miss Thorne. I know you like them. But the style of the house. There's something about old-fashioned mansions, built as this is, and old-fashioned gardens, that to me is especially delightful." "I like everything old-fashioned," said Eleanor. "Old-fashioned things are so much the honestest." "I don't know about that," said Mr Arabin, gently laughing. "That is an opinion on which very much may be said on either side. It is strange how widely the world is divided on a subject which so nearly concerns us all, and which is so close beneath our eyes. Some think that we are quickly progressing towards perfection, while others imagine that virtue is disappearing from the earth. And you, Mr Arabin, what do you think?" said Eleanor. She felt somewhat surprised at the tone which his conversation was taking, and yet she was relieved at his saying something which enabled herself to speak without showing her own emotion. "What do I think, Mrs Bold?" And then he rumbled his money with his hands in his trousers pockets, and looked and spoke very little like a thriving lover. "It is the bane of my life that on important subjects I acquire no fixed opinion. I think and think, and go on thinking, and yet my thoughts are running ever in different directions. I hardly know whether or no we do lean more confidently than our fathers did on those high hopes to which we profess to aspire." "I think the world grows more worldly every day," said Eleanor. "That is because you see more of it than when you were younger. But we shall hardly judge by what we see. We see so very, very little." There was then a pause for a while, during which Mr Arabin continued to turn over his shillings and half-crowns. "If we believe in Scripture, we can hardly think that mankind in general will now be allowed to retrograde." Eleanor, whose mind was certainly engaged otherwise than on the general state of mankind, made no answer. She felt thoroughly dissatisfied with herself. She could not force her thoughts away from the topic on which the Signora had spoken to her in so strange a way, and yet she knew that she could not converse with Mr Arabin in an unrestrained, natural tone till she did so. She was most anxious not to show him any special emotion, and yet she felt that if he looked at her, he would at once see that she was not at ease. But he did not look at her. Instead of doing so, he left the fireplace and began walking up and down the room. Eleanor took up her book resolutely, but she could not read, for there was a tear in her eye, and do what she would, it fell on her cheek. When Mr Arabin's back was turned to her, she wiped it away, but another was soon coursing down her face in its place. They would come, not a deluge of tears that would have betrayed her at once, but one by one, single monitors. Mr Arabin did not observe her closely, and they passed unseen. Mr Arabin, thus pacing up and down the room, took 4 or 5 turns before he spoke another word, and Eleanor sat equally silent with her face bent over her book. She was afraid that her tears would get the better of her, and was preparing for an escape from the room, when Mr Arabin in his walk stood opposite to her. He did not come close up, but stood exactly on the spot to which his course brought him, and then, with his hands under his coat tails, thus made his confession. "Mrs Bold," said he, "I owe you retribution for a great offence of which I have been guilty towards you." Eleanor's heart beat so that she could not trust herself to say that he had never been guilty of any offence, so Mr Arabin thus went on. "I have thought much of it since, and I am now aware that I was wholly unwarranted in putting to you a question which I once asked you. It was indelicate on my part, and perhaps unmanly. No intimacy which may exist between myself and your connection, Dr Grantly, could justify it, nor could the acquaintance which existed between ourselves." This word, acquaintance, struck cold on Eleanor's heart. Was this to be her doom after all? "I therefore think it right to beg your pardon in a humble spirit, and I now do so." What was Eleanor to say to him? She could not say much, because she was crying, and yet she must say something. She was most anxious to say that something graciously, kindly, and yet not in such a manner as to betray herself. She had never felt herself so much at a loss for words. "Indeed, I took no offence, Mr Arabin." "Oh, but you did. And had you not done so, you would not have been yourself. You were as right to be offended as I was wrong to so offend you. I have not forgiven myself, but I hope to hear that you forgive me." She was now past speaking calmly, though she continued to hide her tears, and Mr Arabin, after pausing a moment in vain for her reply, was walking off towards the door. She felt that she could not allow him to go unanswered without grievously sinning against all charity, so rising from her seat, she gently touched his arm and said, "Oh, Mr Arabin, do not go till I speak to you. I do forgive you. You know that I forgive you." He took the hand that so gently touched his arm, and then gazed into her face, as if he would peruse there, as though written in a book, the whole future destiny of his life. As he did so, there was a sober, sad seriousness in his own countenance which Eleanor found herself unable to sustain. She could only look down upon the carpet, let her tears trickle as they would, and leave her hand within his. It was but for a minute that they stood so, but the duration of that minute was sufficient to make it ever memorable to them both. Eleanor was sure now that she was loved. No words, be their eloquence what it might, could be more impressive than that eager, melancholy gaze. Why did he look so into her eyes? Why did he not speak to her? Could it be that he looked for her to make the first sign? And he, though he knew but little of women, even he knew that he was loved. He had only to ask, and it would be all his own, that inexpressible loveliness, those ever speaking but yet now mute eyes, that feminine brightness and eager loving spirit which had so attracted him since first he had encountered it at St Ewold's. It must all be his own now. In no other supposition was it possible that she should allow her hand to remain thus clasped within his own. He had only to ask. Ah, but that was the difficulty. Did a minute suffice for all this? Nay. Perhaps it might be more than a minute. "Mrs Bold," at last he said, and then stopped himself. If he could not speak, how was she to do so? He had called her by her name, the same name that any merest stranger would have used. She withdrew her hand from his and moved as though to return to her seat. "Eleanor," he then said in his softest tone, as though the courage of a lover were as yet but half assumed, as though he were still afraid of giving offence by the freedom which he took. She looked slowly, gently, almost piteously up into his face. There was at any rate no anger there to deter him. "Eleanor," he again exclaimed, and in a moment he had her clasped to his bosom. How this was done, whether the doing was with him or her, whether she had flown thither, conquered by the tenderness of his voice, or he, with a violence not likely to give offence, had drawn her to his breast, neither of them knew, nor can I declare. There was now that sympathy between them which hardly admitted of individual motion. They were one and the same, one flesh, one spirit, one life. "Eleanor, my own Eleanor, my own, my wife." She ventured to look up at him through her tears, and he, bowing his face down over hers, pressed his lips upon her brow, his virgin lips, which, since a beard first grew upon his chin, had never yet tasted the luxury of a woman's cheek. She had been told that her yea must be yea, and her nay, nay, but she was called on for neither the one nor the other. She told Miss Thorne that she was engaged to Mr Arabin, but no such words had passed between them, no promises had been asked or given. "Oh, let me go," said she. "Let me go now. I am too happy to remain. Let me go that I may be alone." He did not try to hinder her. He did not repeat the kiss. He did not press another on her lips. He might have done so had he been so minded. She was now all his own. He took his arm from round her waist, his arm that was trembling with a new delight, and let her go. She fled like a roe to her own chamber, and then, having turned the bolt, she enjoyed the full luxury of her love. She idolized, almost worshipped this man who had so meekly begged her pardon. And he was now her own. Oh, how she wept and cried and laughed as the hopes and fears and miseries of the last few weeks passed in remembrance through her mind. Mr Slope! That anyone would have dared to think that she who had been chosen by him could possibly have mated herself with Mr Slope! That they should have dared to tell him also, and subject her bright happiness to such needless risk! And then she smiled with joy as she thought of all the comforts that she could give him. Not that he cared for comforts, but that it would be so delicious for her to give. She got up and rang for her maid, that she might tell her little boy of his new father, and in her own way she did tell him. She desired her maid to leave her, in order that she might be alone with her child, and then, while he lay sprawling on the bed, she poured forth the praises, all unmeaning to him, of the man she had selected to guard his infancy. She could not be happy, however, till she had made Mr Arabin take the child to himself, and thus, as it were, adopt him as his own. The moment the idea struck her, she took the baby up in her arms, and, opening her door, ran quickly down to the drawing room. She at once found by his step still pacing on the floor that he was there, and a glance within the room told her that he was alone. She hesitated a moment, and then hurried in with her precious charge. Mr Arabin met her in the middle of the room. "There," said she, breathless with her haste. "There, take him and love him." Mr Arabin took the little fellow from her, and kissing him again and again, prayed God to bless him. "He shall be all as my own, said he. Eleanor, as she stooped to take back her child, kissed the hand that held him, and then rushed back with her treasure to her chamber. It was thus that Mr Harding's younger daughter was won for the second time. At dinner neither she nor Mr Arabin were very bright, but their silence occasioned no remark. In the drawing room, as we have said before, she told Miss Thorne what had occurred. The next morning she returned to Barchester, and Mr Arabin went over with his budget of news to the Archdeacon. As Dr Grantly was not there, he could only satisfy himself by telling Mrs Grantly how that he intended himself the honour of becoming her brother-in-law. In the ecstasy of her joy at hearing such tidings, Mrs Grantly vouchsafed him a warmer welcome than any he had yet received from Eleanor. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. It was the general exclamation of the rectory. "Poor Eleanor! Dear Eleanor! What a monstrous injustice has been done to her! Well, it shall all be made up now." And then she thought of the Signora. "What lies people tell!" she said to herself. But people in this matter had told no lies at all. End of chapter 48.
This is a Letterboxd recording. All Letterboxd recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ana Sofia Simão de Portugal. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49. The Beelzebub Colt. When Miss Thorne left the dining room, Eleanor had formed no intention of revealing to her what had occurred, but when she was seated beside her hostess on the sofa, the secret dropped from her almost unawares. Eleanor was but a bad hypocrite, and she found herself quite unable to continue talking about Mr Arabin as though he were a stranger, while her heart was full of him. When Miss Thorne, pursuing her own scheme with discreet zeal, asked the young widow whether, in her opinion, it would not be a good thing for Mr Arabin to get married, she had nothing for it but to confess the truth. "I suppose it would," said Eleanor rather sheepishly. Hereupon Miss Thorne amplified on the idea. "Oh, Miss Thorne," said Eleanor, "he's going to be married. I am engaged to him." And now Miss Thorne knew very well that there had been no such engagement when she had been walking with Mrs Bold in the morning. She had also heard enough to be tolerably sure that there had been no preliminaries to such an engagement. She was, therefore, as we have before described, taken a little by surprise. But, nevertheless, she embraced her guest and cordially congratulated her. Eleanor had no opportunity of speaking another word to Mr Arabin that evening, except such words as all the world might hear, and these, as may be supposed, were few enough. Miss Thorne did her best to leave them in privacy, but Mr Thorne, who knew nothing of what had occurred, and another guest, a friend of his, entirely interfered with her good intentions. So poor Eleanor had to go to bed without one sign of affection. Her state, nevertheless, was not to be pitied. The next morning she was up early. It was probable, she thought, that by going down a little before the usual hour of breakfast she might find Mr Arabin alone in the dining room. Might it not be that he also would calculate that an interview would thus be possible? Thus thinking, Eleanor was dressed a full hour before the time fixed in the Ullathorne household for morning prayers. She did not at once go down. She was afraid to seem to be too anxious to meet her lover, though heaven knows her anxiety was intense enough. She therefore sat herself down at her window, and repeatedly looking at her watch, nursed her child till she thought she might venture forth. When she found herself at the dining room door, she stood a moment, hesitating to turn the handle. But when she heard Mr Thorne's voice inside, she hesitated no longer. Her object was defeated, and she might now go in as soon as she liked, without the slightest imputation on her delicacy. Mr Thorne and Mr Arabin were standing on the hearthrug, discussing the merits of the Beelzebub Colt, or rather, Mr Thorne was discussing, and Mr Arabin was listening. That interesting animal had rubbed the stump of his tail against the wall of his stable, and occasioned much uneasiness to Mr Ullathorne, master of the horse. Had Eleanor but waited another minute, Mr Thorne would have been in the stables. Mr Thorne, when he saw his lady guest, repressed his anxiety. The Beelzebub Colt must do without him. And so the three stood, saying little or nothing to each other, till at last the master of the house, finding that he could no longer bear his present state of suspense respecting his favourite young steed, made an elaborate apology to Mrs Bold and escaped. As he shut the door behind him, Eleanor almost wished that he had remained. It was not that she was afraid of Mr Arabin, but she hardly yet knew how to address him. He, however, soon relieved her from her embarrassment. He came up to her, and taking both her hands in his, he said, "So, Eleanor, you and I are to be man and wife. Is it so?" She looked up into his face, and her lips formed themselves into a single syllable. She uttered no sound, but he could read the affirmative plainly in her face. "It is a great trust," said he, "a very great trust." "It is," said Eleanor, not exactly taking what he said in the sense that he had meant. "It is a very, very great trust, and I will do my utmost to deserve it." "And I also will do my utmost to deserve it," said Mr Arabin very solemnly. And then, winding his arm round her waist, he stood there gazing at the fire, and she, her head leaning on his shoulder, stood by him, well satisfied with her position. They neither of them spoke, or found any want of speaking. All that was needful for them to say had been said. The yeah had been spoken by Eleanor in her own way, and that way had been perfectly satisfactory to Mr Arabin. And now it remained to each of them to enjoy the assurance of the other's love. And how great that luxury is! How far it surpasses any other pleasure which God has allowed to his creatures! And to a woman's heart how doubly delightful! When the ivy has found its tower, when the delicate creeper has found its strong wall, we know how the parasite plants grow and prosper. They were not created to stretch forth their branches alone, and endure without protection the summer's sun and the winter's storm. Alone they but spread themselves on the ground and cower unseen in the dingy shade. But when they have found their firm supporters, how wonderful is their beauty! How all-pervading and victorious! What is the turret without its ivy, or the high garden wall without the jasmine which gives its beauty and fragrance? The hedge without the honeysuckle is but a hedge. There is a feeling still half existing, but now half conquered by the force of human nature, that the woman should be ashamed of her love till the husband's right to her compels her to acknowledge it. We would fain preach a different doctrine. A woman should glory in her love, but on that account let her take more care that it be such as to justify her glory. Eleanor did glory in hers, and she felt, and had cause to feel, that it deserved to be held as glorious. She could have stood there for hours with his arms round her, had fate and Mr Thorne permitted it. Each moment she crept nearer to his bosom, and felt more and more certain that there was her home. What now to her was the Archdeacon's arrogance, her sister's coolness, or her dear father's weakness? What need she care for the duplicity of such friends as Charlotte Stanhope? She had found the strong shield that should guard her from all wrongs, the trusty pilot that should henceforward guide her through the shoals and rocks. She would give up the heavy burden of her independence, and once more assume the position of a woman and the duties of a trusting and loving wife. And he, too, stood there fully satisfied with his place. They were both looking intently on the fire, as though they could read their future fate, till at last Eleanor turned her face towards him. "How sad you are!" she said, smiling; and indeed his face was, if not sad, at least serious. "How sad you are, love!" "Sad," said he, looking down at her. "No, certainly not sad." Her sweet, loving eyes were turned towards him, and she smiled softly as he answered her. The temptation was too strong even for the demure propriety of Mr Arabin, and bending over her, he pressed his lips to hers. Immediately after this, Mr Thorne appeared, and they were both delighted to hear that the tail of Beelzebub Colt was not materially injured. It had been Mr Harding's intention to hurry over to Ullathorne as soon as possible after his return to the Barchesters, in order to secure the support of his daughter in his meditated revolt against the Archdeacon as touching the Deanery. But he was spared the additional journey by hearing that Mrs Bold had returned unexpectedly home. As soon as he had read her note, he started off, and found her waiting for him in her own house. How much each of them had to tell the other, and how certain each was that the story which he or she had to tell would astonish the other. "My dear, I'm so anxious to see you," said Mr Harding, kissing his daughter. "Oh, papa, I have so much to tell you," said the daughter, returning the embrace. "My dear, they have offered me the deanery," said Mr Harding, anticipating by the suddenness of the revelation the tidings which Eleanor had to give him. "Oh, papa!" said she, forgetting her own love and happiness in her joy at surprising news. "Oh, papa, can it be possible? Dear papa, how thoroughly, thoroughly happy that makes me! But, my dear, I think it best to refuse it." "Oh, papa!" "I'm sure you will agree with me, Eleanor, when I explain it to you. You know, my dear, how old I am. If I live, But, papa, I must tell you about myself." "Well, my dear?" "I do so wonder how you'll take it." "Take what?" "If you don't rejoice at it, if it doesn't make you happy, if you don't encourage me, I shall break my heart." "If that be the case, Nelly, I certainly will encourage you." "But I fear you won't. I do so fear you won't. And yet you can't but think I am the most fortunate woman living on God's earth." "Are you, dearest? Then I certainly will rejoice with you. Come, Nelly, come to me and tell me what it is." "I'm going—" He led her to the sofa and, seating himself beside her, took both her hands in his. "You are going to be married, Nelly. Is not that it?" "Yes," she said faintly. "That is, if you'll approve." And then she blushed as she remembered the promise which she had so lately volunteered to him, and which she had so utterly forgotten in making her engagement with Mr Arabin. Mr Harding thought for a moment who the man could be whom he was to be called up and to welcome as his son-in-law. A week since he would have no doubt whom to name. In that case he would have been prepared to give his sanction, although he would have done so with a heavy heart. Now he knew that at any rate it would not be Mr Slope, though he was perfectly at a loss to guess who could possibly have filled the space. For a moment he thought that man might be Bertie Stanhope, and his very soul sank within him. "Well, Nelly?" "Oh, papa, promise me that, for my sake, you love him." "Come, Nelly, come. Tell me who it is." "But you love him, papa?" "Dearest, I must love any one that you love." Then she turned her face to his, and whispered into his ear the name of Mr Arabin. No man that she could have named could have more surprised or more delighted him. Had he looked round the world for a son-in-law to his taste, he could have selected no one whom he would have preferred to Mr Arabin. He was a clergyman. He held a living in the neighbourhood. He was of a set to which all Mr Harding's own partialities most closely adhered. He was a great friend of Mr Grantly, and he was, moreover, a man of whom Mr Harding knew nothing but what he approved. Nevertheless, his surprise was so great as to prevent immediate expression of his joy. He had never thought of Mr Arabin in connection with his daughter. He had never imagined that they had any feelings in common. He had feared that his daughter had been made hostile to clergymen of Mr Arabin's stamp by her intolerance of the Archdeacon's pretensions. Had he been put to wish, he might have wished for Mr Arabin for a son-in-law, but had he been put to guess, the name would never have occurred to him. "Mr Arabin!" he exclaimed. "Impossible!" "Oh, papa, for heaven's sake, don't say anything against him. If you love me, don't say anything against him. Oh, papa, it's done and mustn't be undone. Oh, papa!" Fickle Eleanor! Where was the promise that she would make no choice for herself without her father's approval? She had chosen, and now demanded his acquiescence. "Oh, papa, isn't he good? Isn't he noble? Isn't he religious, high-minded, everything that a good man possibly can be?" She clung to her father, beseeching him for his consent. "My Nelly, my child, my own daughter, he is noble and good and high-minded. He is all that a woman can love and a man admire. He shall be my son, my own son. He shall be as close to my heart as you are. My Nelly, my child, my happy, happy child." We need not pursue the interview any further. By degrees they returned to the subject of the new promotion. Eleanor tried to prove to him as the Grantlys had done, that his age could be no bar to his being a very excellent dean, but those arguments had now even less weight on him than before. He said little or nothing, but sat meditative. Every now and then he would kiss his daughter and say yes or no, or very true, or well, my dear, I can't quite agree with you there. But he could not be got to enter sharply into the question of to be or not to be Dean of Barchester. Of her and her happiness, of Mr Arabin and his virtues, he would talk as much as Eleanor desired, and to tell the truth that was not a little. But about the deanery he would now say nothing further. He had got a new idea into his head. Why should not Mr Arabin be the new dean? End of chapter 49.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. The Archdeacon is satisfied with the state of affairs. The Archdeacon, in his journey into Barchester, had been assured by Mr Harding that all their prognostications about Mr Slope and Eleanor were groundless. Mr Harding, however, had found it very difficult to shake his son-in-law's faith in his own acuteness. The matter had, to Dr Grantly, been so plainly corroborated by such patent evidence, borne out by such endless circumstances, that he at first refused to take as true the positive statement which Mr Harding made to him of Eleanor's own disavowal of the impeachment. But at last he yielded in a qualified way. He brought himself to admit that he would at the present regard his past convictions as a mistake. But in doing this he so guarded himself that if at any future time Eleanor should come forth to the world as Mrs Slope, he might still be able to say, "There, I told you so. Remember what you said and what I said, and remember also for coming years that I was right in this matter, as in all others." He carried, however, his concession so far as to bring himself to undertake to call at Eleanor's house, and he did call accordingly, while the father and daughter were yet in the middle of their conference. Mr Harding had had so much to hear and to say that he had forgotten to advertise Eleanor of the honour that awaited her, and she heard her brother-in-law's voice in the hall while she was quite unprepared to see him. "There's the Archdeacon," she said, springing up. "Yes, my dear. He told me to tell you that he would come and see you, but to tell the truth, I had forgotten all about it." Eleanor flew away, regardless of all her father's entreaties. She could not now, in the first hours of her joy, bring herself to hear all the Archdeacon's retractions, apologies, and congratulations. He would have so much to say, and would be so tedious in saying it. Consequently, the Archdeacon, when he was shown into the drawing room, found no one there but Mr Harding. "You must excuse Eleanor," said Mr Harding. "Is anything the matter?" asked the doctor, who at once anticipated that the whole truth about Mr Slope had at last come out. "Well, something is the matter. I wonder now whether you will be much surprised." The Archdeacon saw by his father-in-law's manner that after all he had nothing to tell him about Mr Slope. "No," said he, "certainly not. Nothing will ever surprise me again." Very many men nowadays, besides the Archdeacon, adopt, or affect to adopt, the nil admirari doctrine; but nevertheless, to judge from their appearances, they are just as subject to sudden emotions as their grandfathers and grandmothers were before them. "What do you think Mr Arabin has done?" "Mr Arabin! It's nothing about that daughter of Stanhope's, I hope?" "No, not that woman," said Mr Harding, enjoying his joke in his sleeve. "Not that woman! Is he going to do anything about any woman? Why can't you speak out if you have anything to say? There is nothing I hate so much as these sort of mysteries." "There shall be no mystery with you, Archdeacon, though of course it must go no further at present. "Well?" "Except Susan. You must promise me you'll tell no one else." "Nonsense!" exclaimed the archdeacon, who was becoming angry in his suspense. "You can't have any secret about Mr Arabin?" "Only this, that he and Eleanor are engaged." It was quite clear to see by the archdeacon's face that he did not believe a word of it. "Mr Arabin! It's impossible." "Eleanor, at any rate, has just now told me so." "It is impossible," repeated the archdeacon. "Well, I can't say that I think it impossible. It certainly took me by surprise, but that does not make it impossible." "She must be mistaken." Mr Harding assured him that there was no mistake; that he would find, on returning home, that Mr Arabin had been at Plumstead with the express object of making the same declaration; that even Miss Thorne knew all about it; and that, in fact, the thing was as clearly settled as any such arrangement between a lady and a gentleman could well be. "Good heavens!" said the archdeacon, walking up and down Eleanor's drawing room. "Good heavens! Good heavens!" Now, these exclamations certainly betokened faith. Mr Harding properly gathered from it that, at last, Dr Grantly did believe the fact. The first utterance clearly evinced a certain amount of distaste at the information he had received. The second simply indicated surprise. In the tone of the third, Mr Harding fancied that he could catch a certain gleam of satisfaction. The archdeacon had truly expressed the workings of his mind. He could not but be disgusted to find how utterly astray he had been in all his anticipations. Had he only been lucky enough to have suggested this marriage for himself when he first brought Mr Arabin into the country, his character for judgment and wisdom would have received an addition which would have classed him at any rate next to Solomon. And why had he not done so? Might he not have foreseen that Mr Arabin would want a wife in his parsonage? He had foreseen that Eleanor would want a husband; but should he not also have perceived that Mr Arabin was a man much more likely to attract her than Mr Slope? The archdeacon found that he had been at fault, and of course could not immediately get over his discomfiture. Then his surprise was intense. How sly this pair of young turtle doves had been with him! How egregiously they had hoaxed him! He had preached to Eleanor against her fancied attachment to Mr Slope, at the very time that she was in love with his own protégé, Mr Arabin, and had absolutely taken that same Mr Arabin into his confidence with reference to his dread of Mr Slope's alliance. It was very natural that the archdeacon should feel surprise. But there was also great ground for satisfaction. Looking at the match by itself, it was the very thing to help the doctor out of his difficulties. In the first place, the assurance that he should never have Mr Slope for his brother-in-law was in itself a great comfort. Then Mr Arabin was, of all men, the one with whom it would best suit him to be so intimately connected. But the crowning comfort was the blow which this marriage would give to Mr Slope. He had now certainly lost his wife. Rumour was beginning to whisper that he might possibly lose his position in the palace, and if Mr Harding would only be true, the great danger of all would be surmounted. In such case it might be expected that Mr Slope would own himself vanquished, and take himself altogether away from Barchester. And so the archdeacon would again be able to breathe pure air. "Well, well," said he. "Good heavens! Good heavens!" And the tone of the fifth exclamation made Mr Harding fully aware that content was reigning in the archdeacon's bosom. And then slowly, gradually, and craftily, Mr Harding propounded his own new scheme. Why should not Mr Arabin be the new dean? Slowly, gradually, and thoughtfully, Dr Grantly fell into his father-in-law's views. Much as he liked Mr Arabin, sincere as was his admiration for that gentleman's ecclesiastical abilities, he would not have sanctioned a measure which would rob his father-in-law of his fairly earned promotion, were it at all practicable to induce his father-in-law to accept the promotion which he had earned. But the archdeacon had, on a former occasion, received proof of the obstinacy with which Mr Harding could adhere to his own views in opposition to the advice of all his friends. He knew tolerably well that nothing would induce the meek, mild man before him to take the high place offered to him, if he thought it wrong to do so. Knowing this, he also said to himself more than once, why should not Mr Arabin be Dean of Barchester? It was at last arranged between them that they would together start to London by the earliest train on the following morning, making a little detour to Oxford on their journey. Dr Gwynne's counsels, they imagined, might perhaps be of assistance to them. These matters settled, the archdeacon hurried off, that he might return to Plumstead and prepare for his journey. The day was extremely fine, and he came into the city in an open gig. As he was driving up the High Street, he encountered Mr Slope at a crossing. Had he not pulled up rather sharply, he would have run over him. The two had never spoken to each other since they had met on a memorable occasion in the bishop's study. They did not speak now, but they looked each other full in the face, and Mr Slope's countenance was as impudent, as triumphant, as defiant as ever. Had Dr Grantly not known to the contrary, he would have imagined that his enemy had won the deanship, the wife, and all the rich honours for which he had been striving. As it was, he had lost everything that he had in the world, and had just received his congé from the bishop. In leaving the town, the archdeacon drove by the well-remembered entrance of Hiram's hospital. There, at the gate, was a large untidy farmer's waggon, laden with untidy-looking furniture, and there, inspecting the arrival, was good Mrs Quiverful, not dressed in her Sunday best, not very clean in her apparel, not graceful as to her bonnet and shawl, or indeed with many feminine charms as to her whole appearance. She was busy at domestic work in her new house, and had just ventured out, expecting to see no one on the arrival of the family chattels. The archdeacon was down upon her before she knew where she was. Her acquaintance with Dr Grantly or his family was very slight indeed. The archdeacon, as a matter of course, knew every clergyman in the archdeaconry, it may almost be said in the diocese, and had some acquaintance, more or less intimate, with their wives and families. With Mr Quiverful he had been concerned on various matters of business, but of Mrs Q he had seen very little. Now, however, he was in too gracious a mood to pass her by unnoticed. The Quiverfuls, one and all, had looked for the bitterest hostility from Dr Grantly. They knew his anxiety that Mr Harding should return to his old home at the hospital, and they did not know that a new home had been offered to him at the Deanery. Mrs Quiverful was therefore not a little surprised, and not a little rejoiced also, at the tone in which she was addressed. "How d'ye do, Mrs Quiverful? How d'ye do?" said he, stretching his left hand out of the gig as he spoke to her. "I am very glad to see you employed in so pleasant and useful a manner, very glad indeed." Mrs Quiverful thanked him, and shook hands with him, and looked into his face suspiciously. She was not sure whether the congratulations and kindness were or were not ironical. "Pray tell Mr Quiverful from me," he continued, "that I am rejoiced at his appointment. It's a comfortable place, Mrs Quiverful, and a comfortable house, and I am very glad to see you in it. Good bye, good bye," and he drove on, leaving the lady well pleased and astonished at his good nature. On the whole, things were going well with the archdeacon, and he could afford to be charitable to Mrs Quiverful. He looked forth from his gig smilingly on all the world, and forgave every one in Barchester their sins, excepting only Mrs Proudie and Mr Slope. Had he seen the bishop, he would have felt inclined to pat even him kindly on the head. He determined to go home by St Ewold's. This would take him some 3 miles out of his way, but he felt that he could not leave Plumstead comfortably without saying one word of good fellowship to Mr Arabin. When he reached the parsonage, the vicar was still out, but from what he had heard, he did not doubt but that he would meet him on the road between their two houses. He was right in this, for about half way home, at a narrow turn, he came upon Mr Arabin, who was on horseback. "Well, well, well, well," said the archdeacon, loudly, joyously, and with supreme good humour. "Well, well, well. So, after all, we have no further cause to fear Mr Slope." "I heard from Mrs Grantly that they have offered the deanery to Mr Harding," said the other. "Mr Slope has lost more than the deanery, I find." And then the archdeacon laughed jocosely. Come, come, Arabin, you have kept your secret well enough. I know all about it now." "I have had no secret, Archdeacon," said the other, with a quiet smile. "None at all, not for a day. It was only yesterday that I knew my own good fortune, and to day I went over to Plumstead to ask your approval. From what Mrs Grantly has said to me, I am led to hope that I shall have it." "With all my heart, with all my heart," said the archdeacon cordially, holding his friend fast by the hand. "It is just as I would have it. She is an excellent young woman. She will not come to you empty handed, and I think she will make you a good wife. If she does her duty by you, as her sister does by me, you'll be a happy man. That's all I can say." And as he finished speaking, a tear might have been observed in each of the doctor's eyes. Mr Arabin warmly returned the archdeacon's grasp, but he said little. His heart was too full for speaking, and he could not express the gratitude which he felt. Dr Grantly understood him as well as though he had spoken for an hour. "And mind, Arabin," said he, "no one but myself shall tie the knot. We'll get Eleanor out to Plumstead, and it shall come off there. I'll make Susan stir herself, and we'll do it in style. I must be off to London to morrow on special business. Harding goes with me, but I'll be back before your bride has got her wedding dress ready." And so they parted. On his journey home, the archdeacon occupied his mind with preparations for the marriage festivities. He made a great resolve that he would atone to Eleanor for all the injury he had done her by the munificence of his future treatment. He would show her what was the difference in his eyes between a Slope and an Arabin. On one other thing also he decided with a firm mind. If the affair of the dean should not be settled in Mr Arabin's favour, nothing should prevent him from putting a new front and bow window to the dining room at St Ewold's parsonage. "So we're sold after all, Sue," said he to his wife, accosting her with a kiss as soon as he entered his house. He did not call his wife Sue above twice or thrice in a year, and these occasions were great high days. "Eleanor has had more sense than we gave her credit for," said Mrs Grantly. And there was great content in Plumstead Rectory that evening, and Mrs Grantly promised her husband that she would now open her heart and take Mr Arabin into it. Hitherto she had declined to do so. End of chapter 50.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. Mr Slope bids farewell to the palace and its inhabitants. We must now take leave of Mr Slope, and of the bishop also, and of Mrs Proudie. These leave takings in novels are as disagreeable as they are in real life. Not so sad indeed, for they want the reality of sadness, but quite as perplexing and generally less satisfactory. What novelist, what Fielding, what Scott, what George Sand, or Sue, or Dumas can impart an interest to the last chapter of his fictitious history? Promises of 2 children and superhuman happiness are of no avail, nor assurance of extreme respectability carried to an age far exceeding that usually allotted to mortals. The sorrows of our heroes and heroines, they are your delight, O public, their sorrows or their sins or their absurdities, not their virtues, good sense, and consequent rewards. When we begin to tint our final pages with couleur de rose, as in accordance with fixed rule we must do, we altogether extinguish our own powers of pleasing. When we become dull, we offend your intellect, and we must become dull or we should offend your taste. A late writer, wishing to sustain his interest to the last page, hung his hero at the end of the 3rd volume. The consequence was that no one would read his novel. And who can apportion out and dovetail his incidents, dialogues, characters, and descriptive morsels so as to fit them all exactly into 930 pages, without either compressing them unnaturally or extending them artificially at the end of his labour? Do I not myself know that I am at this moment in want of a dozen pages, and that I am sick with cudgelling my brains to find them? And then, when everything is done, the kindest hearted critic of them all invariably twists us with incompetence and lameness of our conclusion. We have either become idle and neglected it, or tedious and overlaboured it. It is insipid or unnatural, overstrained or imbecile. It means nothing or attempts too much. The last scene of all, as all last scenes we fear must be, is second childishness and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. I can only say that if some critic who thoroughly knows his work and has laboured on it till experience has made him perfect, will write the last 50 pages of a novel in the way they should be written, I, for one, will in the future do my best to copy the example. Guided by my own lights only, I confess that I despair of success. For the last week or 10 days Mr Slope had seen nothing of Mrs Proudie, and very little of the bishop. He still lived in the palace, and still went through his usual routine work. But the confidential doings of the diocese had passed into other hands. He had seen this clearly and marked it well, but it had not much disturbed him. He had indulged in other hopes till the bishop's affairs had become dull to him, and he was moreover aware that as regards the diocese Mrs Proudie had checkmated him. Explained in the beginning of these pages how 3 or 4 were contending together as to who in fact should be Bishop of Barchester. Each of these had now admitted to himself, or boasted to herself, that Mrs Proudie was victorious in the struggle. They had gone through a competitive examination of considerable severity, and she had come forth the winner, facile princeps. Mr Slope had for a moment run her hard, but it was only for a moment. It had become, as it were, acknowledged that Hiram's hospital should be the testing point between them, and now Mr Quiverful was already in the hospital, the proof of Mrs Proudie's skill and courage. All this did not break down Mr Slope's spirit, because he had other hopes. But alas, at least there came to him a note from his friend Sir Nicholas, informing him that the deanship was disposed of. Let us give Mr Slope his due. He did not lie prostrate under this blow, or give himself up to vain lamentations. He did not henceforward despair of life, and call upon gods above and gods below to carry him off. He sat himself down in his chair, counted out what moneys he had in hand for present purposes, and what others were coming in to him, bethought himself as to the best sphere for his future exertions, and at once wrote off a letter to a rich sugar refiner's wife in Baker Street, who, as he well knew, was much given to the entertainment and encouragement of serious young evangelical clergymen. He was again, he said, upon the world, having found the air of a cathedral town and the very nature of cathedral services uncongenial to his spirit. And then he sat a while, making firm resolves as to his manner of parting from the bishop, and also as to his future conduct. At last he rose and twitched his mantle black. "Tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new." Having received a formal command to wait upon the bishop, he rose and proceeded to obey it. He rang the bell and desired the servant to inform his master that if it suited his lordship, he, Mr Slope, was ready to wait upon him. The servant, who well understood that Mr Slope was no longer in the ascendant, brought back a message saying that his lordship desired that Mr Slope would attend him immediately in his study. Mr Slope waited about 10 minutes more to prove his independence, and then he went into the bishop's room. There, as he had expected, he found Mrs Proudie together with her husband. Mr Slope, pray take a chair," said the gentleman bishop. "Pray be seated, Mr Slope," said the lady bishop. Thank you," said Mr Slope, and walking round to the fire, he threw himself into one of the armchairs that graced the hearth rug. "Mr Slope," said the bishop, "it has become necessary that I should speak to you definitively on a matter that has for some time been pressing itself on my attention." "May I ask whether the subject is in any way connected with myself?" said Mr Slope. "It is so, certainly; yes, it certainly is connected with yourself, Mr Slope." "Then, my lord, if I may be allowed to express a wish, I would prefer that no discussion on the subject should take place between us in the presence of a third person." "Don't alarm yourself, Mr Slope," said Mrs Proudie. "No discussion is at all necessary. The bishop merely intends to express his own wishes." "I merely intend, Mr Slope, to express my own wishes. No discussion will be at all necessary," said the bishop, reiterating his wife's words. "That is more, my lord, than we any of us can be sure of," said Mr Slope. "I cannot, however, force Mrs Proudie to leave the room, nor can I refuse to remain here if it be your lordship's wish that I should do so." "It is his lordship's wish, certainly," said Mrs Proudie. "Mr Slope," began the bishop in a solemn, serious voice, "it grieves me to have to find fault. It grieves me much to have to find fault with a clergyman, but especially so with a clergyman in your position." "Why, what have I done amiss, my lord?" demanded Mr Slope boldly. "What have you done amiss, Mr Slope?" said Mrs Proudie, standing erect before the culprit and raising that terrible forefinger. "Do you dare to ask the bishop what you have done amiss? Does not your conscience—" "Mrs Proudie, pray let it be understood once for all that I will have no words with you." "Ah, sir, but you will have words," said she. "You must have words. Why have you had so many words with that Signora Neroni? Why have you disgraced yourself, you a clergyman too, by constantly consorting with such a woman as that, with a married woman, with one altogether unfit for a clergyman's society?" "At any rate, I was introduced to her in your drawing room," retorted Mr Slope. "And shamefully you behaved there," said Mrs Proudie, "most shamefully. I was wrong to allow you to remain in the house a day after what I then saw. I should have insisted on your instant dismissal." I have yet to learn, Mrs Proudie, that you have the power to insist either on my going from hence or on my staying here.' 'What!' said the lady, 'I am not to have the privilege of saying who shall or who shall not frequent my own drawing room? I am not to save my servants and dependents from having their morals corrupted by improper conduct? I am not to save my own daughters from impurity? I will let you see, Mr Slope, whether I have the power or whether I have not. You will have the goodness to understand that you no longer fill any situation about the bishop, and as your room will be immediately wanted in the palace for another chaplain, I must ask you to provide yourself with apartments as soon as may be convenient to you.' 'My lord,' said Mr Slope, appealing to the bishop, and so turning his back completely on the lady, 'will you permit me to ask that I may have from your own lips any decision that you may have come to on this matter?' 'Certainly, Mr Slope, certainly,' said the bishop. 'That is but reasonable. Well, my decision is that you had better look for some other preferment. For the situation which you have lately held, I do not think that you are well suited.' 'And what, my lord, has been my fault?' 'That Signora Neroni is one fault,' said Mrs Proudie, 'and a very abominable fault she is; very abominable and very disgraceful. Fie, Mr Slope, fie! You, an evangelical clergyman, indeed!' 'My lord, I desire to know for what fault I am turned out of your lordship's house.' 'You hear what Mrs Proudie says,' said the bishop. 'When I publish the history of this transaction, my lord, as I decidedly shall do in my own vindication, I presume you will not wish me to state that you have discarded me at your wife's bidding, because she has objected to my being acquainted with another lady, the daughter of one of the prebendaries of the chapter.' 'You may publish what you please, sir,' said Mrs Proudie, 'but you will not be insane enough to publish any of your doings in Barchester. Do you think I have not heard of your kneelings at that creature's feet, that is, if she has any feet, and of your constant slobbering over her hand? I advise you to beware, Mr Slope, of what you do and say. Clergymen have been unfrocked for less than what you have been guilty of.' 'My lord, if this goes on, I shall be obliged to indict this woman, Mrs Proudie I mean, for defamation of character.' 'I think, Mr Slope, you had better now retire,' said the bishop. 'I will enclose to you a cheque for any balance that may be due to you. Under the present circumstances it will of course be better for all parties that you should leave the palace at the earliest possible moment. I will allow you for your journey back to London, and for your maintenance in Barchester for a week from this date. If, however, you wish to remain in this neighbourhood,' said Mrs Proudie, 'and will solemnly pledge yourself never again to see that woman, and will promise also to be more circumspect in your conduct, the bishop will mention your name to Mr Quiverful, who now wants a curate at Puddingdale. The house is, I imagine, quite sufficient for your requirements, and there will moreover be a stipend of £50 a year.' 'May God forgive you, madam, for the manner in which you have treated me,' said Mr Slope, looking at her with a very heavenly look. 'And remember this, madam, that you yourself may still have a fall.' And he looked at her with a very worldly look. 'As to the bishop, I pity him.' And so saying, Mr Slope left the room. Thus ended the intimacy of the Bishop of Barchester with his first confidential chaplain. Mrs Proudie was right in this, namely, that Mr Slope was not insane enough to publish to the world any of his doings in Barchester. He did not trouble his friend Mr Towers with any written statement of the iniquity of Mrs Proudie or the imbecility of her husband. He was aware that it would be wise in him to drop for the future all allusion to his doings in the cathedral city. Soon after the interview just recorded, he left Barchester, shaking the dust off his feet as he entered the railway carriage, and he gave no longing, lingering look after the cathedral towers as the tram hurried him quickly out of their sight. It is well known that the family of the Slopes never starve. They always fall on their feet like cats, and let them fall where they will, they live on the fat of the land. Our Mr Slope did so. On his return to town he found that the sugar refiner had died, and that his widow was inconsolable, in other words, in want of consolation. Mr Slope consoled her, and soon found himself settled with much comfort in the house in Baker Street. He possessed himself also before long of a church in the vicinity of the Red Road, and became known to fame as one of the most eloquent preachers and pious clergymen in that part of the metropolis. There let us leave him. Of the bishop and his wife very little further need be said. From that time forth nothing material occurred to interrupt the even course of their domestic harmony. Very speedily a further vacancy on the bench of bishops gave to Dr Proudie the seat in the House of Lords, which he at first so anxiously longed for. But by this time he had become a wiser man. He did certainly take his seat, and occasionally registered a vote in favour of government views on ecclesiastical matters. But he had thoroughly learned that his proper sphere of action lay in close contiguity with Mrs Proudie's wardrobe. He never again aspired to disobey, or seemed even to wish for autocratic diocesan authority. If ever he thought of freedom, he did so as men think of the millennium, as of a good time which may be coming, but which nobody expects to come in their day. Mrs Proudie might be said still to bloom, and was at any rate strong, and the bishop had no reason to apprehend that he would be speedily visited with the sorrows of a widower's life. He is still Bishop of Barchester. He has so graced that throne that the government has been averse to translate him even to higher dignities. There may he remain under safe pupilage till the newfangled manners of the age have discovered him to be superannuated, and bestowed on him a pension. As for Mrs Proudie, our prayers for her are that she may live for ever. End of chapter 51.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. The new dean takes possession of the deanery, and the new warden of the hospital. Mr Harding and the archdeacon together made their way to Oxford, and there, by dint of cunning argument, they induced the Master of Lazarus also to ask himself this momentous question: why should not Mr Arabin be Dean of Barchester? He, of course, for a while tried his hand at persuading Mr Harding that he was foolish, over-scrupulous, self-willed, and weak-minded, but he tried in vain. If Mr Harding would not give way to Dr Grantly, it was not likely that he would give way to Dr Gwynne, more especially now that so admirable a scheme as that of inducting Mr Arabin into the deanery had been set on foot. When the master found that his eloquence was in vain, and heard also that Mr Arabin was about to become Mr Harding's son-in-law, he confessed that he also would, under such circumstances, be glad to see his old friend and protégé, the fellow of his college, placed in the comfortable position that was going a-begging. "It might be the means, you know, master, of keeping Mr Slope out," said the archdeacon with grave caution. "He has no more chance of it," said the master, "than our college chaplain. I know more about it than that." Mrs Grantly had been right in her surmise. It was the Master of Lazarus who had been instrumental in representing in high places the claims which Mr Harding had upon the government, and he now consented to use his best endeavours towards getting the offer transferred to Mr Arabin. The three of them went on to London together, and there they remained a week, to the great disgust of Mrs Grantly, and most probably also of Mrs Gwynne. The minister was out of town in one direction, and his private secretary in another. The clerks who remained could do nothing in such a matter as this, and all was difficulty and confusion. The two doctors seemed to have plenty to do. They bustled here and they bustled there, and complained at their club in the evenings that they had been driven off their legs. But Mr Harding had no occupation. Once or twice he suggested that he might perhaps return to Barchester. His request, however, was peremptorily refused, and he had nothing for it but to while away his time in Westminster Abbey. At length an answer from the great man came. The Master of Lazarus had made his proposition through the Bishop of Belgravia. Now this bishop, though but newly gifted with his diocesan honours, was a man of much weight in the clerico-political world. He was, if not as pious, at any rate as wise as St Paul, and had been with so much effect all things to all men, that though he was great among the dons of Oxford, he had been selected for the most favourite seat on the bench by a Whig Prime Minister. To him Dr Gwynne had made known his views and his arguments, and the bishop had made them known to the Marquis of Kensington Gore. The Marquis, who was Lord High Steward of the Pantry Board, and who by most men was supposed to hold the highest office out of the cabinet, trafficked much in affairs of this kind. He not only suggested the arrangement to the minister over a cup of coffee, standing on a drawing-room rug in Windsor Castle, but he also favourably mentioned Mr Arabin's name in the ear of a distinguished person. And so the matter was arranged. The answer of the great man came, and Mr Arabin was made Dean of Barchester. The three clergymen who had come up to town on this important mission dined together with great glee on the day on which the news reached them. In a silent, decent, clerical manner, they toasted Mr Arabin with full bumpers of claret. The satisfaction of all of them was supreme. The Master of Lazarus had been successful in his attempt, and success is dear to us all. The archdeacon had trampled upon Mr Slope, and had lifted to high honours the young clergyman whom he had induced to quit the retirement and comfort of the university. So at least the archdeacon thought, though, to speak sooth, not he but circumstances had trampled on Mr Slope. But the satisfaction of Mr Harding was of all perhaps the most complete. He laid aside his usual melancholy manner, and brought forth little quiet jokes from the inmost mirth of his heart. He poked his fun at the archdeacon about Mr Slope's marriage, and quizzed him for his improper love for Mrs Proudie. On the following day they all returned to Barchester. It was arranged that Mr Arabin should know nothing of what had been done till he received the minister's letter from the hands of his embryo father-in-law. In order that no time might be lost, A message had been sent to him by the preceding night's post, begging him to be at the Deanery at the hour that the train from London arrived. There was nothing in this which surprised Mr Arabin. It had somehow got about through all Barchester that Mr Harding was the new dean, and all Barchester was prepared to welcome him with pealing bells and full hearts. Mr Slope had certainly had a party. There had certainly been those in Barchester who were prepared to congratulate him on his promotion with assumed sincerity. But even his own party was not broken-hearted by his failure. The inhabitants of the city, even the high-souled ecstatic young ladies of 35, had begun to comprehend that their welfare, and the welfare of the place, was connected in some mysterious manner with daily chants and bi-weekly anthems. The expenditure of the palace had not added much to the popularity of the bishop's side of the question, and on the whole there was a strong reaction. When it became known to all the world that Mr Harding was to be the new dean, all the world rejoiced heartily. Mr Arabin, we have said, was not surprised at the summons which called him to the deanery. He had not as yet seen Mr Harding since Eleanor had accepted him, nor had he seen him since he had learnt his future father-in-law's preferment. There was nothing more natural, more necessary, than that they should meet each other at the earliest possible moment. Mr Arabin was waiting in the deanery parlour when Mr Harding and Dr Grantly were driven up from the station. There was some excitement in the bosoms of them all as they met and shook hands, by far too much to enable either of them to begin his story and tell it in a proper equable style of narrative. Mr Harding was some minutes quite dumbfounded, and Mr Arabin could only talk in short spasmodic sentences about his glove and good fortune. He slipped in, as best he could, some sort of congratulation about the deanship, and then went on with his hopes and fears. Hopes that he might be received as a son, and fears that he hardly deserved such good fortune. Then he went back to the dean. It was the most thoroughly satisfactory appointment, he said, of which he had ever heard. But, said Mr Harding, and then, failing to get any further, he looked imploringly at the Archdeacon. "The truth is, Arabin," said the doctor, "that after all you are not destined to be the son-in-law to a dean. Neither am I either, more's the pity." Mr Arabin looked at him for explanation. Is not Mr Harding to be the new dean? "It appears not," said the Archdeacon. Mr Arabin's face fell a little, and he looked from one to the other. It was plainly to be seen from them both that there was no cause of unhappiness in the matter, at least not of unhappiness to them, but there was as yet no elucidation of the mystery. "Think how old I am," said Mr Harding imploringly. "Fiddlestick," said the Archdeacon. "That's all very well, but it won't make a young man of me," said Mr Harding. "And who is to be dean?" asked Mr Arabin. "Yes, that's the question," said the Archdeacon. "Come, Mr Precentor, since you obstinately refuse to be anything else, let us know who is to be the man. He has got the nomination in his pocket." With eyes brimful of tears, Mr Harding pulled out the letter and handed it to his future son-in-law. He tried to make a little speech, but failed altogether. Having given up the document, he turned round to the wall, feigning to blow his nose, and then sat himself down on the old dean's dingy horsehair sofa. And here we find it necessary to bring our account of the interview to an end. Nor can we pretend to describe the rapture with which Mr Harding was received by his daughter. She wept with grief and wept with joy. With grief that her father should, in his old age, still be without that rank and worldly position which, according to her ideas, he had so well earned, and with joy in that he, her darling father, should have bestowed on that other dear one the good things of which he himself would not open his hand to take possession. And here Mr Harding again showed his weakness. In the melee of the exposal of their loves and reciprocal affection, he found himself unable to resist the entreaties of all parties that the lodgings in the High Street should be given up. Eleanor would not live in the deanery, she said, unless her father lived there also. Mr Arabin would not be dean, unless Mr Harding would be co-dean with him. The archdeacon declared that his father-in-law should not have his own way in everything, and Mrs Grantly carried him off to Plumstead, that he might remain there till Mr and Mrs Arabin were in a state to receive him in their own mansion. Pressed by such arguments as these, what could a weak old man do but yield? But there was another task which it behoved Mr Harding to do before he could allow himself to be at rest. Little has been said in these pages of the state of those remaining old men who had lived under his sway at the hospital, but not on this account must it be presumed that he had forgotten them, or that in their state of anarchy and in their want of government he had omitted to visit them. He visited them constantly, and had latterly given them to understand that they would soon be required to subscribe their adherence to a new master. There were now but 5 of them, one of them having been but quite lately carried to his rest, but 5 of the full number, which had hitherto been 12, and which was now to be raised to 24, including women. Of these, old Bunce, who for many years had been the favourite of the late warden, was one, and Abel Handy, who had been the humble means of driving that warden from his home, was another. Mr Harding now resolved that he himself would introduce the new warden to the hospital. He felt that many circumstances might conspire to make the men receive Mr Quiverful with aversion and disrespect. He felt also that Mr Quiverful might himself feel some qualms of conscience if he entered the hospital with an idea that he did so in hostility to his predecessor. Mr Harding therefore determined to walk in arm with Mr Quiverful, and to ask from these men their respectful obedience to their new master. On returning to Barchester, he found that Mr Quiverful had not yet slept in the hospital house, or entered on his new duties. He accordingly made known to that gentleman his wishes, and his proposition was not rejected. It was a bright clear morning, though in November, but Mr Harding and Mr Quiverful, arm in arm, walked through the hospital gate. It was one trait in our old friend's character that he did nothing with parade. He omitted, even in the more important doings of his life, that sort of parade by which most of us deem it necessary to grace our important doings. We have our housewarmings, christenings, and gala days. We keep, if not our own birthdays, those of our children. We are apt to fuss ourselves if called upon to change our residences, and have, almost all of us, our little state occasions. Mr Harding had no state occasions. When he left his old house, he went forth from it with the same quiet composure as though he were merely taking his daily walk. And now that he re-entered it with another warden under his wing, he did so with the same quiet step and calm demeanour. He was a little less upright than he had been 5 years, nay, it was now nearly 6 years ago. He walked perhaps a little slower, his footfall was perhaps a thought less firm. Otherwise one might have said that he was merely returning with a friend under his arm. This friendliness was everything to Mr Quiverful. To him, even in his poverty, the thought that he was supplanting a brother clergyman so kind and courteous as Mr Harding had been very bitter. Under his circumstances it had been impossible for him to refuse the proffered boon. He could not reject the bread that was offered to his children, or refuse to ease the heavy burden that had so long oppressed that poor wife of his. Nevertheless, it had been very grievous to him to think that in going to the hospital he might encounter the ill will of his brethren in the diocese. All this Mr Harding had fully comprehended. It was for such feelings as these, for the nice comprehension of such motives, that his heart and intellect were peculiarly fitted. In most matters of worldly import, the archdeacon set down his father-in-law as little better than a fool, and perhaps he was right. But in some other matters, equally important if they be rightly judged, Mr Harding, had he been so minded, might with as much propriety have set down his son-in-law for a fool. Few men, however, are constituted as was Mr Harding. He had that nice appreciation of the feelings of others, which belongs of right exclusively to women. Arm in arm they walked into the inner quadrangle of the building, and there the 5 old men met them. Mr Harding shook hands with them all, and then Mr Quiverful did the same. With Bunce, Mr Harding shook hands twice, and Mr Quiverful was about to repeat the same ceremony, but the old man gave him no encouragement. "I am very glad to know that at last you have a new warden," said Mr Harding in a very cheery voice. "We be very old for any change," said one of them, "but we do suppose it'll be all for the best." "Certainly, certainly it is for the best," said Mr Harding. "You will again have a clergyman of your own church under the same roof with you, and a very excellent clergyman you will have. It is a great satisfaction to me to know that so good a man is coming to take care of you, and that it is no stranger, but a friend of my own, who will allow me from time to time to come and see you." "We be very thankful to your reverence," said another of them. "I need not tell you, my good friends," said Mr Quiverful, "how extremely grateful I am to Mr Harding for his kindness to me. I must say his uncalled for, unexpected kindness." "He be always very kind," said a third. "What I can do to fill the void which he left here, I will do. For your sake and my own I will do so, and especially for his sake. But to you who have known him, I can never be the same well-loved friend and father that he has been." "No, sir, no," said old Bunce, who hitherto had held his peace. "No one can be that. Not if the new bishop had sent an angel to us out of heaven. We doesn't doubt you'll do your best, sir, but you'll not be like the old master, not to us old ones." "Fie, Bunce, fie! How dare you talk in that way?" said Mr Harding. But as he scolded the old man, he still held him by his arm, and pressed it with warm affection. There was no getting up any enthusiasm in the matter. How could 5 old men, tottering away to their final resting place, be enthusiastic on the reception of a stranger? What could Mr Quiverful be to them, or they to Mr Quiverful? Had Mr Harding indeed come back to them, some last flicker of joyous light might have shone forth on their aged cheeks. But it was in vain to bid them rejoice because Mr Quiverful was about to move his 14 children from Puddingdale into the hospital house. In reality they did no doubt receive advantage, spiritual as well as corporal, but this they could neither anticipate nor acknowledge. It was a dull affair enough, this introduction of Mr Quiverful, but still it had its effect. The good which Mr Harding intended did not fall to the ground. All the Barchester world, including the 5 old bedesmen, treated Mr Quiverful with the more respect because Mr Harding had thus walked in, arm with him, on his first entrance to his duties. And here, in their new abode, we will leave Mr and Mrs Quiverful and their 14 children. May they enjoy the good things which Providence has at last given to them. End of chapter 52. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 53. Conclusion. The end of a novel, like the end of a children's dinner party, must be made up of sweetmeats and sugar plums. There is now nothing else to be told but the gala doings of Mr Arabin's marriage. Nothing more to be described than the wedding dresses. No further dialogue to be recorded than that which took place between the Archdeacon who married them, and Mr Arabin and Eleanor who were married. "Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife?" and "Wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's ordinance?" Mr Arabin and Eleanor each answered, "I will." We have no doubt that they will keep their promises, the more especially as the Signora Neroni had left Barchester before the ceremony was performed. Mrs Bold had been somewhat more than 2 years a widow before she was married to her second husband, and little Johnny was then able with due assistance to walk on his own legs into the drawing room to receive the salutations of the assembled guests. Mr Harding gave away the bride, the archdeacon performed the service, and the two Miss Grantlys, who were joined in their labours by other young ladies of the neighbourhood, performed the duties of bridesmaids with equal diligence and grace. Mrs Grantly superintended the breakfast and bouquets, and Mary Bold distributed the cards and cake. The archdeacon's three sons had also come home for the occasion. The elder was great with learning, being regarded by all who knew him as a certain future double first. The second, however, bore the palm on this occasion, being resplendent in a new uniform. The third was just entering the university, and was probably the proudest of the three. But the most remarkable feature on the whole occasion was the excessive liberality of the archdeacon. He literally made presents to everybody. As Mr Arabin had already moved out of the parsonage of St Ewold's, that scheme of elongating the dining room was of course abandoned. But he would have refurbished the whole deanery had he been allowed. He sent down a magnificent piano by Erard, gave Mr Arabin a cob which any dean in the land might have been proud to bestride, and made a special present to Eleanor of a new pony chair that had gained a prize in the exhibition. Nor did he even stay his hand here. He bought a set of cameos for his wife, and a sapphire bracelet for Miss Bold, showered pearls and work boxes on his daughters, and to each of his sons he presented a cheque for £20. On Mr Harding he bestowed a magnificent cello, with all the new fashioned arrangements and expensive additions, which, on account of these novelties, that gentleman could never use with satisfaction to his audience or pleasure to himself. Those who knew the archdeacon well perfectly understood the causes of his extravagance. 'Twas thus that he sang his song of triumph over Mr Slope. This was his paean, his hymn of thanksgiving, his loud oration. He had girded himself with his sword and gone forth to the war. Now he was returning from the field laden with the spoils of the foe. The cob and the cameos, the cello and the pianoforte, were all, as it were, trophies reft from the tent of his now conquered enemy. The Arabins, after their marriage, went abroad for a couple of months, according to the custom in such matters now duly established, and then commenced their deanery life under good auspices. And nothing can be more pleasant than the present arrangement of ecclesiastical affairs in Barchester. The titular bishop never interfered, and Mrs Proudie not often. Her sphere is more extended, more noble, and more suited to her ambition than that of a cathedral city. As long as she can do what she pleases with the diocese, she is willing to leave the dean and chapter to themselves. Mr Slope tried his hand at subverting the old established customs of the close, and from his failure she has learnt experience. The burly chancellor and the meagre little prebendary are not teased by any application respecting Sabbath day schools. The dean is left to his own dominions, and the intercourse between Mrs Proudie and Mrs Arabin is confined to a yearly dinner given by each to the other. At these dinners Dr Grantly will not take part, but he never fails to ask for and receive a full account of all that Mrs Proudie either does or says. His ecclesiastical authority has been greatly shorn since the palmy days in which he reigned supreme as mayor of the palace to his father, but nevertheless such authority as is now left to him he can enjoy without interference. He can walk down the High Street of Barchester without feeling that those who see him are comparing his claims with those of Mr Slope. The intercourse between Plumstead and the deanery is of the most constant and familiar description. Since Eleanor has been married to a clergyman, and especially to a dignitary of the church, Mrs Grantly has found many more points of sympathy with her sister, and on a coming occasion, which is much looked forward to by all parties, she intends to spend a month or two at the deanery. She never thought of spending a month in Barchester when little Johnny Bold was born. The two sisters do not quite agree on matters of church doctrine, though their differences are of the most amicable description. Mr Arabin's church is 2 degrees higher than that of Mrs Grantly. This may seem strange to those who will remember that Eleanor was once accused of partiality to Mr Slope, but it is no less the fact. She likes her husband's silken vest. She likes his adherence to the rubric. She specially likes the eloquent philosophy of his sermons, and she likes the red letters in her own prayer book. It must not be presumed that she has a taste for candles, or that she is at all astray about the real presence; but she has an inkling that way. She sent a handsome subscription towards certain very heavy ecclesiastical legal expenses which have lately been incurred in Bath. Her name, of course, not appearing, she assumes a smile of gentle ridicule when the Archbishop of Canterbury is named, and she has put up a memorial window in the cathedral. Mrs Grantly, who belongs to the High and Dry Church, the High Church as it was some 50 years since, before tracts were written and young clergymen took upon themselves the highly meritorious duty of cleaning churches, rather laughs at her sister. She shrugs her shoulders, and tells Miss Thorne that she supposes Eleanor will have an oratory in the Deanery before she has done; but she is not on that account a whit displeased. A few High Church vagaries do not, she thinks, sit amiss on the shoulders of a young dean's wife. It shows at any rate that her heart is in the subject, and it shows moreover that she is removed, wide as poles asunder, from that cesspool of abomination in which it was once suspected that she would wallow and grovel. Anathema maranatha. Let anything else be held as blessed, so that that may be well cursed. Welcome kneelings and bowings, welcome matins and complines, welcome bell, book and candle, so that Mr Slope's dirty surplices and ceremonial Sabbaths be held in due execration. If it be essentially and absolutely necessary to choose between the two, we are inclined to agree with Mrs Grantly that the bell, book and candle are the lesser evil of the two. Let it, however, be understood that no such necessity is admitted in these pages. Dr Arabin, we suppose he must have become a doctor when he became a dean, is more moderate and less outspoken on doctrinal points than his wife, as indeed in his station it behoves him to be. He is a studious, thoughtful, hard-working man. He lives constantly at the Deanery, and preaches nearly every Sunday. His time is spent sifting and editing old ecclesiastical literature, and in producing the same articles new. At Oxford he is generally regarded as the most promising clerical ornament of the age. He and his wife live together in perfect mutual confidence. There is but one secret in her bosom which he has not shared. He never yet learnt how Mr Slope had his ears boxed. The Stanhopes soon found that Mr Slope's power need no longer operate to keep them from the delight of their Italian villa. Before Eleanor's marriage they had all migrated back to the shores of Como. They had not been resettled long before the Signora received from Mrs Arabin a very pretty though very short epistle, in which she was informed of the fate of the writer. This letter was answered by another, bright, charming, and witty, as the Signora's letters always were; and so ended the friendship between Eleanor and the Stanhopes. One word of Mr Harding and we have done. He is still precentor of Barchester, and still pastor of the little church of St Cuthbert's. In spite of what he has so often said himself, he is not even yet an old man. He does such duties as fall to his lot well and conscientiously, and is thankful that he has never been tempted to assume others for which he might be less fitted. The author now leaves him in the hands of his readers, not as a hero, not as a man to be admired and talked of, not as a man who should be toasted at public dinners and spoken of with conventional absurdity as a perfect divine, but as a good man without guile, believing humbly in the religion which he has striven to teach, and guided by the precepts which he has striven to learn. End of chapter 53, and end of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope.